Good morning to everyone watching all over the world. Good afternoon or good evening, if that's the case, as we get ready for the final day of what has been an incredible Web Summit 2020. You will miss me, guys. Really, you will. Let's get down to business. Over the course of the day, you are going to hear from the incredible minds leading the world's biggest tech companies, including Huawei, eBay, and Amazon, as well as Kevin Hart, Chris Evans, Dr. Jane Goodall, and of course, the President of Portugal, Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa. This is about to be an historic day, so stay with us and let's get started.
Browse our attendee list, book meetings, check out masterclasses, and build connections that last. Have access to all the entrepreneurs, investors, media, startups, and partner companies attending Web Summit. You can access the list by clicking on Explore just above.
Digital technologies and new collaborations are helping Shell deliver more and cleaner energy as we transform into an energy business for the future.
Our first speaker today has been at the forefront of Shell's new climate ambition, leading the way as the company pushes for a cleaner energy future. In conversation with Anne-Marie Ordern of Bloomberg, please give a big welcome to Shell's CEO, Ben van Beurden.
Thank you to the Web Summit for having me. I'm Anne-Marie Ordern of Bloomberg Television. I'm joined by Shell CEO Ben van Beurden. Ben, thanks so much for joining us in this conversation. You and I were in Lisbon, Portugal for the Web Summit in 2018. Of course, 2020, everything is done virtual. And we are entering the final stretch of this year that's been unlike any other, where life as we know it has come to a complete and categorical halt. And your industry this year, Ben, made front page headlines a number of times, most astonishingly when oil prices traded negative for the first time ever. Many are arguing that 2020 and the pandemic has been an accelerant for the energy transition. And you this year mapped out a very ambitious climate plan. But as a multinational oil and gas world, I want to know, what can Shell bring to the table when it comes to climate change?
Well, first of all, Anne-Marie, it's nice to see you again, and even though we have to do it virtual, I think there will be an opportunity, hopefully, again to do it face to face. Well, what can we bring to the energy transition? I think an awful lot. I do think, as a matter of fact, that even though the pandemic was, of course, bad news, there's also good news in there, in the sense that I think attitudes of people have evolved. And what we have seen during the pandemic is many companies like us making net zero emission pledges. And these are actually also opportunities for us, because every customer who wants to make the transition to net zero needs a pathway. And I think companies like us, who are innovative in their thinking and are customer orientated, can be a very good partner to help customers get to net zero. And that actually is our strategy. Our strategy, of course, yes, we are also still in resources, but increasingly we are focusing our strategy, our investments, and our efforts on finding the pathways to get our customers to net zero. And then in the process, of course, get to net zero ourselves.
Yeah, so you are taking these steps, and as you mentioned, there are other companies who are also taking these steps in this potential new world order. But there are others, some of your peers like Exxon have not mapped out an ambitious climate transition plan. Yet investors don't appear to be differentiating between either of you. I think it was in your last quarter you said, yeah, we've been in the doghouse. Oil and gas companies have been unloved, whether or not they're taking ambitious climate plans or not. Is trying to be more green not helping?
Well, I think, first of all, we don't necessarily do this just for popularity or other reasons. We do it because we have a purpose and a deep conviction that this is the right way to travel. It is indeed absolutely true, Anne-Marie. Many outside observers, also our investors, by the way, will still look at the companies in the sector as just oil and gas companies, and quite often just oil companies. So we have to show increasingly with proof points and with demonstration that we are a different type of company. Because in the end, the reason why we do this, because we believe the future of energy in the long run is going to be different than the history of energy. And therefore, the strategy that we have chosen is a strategy that sets us up for success in the future. And over time, hopefully, indeed, it will reveal itself as a very sensible way of running your business to investors and other observers alike. That will take a little bit more time, Anne-Marie, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't try.
Yeah, I want to pick up on your point there about perception. And everyone sees you as an oil and gas company. I know once you said to me, we're power, we're a number of things, we're an energy company. But how do you change your identity?
I think one step at a time. So again, if you look at us, again, many people think of us as a resources company. And let's be honest, quite often, of course, certainly in the last few decades, we have portrayed ourselves as people in hard hats and boiler suits and spanners and drawings, looking at increasingly complicated contraptions to get oil and gas out of the ground and processed and everything else. But in reality, of course, we're also very much a customer-facing company. That's often not how we advertise ourselves, but that's what we are. We are also a solutions company that works with customers on a massive scale to bring new technologies, new products, new solutions to the market, and again, help these customers make that journey. And we have to show more of that. And we have to show that, therefore, also our investment program is shifting away from just investing in resources to much more differentiated, investing in things like hydrogen and biofuel and renewable power and into nature and in all the underpinning customer foundation pieces that will be the future of energy. Now, what we are doing at the moment is shifting the investment program where we took about 11% on that theme to 25%. And now we have to show what we do with that money and what results we book. And then I think perceptions will change. You can't change it overnight.
Yeah, you certainly can't change perceptions overnight. There is a perception, though, from the much younger generation, especially in the West, that have almost a visceral reaction of disgust when they hear of a name of a fossil fuel company, of an oil and gas company, or as you would say, an energy company. Very different mentality, though, than, say, their parents, than their parents' generation. Is your brand, or think other oil and gas companies' brands in general, toxic? And how do you change specifically for that younger generation?
I think indeed that is a real challenge, Anne-Marie. I'm not going to hide that. And we're up for that challenge as well. I think, the narrative that has been out there for some time is a narrative that says, well, listen, we just put too much carbon in the air. We can't stop. We have to stop doing that. We have to make sure that oil and gas and coal stays in the ground. So let's make sure that we forbid people to take it out of the ground and discourage them and defund them. And if that all doesn't work, we demonize them. And then if they will stop producing oil and gas, then the whole demand for oil and gas will change as well. And then the amount of energy will change. And therefore the narrative is actually quite simple. If you are for the planet, you are against the industry. And that narrative, I think, has worked quite well. But it's a narrative that the front part we actually support, but the back end we don't. Our narrative is something like, well, there is too much carbon going into the air. Oil and gas and coal needs to stay into the ground to a large degree. Therefore, we have to reform the demand for energy. And companies like us are uniquely well placed to do that because of not only our skill set, but also our innovative mindset. And as we change the demand for energy, so will supply change. Now, that is a narrative that sounds somewhat similar, but I think, it is the narrative in my mind that can work, and is the only narrative that can work. But it will take a little bit more time to convince people that the front end of both of the narratives are the same. We all want to have the same thing. We just have a different belief on how we are going to get there.
I think people also still find it quite striking, you as an oil and gas CEO saying, yes, fossil fuels should remain in the ground. And we agree with that. If I could just move it along as well to policy. 6 months ago, you actually supported a ban on a sale of petrol and diesel cars in the United Kingdom is now delivering that by 2030. Where do you see your role in this new environment, a ban on a sale of petrol cars? How do you adapt to that?
Well, I think by, again, adapting to the new products that are going to be needed for the new reality. As a matter of fact, Anne-Marie, yes, we supported that ban, but we, I think, announced a year before that this would be a good idea to have a ban like this. I remember doing it myself in London. And the point is, it is indeed necessary for the energy system to transform. If we are going to deal with the 25% of carbon emissions that come from mobility, we will have to go to renewable sources like bio, like hydrogen, and massively indeed to electric driven vehicles. And that isn't to say that there wouldn't be an opportunity for us in there. Of course, we are already one of the largest players when it comes to electric mobility. As a matter of fact, we can make as much money or as good money from the electrical value chain as we could make from the oil and gas value chain. It requires different skills, different investments, but the fundamentals are still the same. It is working with customers on solutions. So as long as you have pigeonholed us as a company that only knows how to get oil and gas out of the ground, it's sort of a big mental leap to take. But if you have pigeonholed us as a company that is actually all about serving customers with their energy needs, then actually it's not a big deal at all.
And what about support from governments? I know the UK has promised money towards carbon capture and storage. Are you happy with the support you're getting as you move into the transition?
Well, I think it hasn't been enough. Let's be very honest about it, because many of the changes that need to happen can only be made and mandated by governments. We have been talking about putting a price on carbon for decades, and only now do people pick it up. As a matter of fact, only now also people say, why didn't you advocate for that earlier? Well, we did for the last 25 years, just you didn't hear it. But in the end, governments need to do more. They need to be encouraged to do more. They need to be told by us also that it's okay. We are in support of these things. So yes, absolutely, more wind, more electric vehicles. These things are already in existence. Push them harder. We're not afraid of it. But also more hydrogen, more CCS. And there we can step up an awful lot more. So yes, I am encouraged by what is happening in the UK and what the Prime Minister announced. And we will support the government with policy formation and also stepping up where they want us to step up.
Bill Gates recently said that he thinks post-pandemic, more than 50% of business travel will pretty much evaporate. Many are forecasting other cultural and industry changes that could happen. Obviously, we know what 50% less business travel would do to flights and oil demand. I want to get a sense from you. What do you think is the one thing that could stick from the pandemic?
I think definitely flying is something that will take longer to come back for all sorts of reasons. I think there will be still concern enough for a long time to discourage people to go back. I believe there's a certain degree of pent-up demand, but not enough to have it snap back to the same trend lines as before. And the other thing is, people have learned the trick that we are doing at the moment, Anne-Marie, which is to do things by Zoom or whatever technology that is available. So I think that will probably stick. The other thing that will stick in certain places is generally working from home. Because we have had so much practice now working from home, I think it will feel somewhat odd to go to the office for a day to do emails and phone calls. You will go to the office today to meet the colleagues with which you have to troubleshoot and solve things and have face-to-face contact and brainstorm. But I think in many cases, people will say, well, this day or these days, I better do it from home. It's actually more productive. And it's actually more convenient. And I now know how it works. And it is actually the new norm. So I think these are two things that have a very high probability of sticking.
And as the CEO of Shell, is that going to stick for you? Are you going to work more from home?
I think so. I'm blessed. I have a home office, as you can see. But yeah, no, I certainly will. And now I will also again have to resume travel again with a global company. You can't escape that, also not in my role. But yeah, I think we will all probably spend a larger percentage working from home. The commute is very short. It's that door.
Oh, excellent. On that note, we're going to leave it there. Ben Van Beurden, CEO of Shell, thank you so much. And we'll send things back to Lisbon. Hopefully one day we'll be able to take the stage again in Portugal.
Look forward to that.
Did you know you can export your connections from the app to stay in touch? Head over to my profile page, My Connections, email me the list of my connections. The CEO of Deciem, the startup behind The Ordinary, will detail its unconventional scaling story and exciting upcoming projects. In an interview with Cosmopolitan's Claire Hodgson, please welcome Nicola Kilner.
Welcome to Web Summit, and hi Nicola, thank you so much for joining me today. So let's jump straight in. You met Deciem's co-founder Brandon while you were working together on the Indeed Labs launch when you were working at Boots. Can you tell me a little bit more about those first months growing Deciem as a brand?
So I think from the moment I first met Brandon, I was just under his spell. He was just so infectious with his passion for really wanting to change the beauty industry. So when I got the opportunity to join him on the Deciem journey, I knew it's where I wanted to be. And, you know, it wasn't really just the early months, it was really the early years. You know, The Ordinary came 4 years into the Deciem journey. So we had many hard times as a startup where we launched new brands. They didn't quite work. The Ordinary was our 11th brand to launch, so we did 10 brand launches before we hit The Ordinary. But, in those early moments, you're just surrounded by such passionate, committed people, all with this kind of goal of trying to change something. But it's, you have highs and you have lots of lows because it's not an overnight success. It took a lot of work to get to where we are today.
And Deciem's sort of USP of simple yet effective formulas without any of that kind of industry BS actually now seems to be the kind of copycat USP for a lot of skincare launches. So I'm really interested to know how do you stay one step ahead of those new brands, ones that you've kind of ultimately inspired?
Well, look, I think it's ultimately a good thing that we set out to try and make the industry a better place. And I think the fact that there's more transparency now is just an incredible thing that we should all celebrate. So I think it's a good thing that so many brands have shifted in this direction. I think we've always been so focused on just focusing on what we're doing, and that's to be authentic and to kind of use science to drive us forward. And we've always tried to ignore trends, because if you follow trends, you're following what everyone else is doing, which ultimately is you're always one step behind. We would rather, if we can create the trend, then we're in the best place we could be. So we've always just tried to kind of stay in our bubble, ignore a little bit what's happening on the outside world, and just stay true to our authentic selves. And Deciem, we focus on functional beauty. We believe it's where our strength mainly is.
And definitely, I think as any consumer out there that's engaged with the brand would think that. So how much has kind of data played a part in that and staying ahead? And obviously kind of e-commerce has been a really big part of your brand, especially I would imagine this year. So can you talk to me a bit about how those two things have kind of helped in that fight to stay ahead?
So data in a way probably hasn't played too much of a role, and that's because we've always maintained a focus that our consumers, anyone who wants effective science-based products that work. So we've never targeted an age range or a gender, for example. Now, we can look at our Google data and it shows that actually we do over-index with millennials, with Gen Z. Of course, we do very well with women, but obviously I do think we over-index with men. But actually, it's never been our focus. But I think in terms of e-commerce, it's been incredible for us. I mean, there's different types of e-commerce. We have our own website, which is every brand's dream, to have that direct relationship with our audience, because we can just control our messaging, how we want the brand to be perceived. We can have just great moments with our colleagues talking to them. But then we also do very well with third-party e-commerce. So whether that's the pure play online only e-tailers, but also we have a significant business with, the Sephoras of the world, the Ultas, their online businesses are so big for us as well. And I think we're just very fortunate, because I think The Ordinary also plays very well to the online world, because people like to research. And actually, especially during the pandemic, people have had more time to actually spend time learning about ingredients, reading reviews. Word of mouth is very big for growing for our brand.
It's interesting you saying that, actually, around kind of e-commerce and how important that is and some of the trends you've noticed. I mean, we've noticed a huge shift towards skincare and the science behind it since The Ordinary's inception, but particularly during the pandemic. So even on Cosmopolitan, we've seen huge sales of Deciem's brands. And my feeling has certainly been, kind of looking at the Cosmopolitan platforms, is that health, and as that becomes more of a focus for us, consumers seem to care more than ever about the ingredients they use and the purity of their products. So would you agree with that then, in the kind of trends you've seen? And are there any other market shifts, I suppose, you've seen over the last year?
So I definitely think this shift to kind of more health focus, and again, during the pandemic, people have been wearing less makeup, they've been more focused on the skincare, so I think that's one of the reasons why skincare's really boomed. I think in terms of a brand, I think people are more conscious now around sustainability, around actually how does that brand treat its people, and so again, that's been, I think, a big factor as well. And I think these are things that are set to stay as well. People are caring more. It's more than just a product now. People want to buy from a brand that they really believe in.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. All kind of similar things to what we're seeing as well. One thing I have noticed, though, is so much of the beauty industry now is kind of based around these quick turnaround products. I think, pandering to trends and kind of very quick to manufacture things. Do you think that the beauty industry has become a little bit too obsessed with the now and with social media trends?
I don't think it's something that's sustainable. I think, people, the things that are kind of quick decisions, quick purchases, I don't think that buys brand loyalty. And again, I think, it's not even that I think people are price driven anymore. And I think that's, again, a mistake some of the brands are making. I think people are actually prepared to invest in something that lasts. We see it now, there's this kind of change that instead of fast fashion, it's now actually investing fewer pieces, but pieces of that more sustainable. And I think, people are prepared to pay a little bit extra for products if they know that, everyone, to the production workers, they're getting a good living wage, they're being treated really well. So I think that's the shift we're going to start to see. And again, it's kind of less about trends. At Deciem, we always try and ignore trends. As I said before, it's around actually, let's focus on what we believe our core strengths are. And if that becomes a trend, fantastic, but actually let's just make sure if we do what's right for us, our audience are always going to resonate. If we follow the trends, what everyone else is doing, we become one of many fish in the lake.
Definitely. And how do you respond then to that kind of ever evolving and what can sometimes seem, I think, we notice it in Cosmo as well, that quite critical at times Gen Z kind of consumer market? How are you responding to that new market coming through?
So again, we try not to put the focus on there. Now, one interesting thing that happened this year was the brand almost went kind of viral on TikTok. And actually there was a huge correlation with sales but it was something where we didn't really have any control over it. And, I think TikTok's a platform where brands don't really have a strategy for it, but I think that's what makes TikTok so special. If you look on Instagram now, brands are doing a great job, but it sometimes feels so curated, by the time you have different sponsored content and kind of all created content. Whereas TikTok, there's something which is just so authentic. And again, that's just something that really resonates with our brand. So we saw a huge boom, especially one of our products, our AHA peeling solution, was just all over TikTok, people doing this peeling challenge, etc. And actually we had, again, a big shift on our Google data to show that we had more Gen Z than ever during that period. But that was something that we couldn't plan for. It just happened, and it was a magical wave to ride whilst that happened.
I think that's definitely what makes TikTok so fun. We've seen the same. So I couldn't end without asking you a skincare question, of course. So I wanted to ask, if you could only use one Deciem product for the rest of your life, what would it be and why?
So I hate when I have to pick one product. Look, copper peptides, I think, would be the one ingredient where I believe it does so much for everyone's skin, because it's all about skin healing, your kind of skin being its best self. So anything with copper peptides. Now, if I only had to have one product, I would then pick from The Ordinary our Copper and Buffet, because it's got so many different peptides and different technologies in that I would feel it would give me the best coverage if I only had one product in my routine.
That's a good answer. I know a lot of people, including myself, who are big fans of buffet. Well, thank you so much. It has been lovely chatting to you, Nicola. Now back to you in Lisbon.
KarmaPoint is a blockchain reputation system designed to motivate employees with tokens. Our system rewards good deeds and soft skills with recognition and benefits within a company. Thus, we solve the problem of motivation and collaboration for remote workers.
Two top lawyers protecting brave people known as whistleblowers join us now in conversation with Versha Sharma of Now This. Please welcome Managing Partner of Compass Rose Legal Group, Andrew Bakaj, and co-founder of Whistleblower Aid, Mark Zaid.
Hi everyone, I'm Versha and I'm here with Andrew and Mark. Thank you for joining us. Andrew, I just wanted to talk to you first because I did report on Donald Trump's impeachment for a good part of last year. Do you feel that whistleblowers are currently adequately protected given what we saw happen with him?
No, I mean, I think the short answer is that no, they're not adequately protected. I think that there could be great improvements made in US law to protect whistleblowers from having their identity disclosed by individuals outside of the intelligence community or outside of the inspector general. So, as I'm sure you saw during the course of your reporting, there was an open question as to whether or not, for example, members of Congress or other individuals could disclose the identity or purported identity of a whistleblower. Those protections do exist, but they're limited in who is able to disclose them. So in this particular case, it was the intelligence community inspector general who had that constraint, but nobody else was necessarily constrained from making those disclosures. That's one area that I would say needs to be improved.
Now, you've both protected a number of prominent US government whistleblowers. So Mark, can you just kind of describe what the process is like?
Well, the process varies, frankly, from case to case because it's going to be very fact specific. A lot of it's also going to deal with what has already happened before we as the lawyers come into the case, what disclosures the client has made to whom, because that will, just as what Andrew was saying, will impact what protections actually might exist. The key thing that we have been stressing, both Andrew and I, having worked this issue for a number of years, and Whistleblower Aid, which we helped create back in 2017, is that experienced lawyers are key to, frankly, handling a proper national security whistleblower case, because how you handle the case, what path you take, will make all the difference in the world as to whether or not there is success or failure in the case, and whether particularly the whistleblower is protected.
So Andrew, I'm not sure how much detail you can go into here, but what were your first initial steps when this case came to you?
Sure, I can talk a little bit about that since it's all been reported on publicly and I've discussed this with individuals before. And that is when the client first came to me, the question was, what do you do with a particular piece of information? How do you lawfully disclose it, particularly if you're a member of the intelligence community? Unlike some other federal employees who work at a non-intelligence agency like the Department of Education, for example, can go directly to Capitol Hill and make a disclosure if they believe there is a potential violation of a law, rule, or regulation. But if you're a member of the intelligence community, you have to make those disclosures in a very careful manner, following all applicable rules and regulations. And this is particularly unique with respect to matters that are classified. So things that are secret, top secret, things that involve intelligence collection, for example, sources and methods. Those are extraordinarily close hold. The unlawful disclosure of that information could harm our national security or potentially even get somebody killed. So how we make those disclosures, if they're done properly, like we did with the Ukraine matter, it protects the whistleblower from having adverse personnel action or even being prosecuted for mishandling intelligence information. On the other hand, if we didn't follow those rules properly, then that would give rise for the ability for the government to charge a whistleblower with inappropriate handling of classified information, or at the very least jeopardize their career. And that's so right from the get-go. Before we did anything, we had to scope out exactly what the proper path was.
Now, are government officials in general sufficiently protected from retaliation? Because I'm also thinking what happened to impeachment witnesses like Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman.
Right. So the answer is not really. It really depends on what types of actions are taken against the individual. So when we're talking about retaliation and protections, we're talking about personnel actions. We're not talking about, people mistreating them in the press or something to that effect. And there's also a question as to, how far those protections extend, even on personnel actions. So, for example, if the President of the United States initiates an adverse action, there are issues there that have to potentially be resolved. So, without going into too many details, the scope in which the protections exist are not as broad as we would all like them to be. And the other point that I do need to make is that a lot of individuals, especially whistleblowers, think that once they fall into the category and they're whistleblowers as defined by law, therefore no action can be taken against them. And that's actually not true. If they're protected if the action is taken in retaliation. And basically what that means is that we have to wait until the adverse personnel action happens, and then we push back with an affirmative defense saying, no, you can't terminate the individual. That's retaliation for the whistleblowing, but then you have to go through a separate analysis on that. So it's not an affirmative, it doesn't prevent something bad from happening to you. It just gives you the opportunity to push back on it.
So would the threat of retaliation fall under that, or you still have to wait for an actual action to be taken?
The threat would fall under that, but then the question is what constitutes a threat? I remember when I was in the government, for example, when I previously served at the Department of Defense, one of the things that we had to look at was somebody saying, I'm going to fire you. Was that enough? Or I'm sorry, a good example would be a counseling. A letter of, I'm going to give you an adverse, I'll suspend you or whatever the case may be. Is that enough? Or do you need to wait for a counseling, a written document to say, if you do X, I will then suspend you? So there are certain things that, can fall into that gray area. I obviously have an opinion on that, but there can be issues there.
Mark, what advice do you have for potential government whistleblowers?
I'd love to say don't become one because it's such a horrible situation, but we need them. We absolutely need them. And the key, I think, is to have a legitimate good faith belief that you have information that reveals some sort of wrongdoing, misconduct, gross mismanagement. It's a very wide swath of cases that fall within it. But the key advice for the whistleblowers is don't become your own worst enemy. Don't shoot yourself in the foot, stab yourself in the back, whatever analogy one wants to come up with, because the whistleblower can be the entity that is their own undoing, quite frankly. Whistleblowers who become consumed with their case and start to confuse what is happening to them as potential or actual retaliation versus what they're trying to blow the whistle on has the possibility of undermining their own case when they make it about themselves. Sometimes it's difficult. Look, when you're under attack, that is really difficult to sometimes separate you from what you're trying to reveal. But at least from looking at the cases over the almost 30 years that I've been doing all this, that's sort of the formula that will make the difference. And seek out advice from those who know what they're doing. Lawyers, if possible, but there's certainly non-lawyers who specialize in whistleblower work, because there are so many pitfalls and obstacles along the way that most people just frankly aren't going to be aware of.
Now, you mentioned how long you've been working on these sorts of cases, and I'm curious, from a journalist point of view, we've never had an administration quite like the one we've had in the last couple of years on a number of levels. And I know there have also been many legal consequences to that, both inside the Department of Justice, outside of it, with various Inspector General reports that are happening. So I'm just curious from both of you, but maybe Mark, you first, what kind of cases have you been working on over the last couple of years? Is there anything different that you've seen in terms of trends?
Sure. In many ways, it's not that different from this administration to other administrations. I don't know if we've necessarily seen an uptick in whistleblowers, at least not that has come to our attention by numbers. What we've seen, though, is the significance of them has been incredibly different. The seniority of them, the impact, obviously, since this one whistleblower we handled led to impeachment, although that was not an objective that we were pursuing. The thing that we saw that is so much different is the negativity that came from the top down. I mean, we've rarely had cases involving the President of the United States, usually not even involving, quite frankly, the White House. It's usually one of the agencies. But this has gone directly into the White House, and there was so much negativity that came from the President that sent messages, chilling messages, into the system that we have yet to be able to assess what the real impact will be. It's going to take time. Whether, a year from now in a new administration, whether a mid-level manager feels emboldened by how President Trump dumped on whistleblowers, that means that individual can believe they can retaliate because whistleblowers are nothing but, a spy and other statements that the president made. So we have to see, and that's why the messaging when President-elect Biden comes into office will be so key.
Now, you've worked with whistleblowers and other clients during the Obama administration, where Biden was VP for 8 years. What are you looking at for an incoming Biden administration, Andrew?
Well, actually, previously when I was with the government, I was a federal employee during the Obama administration. And so what I would say that I would be hoping for is basically a cooling of rhetoric from the top. That's going to make a huge impact in my mind in terms of how people behave within the federal government. I mean, Mark touched on that before, but I think that really does matter. I'm handling currently, along with Mark, a number of whistleblower cases that do involve senior officials. But I also have a number of non-whistleblower cases involving federal employees where the behavior of some of the more senior officials is a lot more bombastic, I guess is the best way to put it. And, regardless how experienced someone is, I think, individuals are human beings and they can certainly be impacted by words from the top or leadership. I mean, leadership matters. That sets the tone in many respects. So if the President of the United States is, personally attacking federal employees, whistleblowers or not, because they're doing their jobs, what does that allow other individuals, in senior positions within the government to do against their own employees who may be whistleblowers, or maybe they simply want to act in a way that is inappropriate in the workplace? And so what I'm hoping for, honestly, is for the rhetoric to really cool down and for people to start looking at look at somebody who behaves in a professional manner. It's unfortunate that we're going back to that, but having behavior that is normal, I think, will be important.
I understand. Are there other reforms that you would like to see prioritized?
I would say that I think especially after impeachment and the treatment or mistreatment of that whistleblower by the current president of the United States, I think that we do have to look at how to expand protections for, as I mentioned before, protecting the identity of whistleblowers. I think they need to take a look at how to expand potentially what would be defined as personnel actions, or what protections can be considered beyond just personnel actions. I think also there needs to be discussion about how attorneys for these individuals have to be protected as well to an extent. I've never been involved in a case, either when I was in the government or in private practice, where the personal physical safety of a whistleblower was as such a significant issue publicly as it was with the Ukraine matter, and then the physical safety and security of Mark and myself. So there may be some things that have to be looked into by Congress and by organizations that advise them accordingly. Hopefully we'll never have to revert back to those issues again, but if it's happened once, it can happen again.
And we've got just a little bit of time left. Mark, I want to know, some people would say that Edward Snowden is the most famous whistleblower of the last decade, but I also know there's debate about whether or not that's the right label to apply to him. So what would you say?
Yeah, hard question to obviously answer, lots of different opinions. Legally, he's not a whistleblower because he disclosed classified information without authorization to the public. So he has no whistleblower protections. From a policy sentiment, I certainly can understand how people would view him as someone who has exposed misconduct, but I'd say that there's a lot of debate, both legally and policy and facts-wise, as to really where he falls in. I'll conclude by saying, quite frankly, that regardless of what somebody believes about Snowden as being a whistleblower, what he did actually harmed the protection of whistleblowers who want to follow the law and even do what he did. He actually set things back. And in that sense, there was a lot of trouble by what.
Andrew, are there any final words you want to add to that?
Yeah, I would absolutely concur with what Mark just said. And one thing that I would note about Snowden and having set the clock back on whistleblower and whistleblower protections within the government, I'll make this point. The term whistleblower has obviously a legal definition as Mark has used, right? What defines them as a whistleblower, and therefore they're able to seek protections from retaliation. But that term can be viewed differently in different circles. So because of what Edward Snowden did, for example, within the intelligence community for a long time, and even to this day, the term whistleblower connotes somebody who mishandles classified information or leaks sensitive information to the press or to other countries. So when we were developing the whistleblower protection programs within the government, one of the things that we had to think about was how do we redefine what a whistleblower is using the terms of art that apply to the individuals within the government. So for example, instead of using the term whistleblower, I would say we're all about source protection, protecting sources of information who are disclosing wrongdoing to the proper authorities. So Snowden unfortunately did a lot of harm, not just practically with national security, but in the protection of whistleblowers as well. And hopefully we'll be able to move forward from that.
Mark, Andrew, thank you so much for your time, your insight, and most importantly, your work. I appreciate it. And now back to Web Summit in Lisbon.
Founder of Jane Goodall Institute, Jane Goodall herself is doing a live Q&A along with Peter Van Meetwood, Chief Tree Planting Officer of Ecosia. Catch them in the breakout rooms at 1:05.
Hello again, everyone. If it's possible, let me just say this. My next few words are a dream come true. To introduce one of my life heroes and a true inspiration for all, Dr. Goodall, founder of the Jane Goodall Institute and UN Messenger of Peace, meets with Ecosia's Chief Tree Planting Officer, Peter Van Meetwood. The world's only tree planting search engine has partnered with a world-renowned ethologist and environmentalist to plant tree corridors in Uganda. Let's hear from them right now. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Lisbon. Peter, Jane, I think a fantastic place to start is why we can't be in Lisbon altogether right now. The zoonotic disease is stopping that from happening. And when we're talking about whether green tech can help us save the planet, could you both talk a little bit about the link between what's going on with COVID right now and the destruction of nature around the world? Kind of lay out a little bit of what the problem is.
Who should start? You want me to go?
Jane, okay. You start, please.
Okay. Well, in fact, this pandemic, which has caused so much suffering and loss of life, loss of jobs and economic chaos all around the world, it's tragic to realize that we brought this on ourselves to a large extent from our absolute disrespect of nature and disrespect of animals. And so by destroying habitats, moving into animal habitats, forcing them into closer contact with people, trafficking them, hunting them, killing them, eating them, selling them in wildlife markets in Asia, bushmeat markets in Africa, the pet trade in exotic animals from all around the world, all of these situations and our factory farms for domestic animals are creating environments that make it relatively easy for a virus to hop over, to spill over from an animal into a person, where it may form a new zoonotic disease, in this case, COVID-19, which unfortunately for us is very contagious.
And Peter?
I mean, I don't have a lot to add to that. I think that it's really showing us where we brought the world. And it's 1 to 12, if not 1 past 12. There's a lot that needs to happen if we want to restore this for the better. And yeah, this is really the mirror which in which we're looking at. I agree.
I mean, this may be a dark time, but there is hope. And a good place to start with that, I think, is the partnership between what both your organizations are doing. How do you work together? What's the projects you're working on? I mean, Peter, would you mind starting?
Yeah, so the big vision is actually that there's, in Uganda, there's 2 forest reserves called Bugoma and Budonga forest reserves. And in these 2 forest reserves, there's quite a lot of chimpanzees still living. But these 2 forest reserves are less and less connected by kind of natural corridors, which would be the rivers with forests next to them. Also in the little forest next to the rivers, there's still some groups of chimps living. We saw some when we were there. And the aim of the project is to work with the local people to restore these corridors so that the chimps can actually migrate, but at the same time also increasing and improving the livelihood of the people that live there. This is really in the shortest sentence where this project is about. It's around 13,000 hectares in total. The corridor is, I think, in total maybe 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers long. And we're working to restore these forests, particularly next to these rivers where they have been destroyed. So we have a couple of green corridors connecting the 2 forests. Yeah.
And Jane, how does that help chimpanzees?
Well, chimpanzees are an endangered species. And in Uganda, but just about everywhere where they range, they are losing habitat. And so it's tremendously important as the forest areas get more fragmented with development roads and so on, to have these corridors linking one forest patch with another so that there can be exchange of genetic material. So it's not only in Uganda that we're working on this, but in other like Tanzania, DRC and so on. And, you know, there's an added bonus that these trees that are being planted are also absorbing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So it's a kind of win-win situation.
It's an excellent win-win. I mean, what kind of technologies are you using to monitor the success of the work your organizations are doing?
So, I mean, this is a very important element because you want to see that your work is actually having a result. So we work with the local team in Uganda. I can only speak about the Uganda because that's where we work with Jane Goodall's foundation. Maybe in other projects they do the same. But they monitor a lot of things. Actually, they have a whole group of forest monitors that also monitor, for example, forest disturbance. So on their mobile phones, they have apps which you can say, this location where I am, here's disturbance taking place, so they can have a consistent database and know with which people to work with to improve it. But for us specifically, we made an application where they can map where the trees have been planted, and this stays recorded on their phone. So after 3 years, this is also what we always require, they can go back and monitor how many trees are still there. And at the back end, this means that we are having a large map of now, I wrote it down somewhere here. Yeah, it's 1 million trees we planted, but with over 2,000 smallholder farmers. And we're now able to go back to them and see how the trees are doing, also with satellite imagery. So this bottom-up information that the forest monitor guys are sending us, we can use to overall map and see how the situation is going. And I think this is really important. It's also not so easy because of local networks, because of capacity of people to actually understand this, but this is really how we bring technology into this project.
Okay, that's absolutely fascinating. I mean, could you talk a little bit as how that click becomes a tree and the process that involves? It's really fascinating.
Yeah. So the first thing you should know is that Ecosia is a search engine, and search engines make a lot of money. And the reason why we set up Ecosia is because of exactly that. Because we wanted to be in a market where you can make a lot of money, but we then want to use that money to do something good, which is tree planting. And the way it then works is people surf online like they would do with any other search engine. But if they click on advertisements or when they're part of the system, the value of our users gets higher and higher. We have about 15 million users now, most of them very young. Generation Z and young millennials are using Ecosia a lot. And they help us to make money. So you can every month see that we make, when I started at Ecosia, around 500,000, and by now it's almost 2 million euros a month, because people use our search engine and they occasionally click on the advertisements. We don't encourage people to just click to plant trees, just behave normal, click every now and then, and money. And then what we do is we deduct our costs, so salaries, office rent, we have servers running as well, all on renewable energy. And then what is left, our profit, is used to plant trees. And we target for this to be about half of our monthly turnover. And this year, this will result in maybe 8 to 9 million euros that we can spend on planting trees everywhere in the world with fantastic partners like the Jane Goodall Foundation.
Jane, you've already hinted at...
Really add to that, because it is such a brilliant notion. And, you know, we're very proud to work with Ecosia. And, you know, planting trees is important as this trillion tree challenge put out by Salesforce. We backed it up in Davos. And all of this, if we put it all together, which is something that Salesforce is trying to do from all around the globe. So I think that what Ecosia is doing is so great. I've told everybody about it, and I hope soon all the Jane Goodall Institutes, all 24 of them, will be using Ecosia, and many other people that I know as well with big organizations.
Yeah,
absolutely. Jane, you've already hinted at this, but it's not, maybe tree planting is an unhelpful metric in many ways, because it's not like one can go to the Ugandan highlands and plant as many Sika pine spruce, and that's going to be the big, as possible, and that's going to be the big solution. What makes a good forest when with these tree planting schemes, and how does that help chimpanzees? What do schemes need to be thinking about to make them really kind of high quality areas for wildlife?
Well, you know, the important thing is that the right tree is planted, the right species at the right time of year, and that it's looked after. Because, you know, there's some big companies and they send all their staff out to plant trees, make themselves look good, and then nobody looks after the trees and they die. So sending people back after 2 years, it probably should be sooner, actually. I think the Jane Goodall Institute goes back sooner. In Tanzania, anyway, we do. Yep. And then the villagers get to understand the importance of the tree. But I must say one thing, that the really important thing we have to do if we care about carbon emissions and reducing them is to protect the existing forests. Because as they go, the carbon is released up back into the atmosphere. So it's planting trees, restoring forests and protecting forests. It's going to take those trees a while before they're big enough to absorb enough CO2. So it's a whole thing together. But planting trees is something everybody can do or give money towards. And so that's why it's so important.
I plan to ask you about that, Peter, actually. I mean, I've been to replanting schemes and it's an unbelievably difficult thing to do well. And I think it's a difficult thing to kind of realize that the carbon hasn't actually been sequestered yet in a lot of these projects, and that the real valuable areas are those existing forests. Why tree planting? Why extend these areas instead of protecting existing forests?
It's absolutely not an either-or question, and Ecosia will be the last one to say that planting trees is more important than protecting trees. This is what we're good at. We are losing 4 million hectares of forest a year, really losing it forever. So we have to learn how we can restore this and bring it back. But absolutely, the protection of existing forests is just as important. And we as Western consumers play a big role in that because of our way we consume, many forests are actually being cut down to produce for us. But it also means, for example, in the Uganda context, is that the restoration, it's never just about tree planting. The tree planting counter on our website counts how many trees we've planted and how many are still alive after 3 years. And actually in Uganda, they monitor after half a year as well. So again, completely right there, but also after 3 years. And then, but what is so important about all this restoration work is that it is not about cracking the technical nut. It's about cracking the socio-economic nut. It's about understanding who the people live there. You know, how do they live? What do they need for their livelihoods? How do they make their money? And why do they cut trees? In Uganda, it's because they're growing sugarcane for the nearby factory. It's because of charcoal. It's because the families are really big and everyone needs a piece of land. There's refugees coming in. It's a very challenging environment. And what the local institutions do that we work with, like the Jane Goodall Institute in Uganda, is that they understand this context and they know where to deliver to change the situation for the better, including on agriculture methods, for example. So we are very happy and proud that we can help with planting trees there, but the tree is really only one part of the puzzle that we're solving there. It's a part that we talk about a lot, but none of our restoration projects are only about tree planting. And in fact, just last week, I've been working on a restoration database. We're planting over 600 native tree species all around the world. So in itself, it's also a conservation activity to bring back these species. Some of them are very, very threatened on the planet. But it absolutely is always more than just about planting the tree. Yeah.
Jane, through the Institute, what kind of problems do you come across on such schemes, and how do you overcome them?
Well, it all began for us back in 1990, when I flew over what had been part of a forest stretching right across equatorial Africa. The Gombe Stream was part of that. And this tiny little park by 1990 was a tiny island of forest surrounded by completely bare hills. More people living there than the land could support, too poor to buy food from elsewhere, farmland overused and infertile. And that's when it hit me. If we don't do something to help these people find ways of living other than destroying the environment to, as you say, Peter, to get charcoal and so on, then we can't even try to protect the chimpanzees. So because of our program in Tanzania, which is basically the same as in Uganda and 5 other African countries, the people have now come to understand that protecting the environment is not just for wildlife, but it's also for their own future. And so they've become our partners using this technology. They're proud of it. They know it goes up into a platform in the clouds. And the village leaders can see what's going on in these village forest reserves, and corridors are being formed around Gombe National Park in Tanzania as well. So, you know, it's really, it's very, and we had last year, 2019, our youth program Roots and Shoots around the world together planted 5 million trees, and all of them are nurtured and followed up on, and photographs are taken, and people have trees that they planted, and they're naturally very keen for them to survive.
Okay, I mean, Peter, a bigger picture question, I guess, is obviously this is an excellent use of technology, but I think we must ask ourselves, well, people often kind of say, well, technology is pushing us further away from nature, and we spend so much time on phones and our laptops, and we don't really see ourselves sometimes as part of the natural world. Do you see that as a bigger problem going forward, or does Ecosia give you hope that actually that's not the way it's going to be?
Well, first of all, Ecosia gives me a lot of hope. If you look at our social media channels, our users, as I said, many young people, the Roots and Shoots people indeed as well. If you want to have hope and believe again that there is a future, you know, look at what is happening on the Ecosia social media channel. So that is very inspiring. When I think about tech, for me, it's not only high tech. There is also a lot of low tech we need, and particularly on the ground. For example, agricultural solutions rather need low-tech solutions that can be incredibly effective. Not sure you're familiar with the concept of restoration agriculture, but at the moment, agriculture is very much about putting in inputs and then grow something, yield it, and do the whole thing again. But there's ways to do agriculture where you actually naturally accumulate these nutrients and still can harvest from the system, and you're building up soil. But this is also know-how that you have to have. And this is low-tech solutions that are just as much needed as then connecting it eventually through a satellite to see how overall the landscape is changing. And I just saw last week a guy who invented literally a pole that you can put in the ground, and it gives you the values of your soil organic carbon, of your phosphor, of your kalium, on the go. You don't longer have to go to a lab. This is incredibly powerful because then you know how your soil is and what you can grow and how you can make it better. So that's a combination of high tech and low tech. So we really need both in the right way. So it's not like we need everything and just do everything. No, we have to be incredibly focused. But in these focused solutions, these two things come together, in my view. Yeah.
I think we're running out of time a little bit, but Jane, I've got to get your thoughts on that as well. Is it technology that really gives you hope in how we can respond to these challenges?
Technology, the human intellect, is one of my reasons for hope. Young people who understand the problem and are empowered to take action, as in roots and shoots, is another reason for hope. And the resilience of nature. So these trees can actually survive if they're planted in the right place at the right time, and help to do something about slowing down climate change, because otherwise, you know, the window of time is closing when we can start healing some of the harm that we've inflicted. And yes, those low-tech agricultural solutions are tremendously important. We've got to stop poisoning the soil, poisoning animals, and poisoning ourselves. So we need both.
Jane, what's the risk if we don't? What's the risk if we don't respond and change the way we live?
Well, if we don't respond, if we don't have a better relationship with nature, if we don't get together and think about a world where there's a more sustainable, greener economy, it's crazy to think we could have unlimited economic development on a planet with finite natural resources. And if we just carry on with business as usual, look at the harm we've already inflicted on the planet. Species are going extinct. We're in the midst of the 6th great extinction. We're not immune from that. We are part of the natural world. We depend on it. We must save it. Somehow we must get together. And we need technology, low tech, communities, everything.
Okay, Peter, final question for you, a short one if possible. In 10 years' time, what do you hope Ecosia's done? How's the world going to look?
I hope we have showed how you can really restore on a large scale by using the right species and actually having this long-term effect. So we're planting trees, but we see canopy closure, and we see that people and nature are having a happy life in those areas. This is my wish.
Okay, brilliant. Look, it's been so interesting to speak. It's been a real honour. And yeah, back to you, Lisbon.
The potential for your small business is endless, and we look forward to seeing where the future takes you. Because we're here to keep you prepared, smartly and safely, so your business can always keep moving forward.
Our next panel will explore how to lead during a time of crisis in a way that both steadies the ship and moves your company forward. In conversation with Stephanie Mehta of Fast Company, please give a warm welcome to Steve Case of Revolution and Clear's Karen Seidman-Becker.
Hello, Web Summit. My name is Stephanie Mehta. I'm editor-in-chief of Fast Company, and I will be talking today with Karen Seidman-Becker and Steve Case. Hi, Karen. Hi, Steve.
Great to be with you, Stephanie.
Let's jump right into it. Karen, you're the CEO of Clear. Most people probably know about your biometric technology if they've encountered it at airport security lines. Tell us very briefly about how the pandemic and the drop-off in travel affected that part of your business and how you responded.
So Clear was really born out of crisis, born out of 9/11, and we bought the company out of bankruptcy after the economic downturn of 2008, 2009. And so we had always viewed ourselves as a secure identity platform in travel, but beyond travel, making experiences safer and easier. What we realized quickly in the travel downturn, volumes down 99% at its trough, was that health insights were another important part of identity. And adding that to the platform could help reopen businesses after 9/11. Airports were closed. After COVID, every other industry was closed. So identity and different insights, health insights, testing, ultimately vaccination, could make experiences safer and easier and help reopen these businesses. So we moved quickly on that.
And so the product that you came up with or that you've put into the market is called Health Pass. Just tell people briefly a little bit about what that does.
Health Pass is a mobile-first product connecting your definitive identity to not only self-attested questions, the questionnaires that people are so used to answering, but also then builds links to testing companies for test results, ultimately vaccine, as well as pieces of hardware that add thermal scanning. So it's this multi-layered approach to ensuring health and then allowing access into different locations, combining it with your ticket for a NHL or NBA game or your boarding pass on a plane. So it's this bundled offering with multiple different levels of health insights.
And where were you in the process of developing something, particularly for enterprises as opposed to airports and stadiums? Where were you in that process when things started to shut down in March?
So as luck would have it, we had started in healthcare and had a HIPAA compliant back end because in January, we started our pilots using your face to check in at the doctor's office. I'm a person who looks at wallets and I don't like to carry them. And why do I have plastic cards that are reflecting my identity? It makes no sense. I am me, and all of those cards should be in me. And so we had a HIPAA compliant backend, we had mobile technology, we had different components, but none of them were all the way there. And so we brought together a group internally, a small group, and recognized how we could use our current assets, what we needed to add to solve the problem and meet the moment and build for the future.
Steve, Revolution is an investor in Clear. When you made this initial investment in Clear, did you envision that this was a quote unquote future of work play, or were you more interested in the sort of identity and biometrics piece?
A little bit of both. We believed in the vision of Clear. We obviously, Karen is one of the iconic entrepreneurs. We back great entrepreneurs trying to do disruptive things and change the world. And they already had momentum in the airport side of things, but they had a plan to shift from being a product to being a broader platform, and did have interest even back then in sports venues and hospitals and other kinds of things. And Ted Leonce is a partner here at Revolution Growth because he owns sports teams and has a lot of connections there. We felt could be helpful. So we did invest with the idea that they would expand their core business in terms of more airports, more partnerships with airlines, but over time expand into other areas. Of course, we didn't anticipate a pandemic, which then accelerated, as Karen mentioned, the expansion of the Health Pass side of things. But we've always believed in this being a major platform company.
Web Summit has so many entrepreneurs in attendance, and I want to go back really quickly to something you said about backing Karen as an entrepreneur. What are the traits and characteristics that you look for in entrepreneurs at Revolution? And then I want to talk a little bit about the stuff of entrepreneurs during crisis, but talk a little bit about what you look for in the founders you back.
Big vision, but also the ability to execute the vision. I love the Thomas Edison quote from a century ago, that vision without execution is hallucination. So you got to have a big idea. You have to have something, a mountain to climb that's worth climbing. But you also need to have the team. It's not just obviously the entrepreneur, it's the team they build around them, because entrepreneurship is a team sport to execute. And in many of the business, what I've called the third wave of the internet, and Clear is a perfect example of this, it's not just about building the technology, it's about establishing partnerships to really accelerate the adoption of the technology and navigating the policy framework, regulatory issues. And Clear's biometric technology is exceptional, but the company is not valuable unless they are able to partner initially with with airports now, with many others. And unless they can navigate some of those policy issues, getting the support of the TSA and things like that, those third wave companies where it's not just the core technology, it's also partnerships policy are what we look for. But they have to be led by great entrepreneurs that are resilient. And even when Karen and her partners bought the company out of bankruptcy post the last economic crisis, we even back then knew that they were the kind of folks that were going to build a company. It's just become a much bigger company and a much broader platform company faster than I think most of us would have expected because of the great leadership of Karen and the team she's assembled.
I want to dig a little bit more into leadership in crisis. What are some of the traits that you've seen your portfolio entrepreneurs exhibit during this crisis that you think will hold them in good stead?
Well, the first step I think everybody had to do was just, kind of hunker down a little bit, move into shelter mode, figuring out how to manage through that early stage of the crisis. Every business, of course, was a little bit different, but that was the first, a couple of months. But the great entrepreneurs, including Karen, quickly moved from managing to imagining and really reimagining. Say, okay, this does create some challenges. We have to deal with those challenges, but it also creates some opportunities. So how do we seize those opportunities and use this time to step up our efforts? Clear has done this. Other companies we back like Tempest and Talkspace and Sweetgreen have also done this. They really recognize that although there are many challenges to deal with, while others are still focused on kind of hunkering down and just trying to survive, maybe that's the time to put your foot on the accelerator and really accelerate the growth of your business so you can thrive.
Karen, what do you think are the lessons that you and your leadership team have ingested during the last 8 months that you're going to take with you? I've got to imagine that that being in the trenches together during this period of time has certainly helped make you stronger as a leadership team.
Foxhole is a bonding experience for a team. I think many of us had gone through 9/11 in business and 2008, 2009. And I think we really shared those experiences of what we wish we did better and what we learned from it. Number one, staying calm. Number two, understanding where you are and being really realistic and transparent about it. But number three, being forward looking. At each time it was, okay, where are we? But where are we going to be in 1 to 2 years? And that opportunity to come together, to stay connected. I think this medium, I'm a very in-person and relational person, but this medium, right? We became very communicative, very transparent with our organization. We moved quickly. And one of our key values is embracing change. And I spent the first part of my career in the stock market, and I'm comfortable being uncomfortable. You were never going to have perfect data. So understanding that and moving quickly and putting people first and being very communicative in a way that, was above and beyond, but you had no choice. You weren't seeing each other. People couldn't get a vibe for what was going on. You have a business that's going down from a volume perspective and a huge opportunity going up. It was really coming together and being very transparent, very vulnerable, very authentic. We've got dogs, we've got babies, we'll meet at 6 a.m., we'll meet at 10 p.m., bring your coffee, bring your wine, like we got to get this done. I think that's real. And quite frankly, it's who we are and something that I hope we continue to do, right? It's about the goals and getting it done, keeping emotion out of it and focusing on the future, but definitely not burying your head in the sand, right? This is not a time for rose-colored glasses. It was like real talk. And quite frankly, leaning on your partners. So having partners like Revolution who hosted calls, who made themselves available, who were giving us insight, that makes you richer. So those partnerships, external and internal, are so powerful and built over a long period of time.
I love bring your coffee, bring your wine. There may have been people who brought both.
No judgment.
Karen, as you've talked to some of your partners now on the enterprise side, office buildings, enterprises, and you've looked at your own experiences, how do you think business has fundamentally changed as a result of the pandemic? What are the things that we're embracing now that we can't put back in the bottle?
I think that a lot of industries that we had been talking to who thought, what we're doing is good enough, or we're going to do a mobile ticket and that's good enough. Good enough is no longer good enough. You have to come back better than you left. Transforming that customer experience, right? When you have nobody coming to your theater or your office building, really thinking about that customer journey is job one. You have to make it safe and you have to make it easy. And I don't think that's obviously, we're talking our own book at some level, but I don't think that's going away, whether it be a restaurant, for the employees and for the customers. You have to make that journey better in order to bring people back and have them want to stay. So I think we're talking to hospitals who are reimagining their patient journey. I think they had thought about it for a while, but you're forced to now. There's a sense of urgency and a sense of future. So I don't think that goes away. I don't think it goes back to how it was, a paper world, a friction-full world. I think innovation is their friend.
Steve, I'd ask the same question of you as you look through the lens of business through your portfolio companies, and as a business person yourself. What has fundamentally changed about the way we work, the way we manage, the way we execute as a result of the last 8 months that we've been living?
Well, I think people have been surprised at how productive they could be in a more remote world. A lot of companies that really didn't allow remote work now find it works reasonably well. You do lose something in the process, as Karen said, particularly if you're in a kind of a brainstorming kind of ideating kind of phase. I think it is a little bit more difficult in a remote world. But I think there will be a lot of people who decide this is the way they prefer working, or at least most of the time prefer working. So I think every company will need to figure out what makes sense, but it likely will migrate to sort of a hybrid structure where some people do decide to work predominantly in the offices, some people do decide to work predominantly remote. And the challenge actually will be managing that hybrid workforce. I think it's relatively easy if everybody's in the office. It's also proven to be relatively easy if everybody's remote. It's going to be much harder when it's 50-50. And even the people who are remote are feeling maybe they're missing out. They're not in the room where it happens. So there'll be some cultural dynamics to manage. But I think this has been a kind of a wake-up call, has been a little bit of a shake the snow globe moment in terms of work, also in terms of e-commerce. That one company we backed, Big Commerce, has seen an acceleration of their business over the last 7-8 months. Talkspace has seen an acceleration in the adoption of telehealth, in their case, digital mental health. So there's some that have seen kind of positive momentum because of this. Others, like Clear, initially saw challenges, suddenly pivoted, and instead of just focusing on managing those challenges, started seizing new opportunities. That's what's so great about entrepreneurs. They really they see a problem and flip it around and say, wait a minute, I think that's an opportunity.
Steve, in our remaining few minutes together, I'm going to close with you, but of course, Karen, feel free to jump in. We've referenced some rough patches in the global economy already, whether it was 9/11, the global downturn, economic downturn of 2007, 2008. Steve, you've lived through a lot of these as a business leader. What's different about this particular economic downturn, which globally has been compared to the Great Depression? And what are the skills that business people, entrepreneurs, executives are going to need to be resilient and to bounce back from this?
Well, obviously, the main thing that's different is the pandemic, this health crisis. And some of the previous economic kind of upheavals were related to housing or sort of the internet kind of boom and bust were much more kind of business centric. This is much more health centric, and it's having a ripple effect across not just the economy, but across our society. Obviously, lots of people have lost their jobs. People are quite anxious. We have a country that's also quite divided. So there's a broader set of challenges. I think what leaders need to do is recognize that people are unsettled and try to figure out ways to comfort them in the short run and keep their eyes on the prize in terms of what they're building towards. And that requires great communication skills, great collaboration skills. I think some things that are not as emphasized as much as they should in the tech world. We always focus on things like coding and the core software and technology, which of course is important, but these other skills around collaboration, forging partnerships, building teams is going to be increasingly important in this internet third wave. And I think the last 8 or 9 months has just been a reminder to all of us that that's sort of job one.
I would add,
yeah, go ahead.
I would add to that. I think productivity and efficiency is incredibly important. And people, right, they're working from home, they have families, they have different challenges, and figuring out how to use your time and how to use it well, how to prioritize, how to Steve's point on execution, which is a phrase that we use, right, about hallucination and execution. You got to be productive and efficient and transparent. You got to raise your hand when you have problems, no matter where you are in the world. And I think that communication and those skills, those requirements, the need is at an all-time high. And to do it in a concise way, we've been sending out video emails, right? To do it in a way that people across your company can digest it and that your partners can also see it.
Yeah, we live in a time-shifted world, and you've got to meet your employees where they are. I want to thank Steve and Karen before I throw it back to Lisbon. This has been a great conversation. Thank you to Web Summit, and back to Portugal.
Inception delivers XR apps by combining a proprietary tech platform and exclusive content IP. Bookful by Inception is the best-selling kids augmented reality and 3D books and games app, holding the world's largest AR library with hundreds of titles from leading publishers and brands.
Our purpose for the download is to deliver a monthly program full of insights, trends, thought-provoking ideas, and exclusive interviews, all nicely wrapped up for you in under half an hour.
Notco, a food technology company that produces plant-based meat and dairy substitutes, have already raised $115 million, most noticeable from Amazon's Jeff Bezos. Founder and CEO Matthias Muchnik will discuss how they're using AI to save the food industry.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining me. My name is Matthias Muchnik. I am the CEO and founder of Notco. And we at Notco are a group of people that strongly believe we must completely change the food system. We think the system is broken, is harming, human beings, the environment, is using ridiculous amount of water, energy, and soil to create the food system that we're sustaining right now, and that's inefficient. 5 years ago, we set up with Karim and Pablo this idea that we needed to introduce a new technology to this industry to really, really disrupt it and start from scratch, start to understanding food and this world of plants that is absolutely unexplored. I mean, we have more than 400,000 species of plants in the world, and we have no idea what they can do. So first, the most important thing for us was understanding food, what milk is, what meat is. The only way to replicate something is to first understand it. So with this group of people, we decided to go deeper into the molecular composition of products, the physical chemical interaction between them, and the correlations between data, food, and the human perception of taste, texture, smell, and color. So combining artificial intelligence and deep science would help us create products faster, better, and more accurate than anyone else in the space. We definitely think that time is running out. Food has become one of the major environmental ills known to humankind, and we need to introduce a new technology in order to disrupt it. So we decided to create an algorithm that's called Giuseppe. Giuseppe basically understands food, or traditionally animal-based food, at a molecular level, and also understand this, more than 400,000 species of plants, and finds which combination of plant-based ingredients should result in the same sensorial experience as milk. So for a human being, it's actually very crazy to think that the combination of pineapple, peas, cabbage, and chicory could actually create the same sensorial experience, the same taste, texture, smell, color, and also functionality of milk. And that's what we've done. We've made the most advanced food scientist in the world, and that is not a human being, that's artificial intelligence. So this is what machine learning is bringing to the industry. It's efficiency, it's creating a new way of conceiving ingredients, and it's a new way to really understand how machine learning and technology can disrupt an obsolete food system, right? So this is a little bit the curve and the learning curve of artificial intelligence and machine learning. And this is what we really wanted when it comes to creating new products. its efficiency, its speed, and its accuracy. So we're a company that is disrupting 4 different categories in 4 different countries. And we've done that supported by probably the best investors you can, get support from. So one of them being Jeff Bezos, to really accelerate our launching in the US. And this team of people that is very knowledgeable of the industry, very knowledgeable of how to really go deep into this industry and disrupt it, considering the consumer before anything else. So this is all of the products that we've done in the last 5 years. We're disrupting the Chilean, Brazilian, Argentinian, and the US market. And we're really focused on changing things with tasty, tasty food everywhere, every time. This is the way to do it. We sell mouth-wateringly delicious plant-based products that appeal to the mass market. We want to move the needle, and that's the only way to do that. So thank you. This is Notco, and any questions, happy to answer.
Want some exclusive offers from our partners? Go check out the attendee perks in your profile menu in the mobile app to find amazing discounts and offers from our partners.
Get ready to welcome Benedict Evans, analyst and venture partner at Mosaic Venture, who is back at Web Summit with another insightful look at trends that will define the industry over the coming months and years.
Hello, I'm Benedict Evans, and I am not in Lisbon, which is part of the point of this presentation. At the beginning of this year, I gave a presentation in Davos where I talked about technology as standing on the shoulders of giants. And since then, an awful lot of that conversation has changed, and an awful lot of it has accelerated. And I'm going to talk about how technology fits into some of those changes. So, a starting observation, we've gone through a fairly unprecedented shock. 50 million Americans have filed for unemployment in the first half of this year. Everybody is trying to work out what's happened and what's going to happen next. And it seems to me that there's 3 phases to think about here. There is our current moment of shock, survival. What do we do in lockdown? How do we do business in this environment? There's, at some point over the next 18 months, there is a steady exit and a steady return to a world in which we can walk down the street without wearing a mask. And as we move into that, there is a profoundly changed world. When all of this is over, what will look different? And there are clearly geopolitical changes coming. There's a recession. There are political and fiscal and social changes in all of our countries. And there are also implications for technology. And I'm not going to talk about any of the other things. I am going to talk about what this means for technology. And I think as we looked at this in January, as I said, we were standing on the shoulders of giants. We had connected everybody, or almost everybody. And so there's about 5.5 billion adults on Earth. About 5 billion people have a mobile phone. 4 to 4.5 billion people have a smartphone. And not all of those people are fully online, but effectively we're at the end of that conversation that we've been having for the last 25 years where we said everybody is going to have a computer. Well, almost everybody does now. So what happens next? I think the key thing to think about here is that we have this transformation in what's possible as a result of connecting all of those people. So there is a penetration and a density that makes new kinds of model, new business models, new experiences possible. Secondly, consumer behavior has moved. Consumers now expect to be able to do anything online. And thirdly, we have a wave of platforms that enable and accelerate new kinds of business model. The obvious place where this is front of mind is in e-commerce. And even at the beginning of this year, e-commerce was 10 to 20% of retail revenue across the world, and quite far ahead of that in China, the UK, South Korea, a couple of other places. And that in turn led to this little company some people have heard of called Amazon, which is now a $250 billion company growing at 20% a year. But it also enabled a bunch of other things besides Amazon. So Shopify's market cap is now over $100 billion. Stripe did a valuation round at $35 billion. Instagram and YouTube have gone from being pure social networks to being commerce platforms. And it's worth pausing and looking at just how fast Shopify has grown in 2020. It did $60 billion of GMV in 2019. It's already done $80 billion in the first 3 quarters of 2020, and it's on track to double in the year. So we have these enormous platforms enabling an explosion of commerce online, an explosion of sort of shifts in user behavior online. And those are happening far beyond just the Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon giants. There's a sort of a second wave of companies enabling that adoption. The other thing that's front of mind is TV. And we've been talking about TV unlocking and unbundling for a very long time, but in the last 5 years or so, it's finally happened. US pay TV penetration is now down 25% from the peak and falling. Linear video consumption is now only half of total video consumption. Consumer behavior is finally switching, and linear TV subscriptions will probably pass Netflix on the way down. In the UK, young people's viewing of linear television has already more than halved since 2010 and is accelerating downwards. Meanwhile, the new software entrants to TV have become major players. There was a famous quote from a decade ago that the chief executive of Time Warner said that worrying about Netflix was like worrying about the Albanian army. Netflix is now bigger than Time Warner. In fact, it's the biggest content production budget in the USA if you don't include sports, and Netflix, Amazon and Apple combined were about a third of content production budgets in the USA last year. Now that's a USA story, but if you think about what those budgets mean on a global scale, Netflix now has more TV viewing than any linear TV channel in the UK. YouTube is more than twice as big. And US media companies were always bigger than European media companies because they had a bigger domestic market, but they always sold into those markets. Now they go direct. So we're seeing a sort of a fundamental unbundling and reaggregation of what TV consumption looks like and what TV ownership looks like. Now, if you pull both of those together, e-commerce on the one hand and TV on the other, you get a fundamental change in what advertising looks like. And so this chart shows you US advertising as a percentage of GDP back to 1950. And there's a bunch of interesting things going on here, but two or three things to pull out. First, fairly obviously, newspapers' share of advertising has been declining since the 50s. Secondly, TV advertising grew until about 2000, but has actually shrunk by about a third on these numbers since 2000 as a share of GDP. Third, very obviously in red, internet advertising has exploded. But I think the really interesting macro trend in this chart is advertising overall going down as a share of GDP. And really what I think you're seeing here is repricing on the one hand and recategorization on the other. There are all sorts of new ways of spending money to get customers that don't get captured in this. If you move your ad budget into opening stores or into same-day shipping or free delivery or free returns, those are all ways of acquiring and keeping customers, but they don't get captured in the ad budgets or the marketing budgets anymore. So there's a sort of a fundamental repricing reallocation around how you acquire a customer. Going up one level, this is data from Google Trends for the UK on search volume for best versus cheap. And so you see here that in the past, people used the internet as a price comparison engine. Increasingly now it moves up the funnel into recommendation, discovery, expertise. So people change how they use the internet, change how they discover products, move more and more of their purchasing and discovery behavior from the offline world to the online world. So there are those two kind of top level themes of e-commerce and TV, which are very obvious for all of us. But I think there's a much more fundamental shift going on here. For most of my career, people have said, remember, most people don't have that. Remember, most people don't have broadband. Most people don't have 3G. Most people don't have a smartphone. Well, today, over 80% of American teenagers have an iPhone. 80 to 90% of everybody in the developed world is online and has a smartphone. So that world in which, yes, we would do this, but most people don't, is over. This stuff has now become the default. I think the best way of expressing that is this data on how people meet their partner in the USA. In 2017, 40% of new relationships in the USA began online. So online dating has gone from kind of a joke and a niche activity to an absolutely basic part of mainstream daily life. The internet has gone from being kind of a niche and something that was interesting and exciting to being an absolutely basic part of daily life. This is a kind of another way of expressing that. These are three startups that I looked at in Silicon Valley in the last couple of years, RigUp, Honor and Incredible. All of these are two-sided marketplaces, so they connect pools of supply with pools of demand, people who want a job with people who want to hire them, and build tools around that. But they do that for demographics that were not online for 10 years, even 5 years ago, or if they were, they were online with a PC. Oilfield workers did not have a PC in their pickup truck, but now all those people have smartphones, they're all on Tinder or Grindr, they're all ready to do any aspect of their life online. And so what we're seeing is the expansion of the internet from early adopters to absolutely everybody. Now, absolutely everybody, not literally everybody. And we do need to be conscious about people who are left behind. So 50% of people over 75 in the UK are offline. 25% of people in the lowest economic demographic are offline. But being online has become the default. There are people left behind rather than early adopters. And I think the long-term macro trend of this is that computing has gone from being a big box from a big company in a big corporation that were used by white men in suits to being a basic part of everybody's life. We've gone from mainframe to Oracles to Salesforce to Tinder, and now every part of human life will become Tinder if you can find the right user experience for it. Now, the other conversation we were having at the beginning of the year was that if software had eaten the world, then all the world's problems get expressed in software. To put that another way, we connected everybody, and that meant we connected all the bad people. And more importantly, we connected all of our own bad instincts. And I think we can all think of examples of that in the last 6 months, or indeed the last 6 days. All of society's problems get expressed in software. And so that meant that regulation had become a huge part of the technology conversation, whether that's elections or privacy, encryption, hate speech, competition questions, even sort of very specific issues like AI bias or face recognition. All of those become part of a general national and international political conversation. And so in January, there were 3 conversations in tech. What happens when everyone is online? What are the next fundamental trends? And then regulation and policy. Today, or by the summer, that question had shifted because it becomes, well, what happens when everyone has to be online? And that's the second half of the presentation. So technology today, we take all of those trends and we think, well, how do they get changed and accelerated by 6 months, 12 months, 18 months of everybody thinking about lockdowns and viruses and masks? So there's a great quote from Lenin that there are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks where decades happen. And we've had an awful lot of weeks where decades have happened in the last 6 to 9 months. And I think there's 3 useful ways of thinking about this. The first is that there is acceleration. All of the existing trends, all of the stuff that we were all agreed and understood was happening, get pulled forward, get accelerated. We get a couple of years of progress in a couple of weeks. The second is there's a lot of forced experimentation. Everyone is forced to try things that they maybe weren't ready to try, maybe would never have thought they would do, but everyone has to try and see if that will work anyway. Everyone has to see if they can order groceries online. And then thirdly, there is a market reset. A lot of habits are being broken. There are a lot of land grabs going on at the moment. There's a lot of sort of fundamental change and cascading change in how people do things at the moment. First of all, thinking about e-commerce in lockdown, that pull forward. We've had several years of growth pulled forward into a couple of months in the in the USA. E-commerce went from about 16% of addressable retail to 23% of addressable retail in Q2. We'll get the Q3 numbers in a couple of weeks, actually next week. And so we're seeing a bunch of long-term growth being accelerated. That happens even more dramatically in the UK, where we have monthly data that gives us more texture here. The UK was at about 20% penetration at the end of last year. It spiked up to 35% in the peak of the lockdown and is now coming down, but still seems to be sort of stabilizing at something over 25%. And you can get a clearer picture of that here if you look at e-commerce in the context of overall retail. So here you see a very dramatic lockdown in the UK, you see the surge in e-commerce, but you also see e-commerce stabilizing at a sort of a step change, a step function, higher level, higher penetration of UK retail. In the US, where we don't have quite such granular data, you see something similar. E-commerce has stepped up as a percentage of overall retail. Now, it's an interesting point here that this change has been very unfairly concentrated. So normally when you have an economic shock like that, it gets concentrated in places that have a bad strategy, bad management, or a bad balance sheet. This time it's been concentrated in sectors that are just exposed to lockdown, exposed to travel, exposed to social distancing. And so US bar and restaurant employment dropped by 50%. In the spring and summer of 2020. It's come back up, but it hasn't come back up to the same levels. Now, if you look into New York City, which has been much more exposed to this, restaurant employment went down 80% and is still only at about a third of what it was at the beginning of the year, and is not going to recover to anything like those levels for quite a long time to come. The other side of this, grocery, has had a fantastic year. In the UK, online grocery sales doubled from a low base, so they went from 5% to over 10%, more or less overnight, and appear to have stabilised at well over 10%. On the other hand, so those are sort of numbers from the US and the UK. There's another side to this story, which is digital adoption is actually pretty varied. As the cliche puts it, the future is here, but it's unevenly distributed. So in the UK, e-commerce penetration is ahead of the USA, the USA, even Germany. Over 3/4 of people are now buying stuff online. But in Italy in 2019, only 38% of people made a single online purchase. So you have very uneven distribution of digital adoption in Europe. And even in Italy, we saw a dramatic uptick in adoption of technology, adoption of e-commerce. Italian e-commerce spiked up, sorry, not 15%, 51% from the year before figure in June of this year. And there's a bunch of wobbling going on now as we go into lockdown, out of lockdown. In some countries, e-commerce was negatively affected by lockdown because you couldn't even do delivery. But you're seeing in every country this sort of step change in adoption of e-commerce and adoption of internet technologies. Shifting out of e-commerce, this pattern is reflected in a whole bunch of other sectors. So this is data on adoption of video calls in the first lockdown this spring. And you see sort of 5, 10, 20, 25% of people across developed markets using video calling for the first time or using video calling much more for work. Now that picture is even more dramatic if we look at personal video calling. In the UK, in February, only about a third of the UK population did a personal video call at least once a week. That doubled pretty much overnight, went to 70%, and that was distributed across all of the social platforms. Everyone talks a lot about Zoom, but actually FaceTime did a lot better than Zoom, and the Facebook platforms, WhatsApp and Messenger, were ahead of that again. So we have even the same picture in big companies. So if you come from Silicon Valley, if you're the kind of person that's going to Web Summit, you probably think that cloud, SaaS is like an old boring story, like we understand that's happened now. Inside big companies, only about 25% of workflows have moved to the cloud so far. And we're now seeing, as a result of the lockdown, a really rapid acceleration of that, a rapid acceleration in the expectation of that. That's going to go to closer to 50% over the next 18 months. Microsoft's Satya Nadella pointed this out, again, unconsciously channeling Lenin. Microsoft has had 2 years of digital transformation in 2 months. And digital transformation, it feels like kind of a boring marketing kind of phrase that comes from boring big company CIA people. But I think what that phrase captures is that in the 80s and the early 90s, enterprise computing moved from mainframes and terminals to Oracle and Microsoft and PCs and client server. There was a generational transformation in what enterprise computing looked like. We're now going through another generational transformation in enterprise computing to cloud and to machine learning. And COVID and lockdown is accelerating that. This is even happening in a bunch of sectors that historically have been graveyards for innovation, like remote medicine, remote education. And so in the UK, the NHS did a tender for remote medicine that took 48 hours. Normally that would be 48 days, 48 weeks, maybe even 48 quarters. They did it in 48 hours. 11 companies were picked. Over 90% of general practitioners of PCPs have adopted remote medicine. It's important to understand this isn't applying to absolutely everything. You might have thought that lockdown would be a great moment for VR, and it doesn't look like it was. Now, this chart comes before Facebook really reduced the Oculus Quest, so there's another product surge around interest in that. But at the moment, it doesn't look like lockdown is driving a fundamental catalytic moment for VR. So yes, we experiment with lots of stuff. We aren't necessarily experimenting with everything. But I think if we kind of go up again a couple of levels and think about a kind of a macro view of this, we're all being forced to try a lot of tools right now. And whenever you get a new tool, the first thing you do is you make the tool fit the old way of doing things. So you print out your emails. But then over time, you change the way you do your job in order to fit the new tool. You start by forcing the tool to fit the work, and then you get the work to fit the tool. And so what we're seeing now is an awful lot of people doing both of those. Everything has to be a video call. Everything has to be remote. Everybody has to work from home. And step one is you take your existing working practices and do them over Zoom. Step two is you think, well, hang on, how do we change the way that we work if we can't get on a plane, but also if we don't have to get on a plane? How do we change the way we work if we're not all in an office, but also we don't all have to be in an office? What are the social dynamics? How does teamwork function? How does social capital work? Right now, we're in a moment where people think, well, everything is going to be remote. Clearly, there's going to be a pendulum swinging back and forth as we set at a new level. The new level will not be 100% remote. It will not be 100% all the new stuff, but we'll set at a new level. And I think one of the ways you can think about that is in terms of breaking habits. Every habit gets broken, and then you think about what the new habit should be. A really good way of thinking about what that might look like is this chart, which shows you advertising revenue for the US newspaper and magazine industry. And what you see here in the middle of the chart from 2000 and just after the dot-com bubble to 2007-8 is the consumer internet is going up, but newspapers seem to be doing okay. The line's flat, it's going up a bit, it seems to be all right. And then the financial crisis comes and the budgets go down by a third. And when the crisis is over, they don't go back up, they don't even stabilize, they just carry on down at a 45-degree angle. And what happens here is everyone stops and thinks, wait, how are we doing our business? Is that the right way of doing it? Everyone reconsiders their budget and starts again from scratch. We're going through another one of those resets at the moment now. You could call this the Wile E. Coyote moment. Everybody has run off the cliff, and some people are going to slowly look down and realize that there isn't any ground underneath them anymore. Now, I think the most obvious place that you can see this again is in the US in retail. So the US, as this lovely phrase goes, is massively overstored. It has massively more retail square foot per capita than anywhere else in the developed world. And that chart is clearly going to unwind. And there's going to be a lot of cascading consequences from that, because there's a lot of retailers who are in a mall and they think they're okay. And then the department store that anchors that mall goes away. And then they're not okay. And then the mall goes away. And what's their retail footprint? And that retail traffic, that retail spending doesn't go to their store somewhere else, and it doesn't even go to their store online. Instead, it gets reallocated. You have to fight for that revenue again from zero. And so there's a lot of rebalancing going on right now, a lot of reconsideration of what is the retail model, what is the purchasing model, what's our merchandising model, how do we think about how we would spend that? That is also, of course, happening in the context of TV getting reimagined, TV advertising getting reimagined, identity and online advertising getting fundamentally reset by Apple and Google. So all the cards are being thrown up in the air in a lot of different industries, and no one quite knows where they're going to settle. Part of that story is the purchasing journey again. One of the things that we're seeing in lockdown is that people are casting the funnel more broadly. Before lockdown and after lockdown, you see a greater spread of places that you might look for a product. And so I think a way you could think about the market right now is it's the best of times and it's the worst of times. Everyone is trying everything. All of your consumers are ready to try anything different, anything new. Every habit is being broken. A lot of the digital incumbents have been swamped. Facebook and Amazon, many of your existing channels are overloaded. There's massive amounts of traffic going into them, and people are willing to try anything new. And some of your physical incumbents are going to disappear. Some of your physical competitors are going to disappear or get reallocated. And so if you can survive and if you aren't going out of business right now, then this is a huge opportunity. And so we have a huge amount of destruction going on, also a huge amount of creation going on at the moment. So if we think about how you would pull some of those threads together as we go from before COVID to after COVID, after distancing. If we think back over the history of the technology industry, it's always kind of interesting to remind ourselves how fast everything has grown, what those exponential charts really look like, and how small technology really was quite recently. So when Netscape launched in 1994, there were probably only 75 to 100 million PCs on the entire planet. And 3/4 of those were in big companies, and half of them were in the USA. So there were maybe 5 million, maybe 10 million consumer PCs outside the USA. There were only 25 million consumer PCs on the entire planet. So the internet was a really small thing computers were a really, really small thing. They were very interesting and they were very exciting, and probably everybody on this call who was alive then thought this is what I want to make my career in. But this was not a fundamentally systemically important part of society. Even when the dot-com bubble happened, there were less than 500 million PCs in the world, sorry. When Facebook launched in the early 2000s, there were less than 1 billion people online. Today, there are 4 billion people with a smartphone, and in most developed markets, absolutely everybody is online. And so we've moved from a world in which this stuff was sort of interesting and exciting to a world in which it's a basic systemic part of society. And I think it's kind of useful to think about the kind of the S-curve framing, the generational change framing of technology in that context. That in the 60s and 70s, mainframes brought computing to every big company. In the 80s and 90s, PCs brought computing to every company. The web gave every middle-class family a reason to buy a PC. And then smartphones bought computing and the internet to 4 or 5 billion people, effectively 80 to 90% of all the adults on Earth. What comes after that? Well, what happens is that computing, technology, software, the internet becomes a systemically important part of society. Now, that has implications for some of the regulation conversations I pointed out earlier, for some of the antitrust conversations I pointed out earlier, but it also has implications for the kinds of companies that we can build. There's a framing that the first 50 years of the car industry was about making cars. It was about making car companies, about working out what a car should be, about building highways, about the generalized mass deployment of the automobile and the internal combustion engine. But the second 50 years of the car industry were about what happens when everybody has a car. And so the first 50 years of the car industry are about Ford and General Motors and Renault and Porsche. The second 50 years of the car industry are about McDonald's and Walmart. They're about what happens when everybody has a car. And I think we're sort of in that moment now as we think about technology and software and the internet. The first 50 years were about everybody getting a computer. The second 50 years are about, well, what happens now that everybody has a computer? There is no aspect of the economy, no aspect of human behavior that cannot be converted to software, cannot be changed by software, if you can find out the right experience, the right go-to-market, the right way of unlocking that question. Now, finally, we are still very obviously in a moment of economic and social crisis. If we think about the last great economic shock that we went through in 2008 and 2009, that was a moment of a huge amount of company creation and a huge amount of really important, interesting, systemically important companies got created. WhatsApp, Pinterest, Uber, Airbnb, Slack. We all use these. Some people have invested in these. We're going through, again, a sort of Cambrian explosion right now of company creation, whether that's in productivity tools, video and remote work tools on the one hand, in commerce and marketing tools, and in home food delivery as one particular vertical, but every kind of sense of, well, how do we buy online? How do we work online? How do we live our lives online in lockdown? So we've got this explosion of tools around those sectors. We also, however, have an explosion of tools around all sorts of other things. There was no obvious connection between the financial crisis and Slack or WhatsApp. And there will be no obvious connection between the crisis we're going through now and some of the really important $100 billion companies that are being founded by people who are listening to this call, hopefully. But we're going to see that continuation of company creation. A final thing to talk about here is globalization, particularly given I'm calling from London to an event that would have been in Lisbon, to people who are looking all around the world. And so this chart shows you a very local politics kind of story, Silicon Valley house prices. And we've been having a sort of boiling the frog conversation about Silicon Valley for the last 5 or 10 years. At what point can innovation and company creation get unbundled from that global cluster? How far does that spread globally? We're now doubling down on that conversation around how far people can move outside of Silicon Valley, how far company creation is truly going globally. And frankly, that's already happening. If we look at the spread of venture capital around the world, it's gone from being 90% in the USA to being 50% USA, 50% globally. And I think the best expression of that is this chart of how many smartphones there are on Earth. There's more smartphones in China than there are in the USA and Western Europe combined, more smartphones in India than the USA and Western Europe combined. In fact, I think the most important thing about this chart is that I've put North America into rest of world. And I think that's a useful way of thinking about what's going to happen to technology in the next 10 and 20 years. Thank you.
We are HillCloud, an Austro-Hungarian health tech startup. We provide enterprise software to hospitals, contract research organizations, and pharmaceutical companies who would like to build their own virtual data networks to support their clinical trials, observational studies, and population health analytics.
We now travel to Greece. Greece is known as the birthplace of democracy some 2,500 years ago. Today, it is a burgeoning hub for innovation. Our next speaker is leading the charge to transform Greece into a tech leader. In a conversation with Politico's Matthew Kaminsky, please give a warm welcome to the Prime Minister of Greece, Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Take it away, sir.
Hi, I'm Matt Kaminsky, and I'm delighted to be joined here by Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Prime Minister, welcome.
Thank you, Matt. Always a pleasure to chat with you.
So let's start. It's been quite a year, 2020, and at the beginning of the year, it seemed like Greece was really kind of coming out of the many years of economic turbulence and really doing very well. Can you tell us sort of where the Greek economy is now and how much of a shock has COVID been to your plans to get it back on its feet?
Well, you're right to point out that we were doing rather well during the first 3 months of the year, significantly better than the rest of the Eurozone. But of course, the Greek economy is also going to be significantly impacted by COVID. I expect a recession in line with the Eurozone average. So we know that we have a lot of work to do to make sure that we catch up for the lost ground. What I do want to point out is that in spite of COVID, we have tried, I think rather successfully, to keep our reform agenda on track. By reform agenda, I mean making Greece more attractive for foreign direct investment, reducing the tax burden, cutting red tape, and also leveraging our natural competitive advantages to attract investment from abroad. We've had some very interesting success stories during COVID. Microsoft, for example, announced a month ago that they would be setting up 3 big data centers in Greece. It's not the only example, but I think companies are looking post-COVID. I think they're doing their calculations as to which countries can actually deliver long-term growth. And I think that Greece is very well positioned in this game.
What is your focus in terms of the reform? Is it on your sort of fiscal house? Is it more on how do you, or is it more on sort of making Greece more appealing to investors? And if so, what levers do you have?
A lot of the reforms are supply side reforms that have to do with the underlying foundation of the Greek economy. We knew from the beginning that we were not competitive in terms of our taxes. So we reduced corporate taxes, we reduced taxes on dividends, but we've also made it more attractive to invest in Greece by giving tax incentives for investments in R&D. We'll have more tax incentives for green and digital investments. In 2020, we've reduced payroll taxes. We've cut taxation on high wage earners, which makes it more attractive to hire people in Greece. On the fiscal side, I'm happy to report that Greece is currently borrowing at record low interest rates. So there is a broad confidence in the prospects of the Greek economy. Greece is no longer the outlier within the Eurozone. And I think this is an important achievement for a country that has gone through a very difficult period for almost 10 years. If you look at our yield curve now, all our debt is essentially trading under 1%. That seems sort of inconceivable compared to where we were a year ago. So I think in terms of our fiscal position, of course, our deficit and our debt is going to increase. But I think the markets are comfortable because this is a trend you witness everywhere in the world. I think there is a lot of confidence in this government. We still have almost 3 years in our term. We have an absolute majority in Parliament. We don't have to face the sort of political constraints that other coalition governments in Europe have to face. And when we embark on a course, we are very quick at delivering results. I think that both markets, but also foreign direct investors, are much more comfortable with Greece these days.
And on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most confident, how confident are you that you've put the phrase Greek crisis or Grexit in a, you sort of buried that?
Oh, that's a 10.
It's a 10.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt about that in my mind. We've left this period behind us, and that's what the markets seem to believe. And if foreign interest for investment in Greece is a yardstick of our credibility, I can tell you I'm talking to foreign investors who are interested in investing in Greece almost daily. So I think people see the long-term growth story behind Greece, a Eurozone country that still has relatively cheap assets because it's coming out of an economic crisis. In my mind, with a super competitive labor force, this is one of our major natural comparative advantages. And of course, with sectors where we can be world-class, such as sustainable tourism, renewable energy. We strive to be the best in those sectors where we feel we have a natural comparative advantage.
Since we are at the Web Summit, I guess virtually speaking, how does technology and the tech sector fit into your plans to modernize the Greek economy?
You wouldn't necessarily associate Greece with technology. But let me just give you one example of a project we launched a few weeks ago, which in my mind symbolizes the transition from the old Greece people sort of remember to the new Greece I envision. We did a deal with Volkswagen. We took a medium-sized Greek island called Astypalea, not necessarily very well known, but extremely pretty. And we've decided that we will use this island as a test case for green mobility. So the plan is to completely convert the island to a state where all mobility is going to be electric and all electricity is going to be provided through renewable energy. So this is just one example of the sort of leaps that we can make in that space. And on the technology side, we have invested heavily, not necessarily resources, but I think primarily intellectual firepower into delivering government services through a unified portal called gov.gr. And I can tell you, Matt, that the reception of the Greek people has been extremely encouraging. Greeks had to go to a sort of a guichet in any physical interaction with the public administration. And this is changing very, very rapidly. So the digitization of the government service, of the government sector is a big priority for me. We're launching a big digital ID card project, very similar to what Estonia did. So we are making life for Greek citizens, but also Greek businesses so much easier when they interact with the state. At the same time, what is noteworthy is that you have an emerging ecosystem of technology companies that is coming out of Greece, not just Athens, but also other cities. The startup scene in Greece is booming. We've had startups that have been sold to foreign companies for quite significant valuation. So I think we can find our own niche within the tech space. And frankly, my pitch is very simple. COVID has proven that you can work out of anywhere. Why not work out of Greece? It's a country with exceptionally good connectivity, a safe country, as I think we've proven during the COVID crisis. Member of the European Union with exceptionally talented people, both within Greece, but also outside Greece, because we've had 500,000 Greeks who left the country during the 10-year crisis, many of which are looking to return. We're going to make it much easier for them to return because we're passing legislation very soon that will give them significant tax breaks and benefits should they choose to leave their countries of residence and return permanently to Greece and become Greek tax residents.
And of course, some exceptionally good weather and good food. So which you didn't say, but I feel obliged to add. The EU has just agreed for the first time to borrow as a bloc and has tried to push through a large recovery package, of which Greece, it sounds like, would be eligible for over 70 billion euros. How does that fit into your plans in the coming months?
It's absolutely critical for our plans. We were one of the first countries to submit our first draft of our the projects that will go into the RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Fund. As you know, there are very specific guidelines as far as allocations regarding green initiatives, digital initiatives, but all those fit very well into our long-term transformation program. So for the first time, we feel that we don't just have the plan, but we also have the public funds. By public, I define public funds as EU funds in this case, that will help us make this transformation a reality. Greece always suffered from an investment gap. How do you bridge this investment gap? You do it through private capital, but you also do it through European funds. And the fact that we will have 32 billion out of the Recovery and Resilience Fund and 40 billion of additional funding through the normal European instruments gives us the belief that we also have the firepower, the financial firepower to implement what is essentially a significant transformation of the Greek economy. I feel very comfortable with the plan that we have submitted, and we're looking to the European Union to provide us feedback, and hopefully the whole issue regarding the final approval of the RRF will be resolved by the time of the next summit, because all European countries need the money, and I think the money needs to start flowing into the member states the second half of 2021.
As you note, Poland and Hungary are vetoing the package over the language on sort of rule of law. Hungary is a member of the EPP, as you are. At what point, how much pressure are you willing or can put on Prime Minister Orban to get this going?
Hungary's Fidesz, which is Prime Minister Orban's party, is technically suspended from the EPP, and I think for good reason. I have faith in Chancellor Merkel's ability to find a compromise solution that will be in line with the decision that the heads of state and government took in July of this year. It's inconceivable to me that this significant European milestone will be held up because two member states have some disagreements regarding the interpretation of what we agreed, which in my mind was extremely clear. But this was an important, not just an important, it was really a staggering decision taken by the European Union. We've been following European politics very closely. You remember last March, it would have been unthinkable that the European Union would take such a step to borrow as a supranational entity and to channel grants to member states directly, but it has happened. It has made everyone very comfortable, including the capital markets and those who purchase European debt at the nation state level. So I'm sure that a solution will be found very, very soon.
Yeah. So Greece obviously is in the southeast corner of sort of Europe, which has always been an interesting neighborhood over the decades and centuries in this security sense. President Emmanuel Macron of France has launched a debate over strategic autonomy, that it is time now, Trump or not, for Europe to really chart its own path on security. Where do you stand on this, and where do you think the other EU leaders stand? Is Macron a pretty lonely voice on this, or is there broader support for quote unquote strategic autonomy from the US going forward?
I don't think he is a lonely voice. I think we need to balance the benefits of free trade with the realization that there are certain sectors where you would want Europe to demonstrate a level of what we call strategic autonomy. Pharmaceuticals, for example, would be one such sector. You know, I can think of many others. So I do think that there is momentum at the European level behind this suggestion. Again, we need to, very clearly define those sectors that we would define as strategic, where we would like, for economic but also for geopolitical reasons, not to be dependent on other major powers.
How about on defense? The Trump administration has very much strongly supported you in the standoff you've had in the Eastern Mediterranean with Turkey. Do you think that NATO itself should be rethinking its mission and its relationship, and in this decade and going forward under this Biden administration?
Well, first of all, we're looking forward to the new US administration re-engaging productively with Europe and making its presence more actively felt within NATO. It's no secret that we had our disagreements with Turkey. I think we've gotten support from the US State Department. We've gotten support from Europe. The problems between Greece and Turkey are relevant to Europe because they affect the Eastern Mediterranean. They're relevant to NATO because they affect NATO's south-eastern flank. And frankly, we've also made it very clear that Turkish provocation cannot continue without Turkey facing consequences. I think this has become apparent to all actors who have an interest in this part of the world. So again, it is an awkward position to find oneself in, but I don't think that Turkey sort of is in compliance with its role as a leading NATO alliance member when it purchases advanced missile systems from Russia, or when it openly uses terrorists from Syria to fight proxy wars. So I would expect a significant change in Turkish behavior at some point. If Turkey means what it has been recently saying, what President Erdogan recently said, that he wants actually a close relationship with Europe and the Western world. We're past words now. We need to see very clear actions on the Turkish side, and that would mean a real change in Turkish policy in the Eastern Mediterranean.
Prime Minister, thank you so much for your time today. Terrific to see you. And now back to Web Summit in Lisbon.
Hi guys, do you want to know what Mingle is? Well, Mingle is our speed networking feature we have developed to simulate those random chance encounters that happen in live events. So 3 minutes of conversation is all you get. If you want to continue, you can exchange details via the app afterwards. Have fun.
Relocating your business to Europe, hiring for the best tech talent available. Sign up for Portugal. Sign up for Portugal. No physical presence needed.
Welcome to Pitch, powered by KPMG. You're about to hear from some of the most innovative startup pitches in this year's competition. We're only going to show you a teaser. You can see the full pitch video on each company's startup profile next.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Web Summit's 2020 Pitch Final, powered by KPMG Private Enterprise. Over the last 2 days, 18 of the top startups at Web Summit have been competing for the pitch title. After pitching their companies on the center channel for the quarterfinals and semifinals, we are now down to just 3. Each startup will pitch for 2 minutes, followed by a Q&A with our judging panel. The winner will be announced here on the center channel at 4:10 p.m. later on today. Before I go any further, let me introduce our esteemed panel judges. Please give a warm welcome to Anna Scally from KPMG, Teresa Gao from Accrue Capital, Christina Fonseca from Indigo Capital Partners, and Wayne Ting from Lime. The judges will be taking into consideration the startup's product, potential to disrupt, team, financial viability, and the quality of the pitch. They'll be voting on their phones and scoring each startup out of 10. Okay, let's kick this off. Reply, who want to help companies become more sustainable and save on procurement costs, introducing founder Gary Cooper.
Since 2016, Reply's Asset Exchange Manager, or AXM, has diverted over 14.5 million tons of idle workplace resources from the landfill. Household organizations you all know, from Google to AbbVie to MIT, have used Reply to save millions of dollars on procurement costs through the better use and management of assets they already own. This is only the beginning. Reply is well positioned to expand cost savings opportunities for any organization. Our technology continues to evolve for other key verticals, for example, energy sector, the built environment, and retail, and other companies with an eye towards a net zero waste future. How we make and use products generates almost half of the emissions in our current economic system. We will not reach carbon zero if we don't shift towards a circular economy, where we prioritize reuse and regenerative systems. Existing tools lack the ability to drive visibility and utilization of idle and unused assets. Reply is the only market solution that combines an asset management system with an online marketplace, helping organizations to manage, swap, and rent physical assets internally or externally. The Reply team is a group of 25 seasoned professionals who embrace our collective mission to scale the circular economy through technology. We have doubled in size since the start of the pandemic, a testament to our perseverance and ability to pivot in the face of a challenging business environment. We crafted our entrepreneurship skills at esteemed accelerators like Techstars Chicago and 1871's AMP program, and continue to receive investment and support from firms like High Park Angels and M25 Ventures, right here in Chicago's tech scene. Our revenue model is twofold. First, organizations pay a subscription fee to drive circularity internally. Second, we take a transactions fee on the exchange of resources between organizations. As we enter our Series A round of financing with a 2,000% increase of ARR over the last year, Reply's technology is even more needed now. There's a $4.5 trillion global opportunity that awaits us in the circular economy. Technology like Reply's will drive its realization.
Anna, let's hear, what did you think of Reply?
Well, I think Reply is really in the here and now, incredibly important that we start to broaden our use of the circular economy.
Hi, Christina. What do you think of Reply?
Reply is at the intersection of something which is sustainability that appeals to all of us these days, but also digitalization of procurement, which is quite old school, and there's a huge opportunity. So quite excited with seeing what they build.
Teresa, what do you think of Reply?
Yeah, I really like what they're doing. I think, as many of the other judges says, it's very important right now. I was impressed with their 2,000% ARR growth, but my question would be, what's their current scale right now? And how frequent, they talked about subscription, how frequently are their customers using Reply as a service?
Wayne, what do you think of Reply?
Yeah, I really love the idea. I think if you can find an opportunity that both creates a social good, I think reuse is a critical part of the how we're going to tackle climate change and have an impact on the bottom line. I think that's a great Venn diagram to be in.
And would you have, if you have one question, what would it be?
I think that the challenge with kind of these green reuse companies I've seen is how sturdy is the revenue model. I think that he listed subscription and in a fee, but it sounds like they're taking existing goods and then helping them, sell it to a different party. I think that the question is, can they actually get a healthy margin on that? Because they're, the reuse markets, what I've seen is that the margins are pretty thin.
How sturdy is your revenue model? You mentioned a subscription and a fee. Can you get a healthy margin on that?
Yeah, I would say very sturdy. So we combined a SaaS subscription fee revenue model with a transactions fee model. Both of those participate over 90%.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Up next, creating secure authentication for every digital identity. Introducing Hee-Sung Moon from Switch.
Our technology, OTAC, generates dynamic codes which changes constantly without the use of active network. OTAC enables businesses across multiple industries such as in payments, IoT, and automotives to offer secure authentication technologies to its customers with unique business models. We currently have over 50 clients in Asia and are currently undergoing a POC with a government with a potential to become the national standard. The problem in cybersecurity is a $124 billion problem, costing the global economy $2.9 million every single minute. OTAC completely eliminates any use of static information such as card numbers and ID passwords in an active network, completely protecting end customers from any cyber threats. Technologically, our patented technology is unique. The closest competitor is OTP. However, unlike OTP, OTAC is able to authenticate devices with one-step verification without creating any duplicates. We have a strong team to drive the growth in the global market. Our founder Chang has over 20 years of experience in cybersecurity, which has led him to find the root of the problems and its solutions. Our internal patent attorney Carl is in charge of protecting the business with the portfolio of patents we currently have. Recently, we have Nick Hines, who has joined us as a new board director. Nick is a successful entrepreneur with an experience of selling his business to Yahoo for $1.6 billion. We provide our technology in the form of API and SDK to businesses. We receive a license fee on pay-per-user or pay-per-transaction basis depending on the industry and its use case. Our ultimate vision is to become the oxygen in all authentication. We want customers to use and benefit from various services without even knowing that they're using OTAC. We are confident that we can achieve this goal as we continue to make cases in global players who set the standards in specific industries. Thank you.
Okay, Christina, let's start with you. What did you think of Switch?
Okay, so I have a technical background, so cybersecurity is a topic I pay close attention to. Quite excited with the potential of what Switch is building, but also some questions in regards to how they make it possible. So what's different? What do they better than competition? At what stage they are in terms of development? Is this ready to go live massively or just in prototype stage? Are they commercializing actively? So I'm wondering if I want to try their technology tomorrow, if that's possible.
Great. Tricia, let's over to you. What did you think of Switched?
Yeah, like Christina, I've actually spent the last 20 years investing in cybersecurity, so I'm very aware of this problem. It is a big problem. So I thought that they're going after an interesting space. However, my main question is, it wasn't clear to me what their insertion strategy is. So one of the challenges with all cybersecurity is they spoke about an API and an SDK. I'd like to understand how much work that is for their clients to actually implement their technology. And then the real rub is always, what does this mean in terms of the user experience? Everyone wants to be more secure, but historically, if it requires a change in end user behavior to adopt the Switch technology, that is often the largest barrier to security technology adoption.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Wayne, what did you think of the pitch?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. You know, I'm the CEO of a consumer company, and security, data security, protecting our consumers is probably one of the most important things. And if anything, this has been rising every year, and every product we purchase, the fraudster seems to get smarter. So I definitely understand the value of this.
And finally, Anna, what did you think of Switched?
Yeah, certainly I loved the ambition that was there. So oxygen in all authentication, I think, was a term that he used in the pitch there. So I really loved the ambition that he showed. Clearly, they are in a space that has accelerated significantly, or the need for it has accelerated significantly throughout the pandemic over these last few months. But my big question was, what's different? I couldn't tell from the pitch what was so different about the product that Switch were offering.
What is unique about this product?
Well, the uniqueness of our technology is that we are the only technology in the world to date, which is able to generate dynamic information without the use of network. However, it is able to make sure there are no duplicates or produced at the same time. And also we can authenticate and verify users using our core algorithm OTAC alone. This has not been possible with any other authentication technologies in the market today, because they either have problems with duplications or use of static information or active network.
Thank you, Hee-sung. Our third and final startup of Pitch 2020 is Lalibela Global Networks, who are making healthcare more efficient and accessible to patients in Ethiopia and across Africa. Their product uses a low-code digital healthcare solution that allows for better data management. Introducing Wuleda Lema.
App by CHR has been tested in 4 hospitals, which 3 of them, by the way, received our solution for free for COVID management. We have digitized more than 1.2 million patient records, achieved 100K in 48 months of operation. With a flexible local solution, we expect to expand from Ethiopia to the African market, which is a potential market of more than 100,000 hospitals and clinics. There are vertical opportunities for local solution or local solution integration, such as API integration and EHR data integration. Hospitals and clinics in Africa pay nearly $200,000 a year only on paper supply to maintain their patient's record up to date. On the other hand, patients pay around $10 every time they return to the hospital. It's expensive and painful for everyone. Today, there is no solution in Ethiopia that not only covers more complex issues as we do, but that is also built to scale. Technology is our core business to solve complex problems in the African healthcare system. We have a AAA team that has been in health and ICT sector in Africa for the last 20 years. I myself, Dr. Wuleda Lema, CEO of Lalibela, with a PhD from Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine. Marra Kokabe, our CTO, Senior Software Engineer from Illinois Institute of Technology with more than 20 years of experience in developing a shipping software system. Kevin Hines, our Senior Architect Engineer with a Master from Stanford University, has more than 30 years of experience developing a shipping SaaS systems. We are able to build App by CHR as a low-code solution that hospitals can have quick and cheap implementation and low enough maintenance that doesn't require complex technical support. Hospitals in Africa and their staff can use and manage the system easily. Patients can take care of their information using App by CHR mobile system. As we mentioned, technology is our core business solution to solve complex problems in African healthcare system. Our business model is based on a monthly fixed fee plus a variable fee per visit per month.
Christina, what did you think?
I love that at a time where we are all discussing health and how technology can improve our lives. This team started to put the basics in place in Africa, in their own country, where there's a lot of potential.
Anna, what did you think?
Certainly, I was very impressed with it. I love the area that they are choosing to work in. It sounds like the team have migrated from shipping, if that's right, to healthcare, which is an unusual move, but hopefully they will be able to use the skills that they have learned in developing other products and aim it at this market, because I really think there is a huge opportunity.
I love the fact that they're going after this market and solving a problem that the founders have lived themselves by being, in market healthcare providers in Ethiopia. My main question is how repeatable is their software sales model, or is there a lot of customization and investment that needs to be done in order to integrate hospital by hospital?
How repeatable is your software sales model across hospitals and customers?
Our sales model is extremely repeatable because we build our solution using low-code solution and low-code because of low-code. Because of that, any hospital, not only in Africa, anywhere, can use it, adapt it, change it, and make it their own. So it's a highly, highly versatile product.
A round of applause for Willetta and for all of our finalists here today. The judges' scores will now be collected and counted, and the winner of Pitch Web Summit 2020 will be announced here on the Center Channel at 4:10 p.m. See you all later. Thank you very much.
Having an infrastructure that can support multiple computers 24/7 is a challenge that we feel we solve through the Cisco design infrastructure delivered by Sicilian.
Over the past 4 years, her actions against Google and Facebook have helped shape the future of technology. Last year, she was appointed to an unprecedented second term as the EU's competition commissioner. Here to tell us about the task that still lies ahead, in a conversation with Nicholas Thompson of Wired, please welcome Margriet Vestager.
Hello, I'm Nicholas Thompson. I'm the editor-in-chief of Wired. It is my great pleasure to be here with Executive Vice President Margriet Vestager. How are you?
I'm so good because I'm with you. And of course, it would have been better to be in Lisbon, but here we are, and this is the best we can do, so all good.
It's the best we can do. So the last time I talked to you, we were on West 57th Street in New York City, and it was the summer of 2018, and you had just that week announced that you were going to look into whether Amazon was using its market position unfairly, whether it was using the fact that it owned the marketplace to advantage its own products. And now, just a short while ago, you have announced the results of that investigation and you've brought charges against Amazon. Tell me why it took 2 years and what you learned that surprised you.
Well, it takes a long time because we go through a lot of data. Here we've been going through I tend to forget such big numbers, but we've gone through millions and millions and millions and millions of deals, looking at how Amazon is using sort of the non-public data of the retailers that are using their platform, and what we have found is that sort of the Amazon platform siphons the data for the use of Amazon Retail, in order for Amazon Retail to know very, very well what is going on that platform. That is our preliminary conclusions. And that, of course, allows Amazon to take so few risks compared to any other retailer. Because any other retailer would have to say, oh, should I, shouldn't I, what should be the prices, what would be interesting for my customers? They take a lot of risk. If you basically know everything that is ongoing on the marketplace, you take very few risks. And these preliminary conclusions, of course, now we want to hear what Amazon says about it. But we've been, deep diving in these data, and we've been deep diving so far that we have also opened another case, which is about the buy box, how it actually is that businesses get access to the buy box, because 80% of transactions happens there. So it's a very, very attractive place to be, because there it is, just take it to your cart and poof, there you have made your shopping. So we want to know, can you basically only be there if you also use Amazon Fulfillment, or is there fair competition to get into the buy box? And that is the next investigation that we're opening.
And so the reason it took 2 years is because you had to compile a huge trove of data to make your case. You also uncovered other possible malfeasance. You had to put it all together. Now, critics would say an investigation that takes this long just can't work. The tech companies move so fast. Look how much Amazon has invented, how much Amazon has changed. This shows why the regulators are always late. How do you respond to that?
Well, actually, that is part of my own criticism of the work that we do, because that is perfectly right. We are in very dynamic markets. We're in fast-moving market. Networks effect, marginal cost coming down to zero if you have that kind of size. Which is why we want to be really vigilant in our competition law enforcement. We will use intermediate measures if we find the cases to do so. And intermediate measures basically allows us to say, stop, what are you doing? And that allows us then to do the investigation without more harm being caused. But the third thing is that we need to sort of call in regulation. To say, well, here, competition law enforcement and regulation, we need to help each other to make sure that we have a fair marketplace. And right now we are drafting sort of the last paragraphs, last articles of regulation that we're going to table very soon.
Yes, well, that's the Digital Marketplaces Act and the Digital Services Act, and I want to ask you about them. But before we do, I just want to briefly ask you one question about Amazon. So you dug into their marketplace, you dug into the buy button. Did you dig into the way they use the data they acquire through AWS? One of the unknowns in the tech industry is whether Amazon is sniffing the data from its hosting service and using that to further its competitive advantages. What did you find on that question?
No, the data we've been looking into is the retailer's data. It is the data that comes from everything you do when you're looking for something. So when a retailer if someone is making a purchase, how they're paying, how long they've been there, if they return it, if they trigger a guarantee, all of that data, that is the kind of data that has been feeding into these, for both the statement of objection, but also the new investigation that we have opened.
All right. Well, whenever you do an investigation into AWS, I hope we can talk again. It's a very interesting question. Amazon, of course, does not do that. Now, the Digital Marketplace Act and the Digital Services Act prohibit the very thing that you have said Amazon is doing, which is using its control of a marketplace to advantage its own products. Explain why you have both the tools of antitrust enforcement and the tools of this new law.
Well, what we have learned in antitrust law enforcement have been feeding into our considerations about what should regulation then state. And that has been done before. It was done when we made investigations in sort of interchange fees, sort of the fee merchants would pay in order for you to use your credit card. And then we put that into regulation. So it's not a new mechanism. We learned something in the marketplace and then we put it into regulation in order to make sure that we don't have to do, cases, but that we change the marketplace. And one of the things that we obviously have learned is that there are many ways of self-preferencing. And it's extremely harmful because then we as consumers, we're losing out because there's no fair competition. There is a risk that innovation will be stifled. And this is the reason why we sort of say, well, these well-known issues, shouldn't we move that into a do not list, just as well as having a to-do list, because there are obviously things that you can do when you become a gatekeeper, a very, very big company that will enable the marketplace actually to work better.
But the two new laws are not just a do not list, they're also a to-do list, right? And one of the provisions is that the large tech companies must share some of their data with their competitors. Explain how this will work.
Well, now you speak about these two pieces of legislation as if they've already been tabled, and part of it will have to be for the tabling of the legislation. Yes. But it is true that we are considering how to make sure that those who uses the platforms actually get access to their own data. Because this is not sort of getting access to data which belongs to someone else. This is basically data that you yourself have generated with the activities that you've been doing on this platform. And it is true that these are some of our considerations. Well, people who use your platform, they should have access to their own data.
Okay. Well, let's talk then a little bit more about some of the investigations you've brought in the past. So you have been by far the most articulate, by far the most energetic legislator, law enforcement official, bringing actions against the tech companies over the last 5-7 years. One of the critiques, though, is that the primary action that you've taken is to levy fines, right? You've done that against Apple, you've done it, I believe, 3 times against Google, and that fines are effectively not really a deterrent to large tech companies with so much money. How do you answer that critique?
When we take a decision, there are basically 3 different elements. One is the fine to punish past behavior. Second is what we call a cease and desist, stop what you're doing. And the third element is the element that we're still developing, which is how for the market to recover from the harm that you've done. And some of the things we see that they are working, maybe not always as expected by market participants. For instance, in the Android case, we say, well, all of those people who have not been able to present their search engine to potential customers who would buy an Android phone, how to give them a chance actually to present their product to potential customers. And here we're working with a choice screen or a preference menu, and there's quite a lot back and forth in order to make sure that that works for the participants in the market to have a chance. And it is that sort of third element of restoration, how to come back, that is still work in progress, because we have taken some steps, but I'm absolutely certain that in future cases we can take more advanced steps because we learn even more. And obviously, since harm can easily be done in digital markets, it's also fair to ask for that harm to be, if not undone, then at least to have some kind of restoration in the marketplace where we as consumers would otherwise lose out because of lack of choice.
That makes a lot of sense, right? So there are those different elements of possible actions that can be taken. However, there's one action that you didn't mention there in your list of 3, which is structural separation. To say that actually, for example, Amazon, you have to split off AWS, or Facebook, you have to split off Instagram, or Google, you have to split off YouTube. You recently gave a speech, I believe, or maybe it was an interview, where you said that breaking up the big tech companies is something that can be done in Europe, but maybe it should not be done. Tell me what you meant.
Well, it can be done if we have a competition law offense, if someone has done something illegal that is really damaging, and that we can only remedy this by a structural separation. If that is the only thing that we see that will work in order for this market to come back, then we can do it. Obviously, this is sort of a nuclear option. So everything else would have to be tested before we get to that situation, because it's very far-reaching to say to a company, you have to split up. And this is why we would want to try other remedies before we would get there. And so far, we have not had a case where we would say, well, this is the only remedy, this is the last resort, it is to split up the companies, this is the only thing that will bring back competition in this market. I think one also have to consider if it will be effective, this will be something that will actually work in the marketplace within a foreseeable time frame, because obviously we would be spending a lot of time in court if that was indeed the case, that this was what we asked for. But as said, if we find a case, if we find behavior where nothing else can solve the problem, then we in Europe as well can do structural separation.
But why does it always have to be a last resort, right? I can imagine a hypothetical situation where structural separation is actually a much cleaner and much simpler way of solving a problem than requiring certain behavioral changes or requiring certain compensation to the rest of the market. Is it by definition a last resort, or is it just in the cases you've looked at, it seems like a last resort?
Well, that's a very good question. I haven't thought about it like that, because you have a very good point in saying that it's a very clear-cut thing to do. And in a lot of sort of the merger control we do, we would actually prefer structural remedies. If, for instance, there is a horizontal overlap, we would much prefer that to be solved by part of that to be divested, rather than to have behavioral commitments, because they have to be overseen. The merging parties will have the commission hanging over their shoulders for ages ongoing. So it's not that we are afraid of structural solutions. We use it all the time. We see it all the time when we have merger situations where we have this kind of overlap. I think the reason why we are more reluctant when it comes to an antitrust remedy is because that it is a very far-reaching thing to do towards the company. And since we come from a capitalistic economy, having sort of private property as a very, very fundamental thing, not to harm that. I think that is why we think about this as a very sort of very, very far-reaching remedy to reach for. Even though, as you say, it would be clear cut. I think that is obviously true.
That makes a lot of sense. Let me ask you a question I asked you 2 years ago. And it was one you said you also wanted to think about a little bit more. And the question was, is misinformation a competition problem, right? Is the reason we have such a problem with misinformation on our social platforms because there is not a robust level of competition among them? Maybe if there were 10 social platforms we all use, they would compete to be more truthful, or one would compete to be more truthful. 2.5 years since we had that conversation, do you think that misinformation is still not a competition problem, or where do you stand on this issue?
I think it complicates actually matters to make it a competition problem. I think there are more straightforward ways to deal with it. And we are trying to do that. Well, there are misinformation and there's illegal information. And illegal information is one of the things that we will be dealing with sort of very directly in the Digital Services Act, to give service providers an obligation to have a system to make sure that illegal information is not there. Because we want people to feel that the online world and the offline world is two sides of the same world, because basically it doesn't make any sense anymore to talk about two different worlds. It is one world. This is where we live. And we would expect, that the same rules would be there. If someone was handing out child pornography in front of the Berlaymont, he would be taken down immediately. Should be the same thing when you're online. So in the room between misinformation, because the problem with misinformation is that very often it is built upon a grain of truth. And then from that grain comes, all kind of very, very strange things with a purpose. So part of that we would want to address with regulation, for instance, to say, well, you need to have a system where you're not sort of controlling what people would upload, but that you take responsibility if someone is flagging to you that this is actually against, either it's plain illegal or it's against sort of your terms and conditions, sort of the community that you would want to play out here. But to make it a competition problem, I think that would be more complicated. Because we need to deal with this and we need regulation to come into effect fast. Because I think we all have a right to be able to find information that can be conflictual, that can be discussing, that can be all sort of things, but that is not misinformation put in the world just to manipulate us or the elections that we participate in.
Good. I am extremely hopeful that the new laws, once fully implemented, will help make the internet feel more truthful, which I think is essential for all of us. One last big question, since we have just a little bit of time left. Why do you think all of the biggest tech companies in the world right now, or the vast majority of them, are American and Chinese? When will Europe start to develop technological giants?
Well, one of the things that has enabled this situation is that we in Europe failed to provide a single market. We failed to provide a capital enabling system that would allow for the scaling up of businesses here. And both China and the US, they have a single market, and also language-wise, a very sort of harmonious single market, and a much different capital market than we would have in Europe. So this is why we're really insisting on these two fundamentals. And also, really focusing on what would be sort of the big next chapter of digitization, which is sort of the business to business part of things, where you digitize the entire industry, where you change your business models, where sort of the service provided based on the data that your machinery or your production chains would produce to you. And here Europe comes with a very strong tradition. With an engineering tradition and culture, with a very, very strong, know-how as to how to do this. And this is why, of course, we think, next stage, this is about us. If we can make things work for us with data to travel well, with a single market to work, with all these knowledgeable businesses to digitalize, to start to use AI big scale, well, then we have something going for ourselves.
And so, in fact, is one of the points of the Digital Marketplaces Act and Digital Services Act to create unified legislation across Europe that will help create a single market, which could then help create European tech giants?
Well, remains to be seen if it will create digital giants. But the first thing first is that citizens all over Europe, they deserve to have service providers who abide to simple, straightforward obligations in order to provide their services in a good manner. That, I think, is the most important first step here. Then, of course, it is for us to figure out, well, how can sort of the marketplace develop so that next chapter of digitization, here you all will also see European businesses. But it is for us to be successful. It's not by curbing others that you yourself become successful. It is by providing the best possible solutions.
Well, that is a marvelous note to end on. Thank you very much, Marguerite Vestager. And now let's go back to Lisbon.
It was a pleasure. Oh, please, let's go back to Lisbon.
Thank you so much.
It was my pleasure.
How would you like to cook a plant-based burgers with Impossible Foods, or joining a special meditation session with the legendary Deepak Chopra? Check out the speaker experience in our breakout rooms, where you can join in on one of our exclusive speaker experiences. The same tech powering consumer devices like Alexa also gives medicinal chemists an edge that can be the secret weapon in fighting diseases from cannabis to COVID-19. To learn more, please welcome Abraham Heifetz of Atomwise.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to tell you about how Atomwise is using the power of artificial intelligence to help make better medicines faster. I think it's important for us to all realize that we've been living through a profound change in the world. And that's, for many things, we have gone from living in a world of scarcity to living in a world of abundance. And I want to explain what I mean through the setting of trying to watch a movie. So if you rewind 20 years ago to the world of Blockbuster, it was actually hard to find a movie you wanted to watch. You would go there and you saw all the good ones, and all the new ones were already rented. That's not a problem today. And Netflix has on-demand instantly more movies than you could ever watch in your entire life. And so the challenge isn't how do you get a new movie to watch, it's how do you find the one that matches your mood given the kind of day that you've been having. And the best movie for you might not be the best movie for me. So the fundamental change from scarcity to abundance is that we move from a question of creation to a question of filtering, searching, matching. And those are fundamentally artificial intelligence and machine learning questions. You know that this is true not just in movies. There are far more books than you could ever read in your life. There's far more music than you could ever listen to in your life. And it turns out that this is also true for chemistry. There are far more molecules than we could ever test in a lifetime. Let me give you a sense of the scale. The FDA has ever approved about 4,000 molecules. And so that's something like 1 in 1,000 of the kind of chemistry, the kind of compounds that you'd find in the warehouses of a big pharma company. But those absolutely pale in comparison to the molecules that you or I could buy today, the 16 billion molecules that we can get delivered in 4 to 6 weeks. And so to screen that becomes a fundamental computational problem, a fundamental machine learning problem. And that's what Atomwise did. So we built, we invented the use of modern machine learning, specifically these convolutional neural networks, which are our species' best technology for problems in image recognition, speech recognition. You've used these convnets if you ever used Siri or Alexa, if you ever uploaded a photo to Facebook and Facebook said, did you mean to tag your friend? So we were the team that recognized that you could use this technology not just for image recognition, speech recognition, but also molecular recognition. And having built that tech, we actually launched some of the largest collaborations with big pharma companies like Bayer and Lilly, with emerging biotechs like Hansoh and GC Pharma, and over 200 universities and research hospitals around the world. And let me tell you why that kind of scale matters. COVID, everybody is thinking about. We actually have 17 projects which are running in COVID, And the reality is that science is messy. And so we don't know which of these hypotheses are going to play out. But getting to some treatment means that we need to be able to run these in parallel at scale. And that's what artificial intelligence lets us do. But it's not just scaling the amount of work that we do, the number of projects we're trying. It's actually the ability also to go further than historical physical methods would do. And let me give you a particular case study on that. And this is in Canavan disease. It's an ultra rare neurological disorder. These kids, you have a particular molecule in your brain called NAA, N-acetyl aspartate, and these kids lose the ability to clear it out. You have a system that makes it and a system that clears it. And having lost the ability to clear it, the NAA builds up, the brain starts to degrade, they stop hitting developmental milestones, and it can be fatal. And so this is a pretty tragic slide. But there's some good evidence from animal models that having lost the ability to clear, if you could slow down the production, you could bring the systems back into balance. And that's what we went after. But this was a historical, undruggable target. It is very difficult to work with. It's very difficult to purify and express. So running the experiment physically was challenging, and nobody had a drug-like molecule. But we screened millions of molecules. We were able to pull that down to 5 that were drug-like leads of better potency than you'd expect out of a physical screen. And that opens the door to the discovery of medicine eventually. So I hope that was a nice whirlwind tour of the kind of work that we do. Thank you.
Did you know you can export your connections from the app to stay in touch? Head over to my profile page, My Connections, email me the list of my connections. Andela's goal is to close the digital divide and widen the pool by nurturing talent across the African continent. Welcome Vitor Freire of Público, with co-founder and CEO of Andela, Jeremy Johnson, and former Prime Minister of Australia, Julia Gillard.
Welcome all. Thank you, Julia and Jeremy, for joining us today. Equality and human development in times of pandemic. Some data suggests that inequality has risen dramatically this year. I'd start this conversation asking you both, what is your take on leadership response from policymakers to business leaders, from citizens to managers?
Yeah, of course. Do you want to take the first one?
Thank you, Jeremy. Well, I'm very happy to respond to that. I agree that we are in an era of rising inequality. I think when you have a crisis as big as this pandemic, what it does is it exposes and exacerbates the pre-existing fault lines and inequalities in society, one of which, of course, is gender inequality. While the pandemic has disproportionately killed men, when we look at the effects from the pandemic, they're disproportionately affecting women. Women are more of the frontline carers. The jobs that have been lost are disproportionately women's jobs, and we've seen huge increases in domestic labour and domestic violence during lockdowns. I think leaders around the world are trying to grapple with a very complex set of challenges all at the same time, the health challenge and the economic challenge. And rather than stock take where leaders are now, I think the best thing is to look forward and say, are we going to see the leadership we need to build back better as we recover from this pandemic to address these inequalities, including gender inequality?
Okay. Thank you, Jeremy.
I couldn't agree more, actually. I think Julia is exactly right. And I think it's unquestionable that the impact of the pandemic has hit those who are either disenfranchised or underrepresented, or just who have fewer resources and means to deal with the challenges in a much harder way. I do think that as we start to look to the future, another angle that leaders should be thinking about this through is, what are the opportunities that are created for more equality, for ways to improve overall outcomes in a way that it broadly benefits society across race, gender, and geography. And there are some interesting components to that. I think the transition to distributed and remote work is actually long-term going to be one of the most powerful tools we have to break down inequality and to break down the barriers that prevent ultimately talent and opportunity from connecting. And the more sort of transparent and clear that is, I think actually the more equal we become, because again, brilliance has something to do with race, gender, or nationality. And so through that lens, I think there are also lots of things leaders can do to also leverage this moment to push for greater equality.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Interesting. I want to get back to this gender issue and also about your experience, Jeremy, with creating Andela, and also with the book that Julia published this summer and co-authored about women in leadership. But if you allow me, I'd ask firstly to Jeremy. So you're growing a successful business with multi-million funding and aiming to be global, and you're doing it from Africa. So, and you already talked about this opportunity of remote working. So you have a lot of experience, of course. Can you share a little bit? How did you find the process of to raise funding with a project associated with Africa, and what kind of barriers did you find, and how can we also overcome those kind of barriers?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the biggest barriers are really psychological at this point. Andela, over the past 6 years, we've helped hundreds of companies work with now thousands of elite engineers from across Africa. And the biggest challenges really come from misconceptions that over time, I'm very confident will be broken down. And so does Africa have a great brand in the tech world right now? Not really. Unfortunately, too much of the world thinks of Africa as a recipient of aid and not as a worthwhile trading partner, which is the truth. The reality of Africa today is you have the youngest, fastest growing, most exciting tech ecosystems on the planet. And much of the tech world doesn't realize this yet. I think we're seeing material progress. We've seen visits by Jack Dorsey last year, Mark Zuckerberg a couple of years ago, coming to Lagos, Nairobi, Cairo, like other of the major hubs across the continent. But I think we're just in the early days still. We're starting to see the world wake up to realize that actually we should be taking Africa very seriously and that Africa deserves a seat at the table.
Mm-hmm. And Africa has been absent from the news, I believe. I mean, we haven't seen Africa in the spotlight like in other crises and other situations. So I believe that the world hasn't really grasped with the reality that is now going on there. How did it impact your business in Andela, and how do you see Africa at this time?
I got to say, I think many countries in Africa have actually handled the pandemic quite well. And there are some countries, perhaps the one that I happen to live in, that maybe didn't have quite as strong a response to it. And so I think that there's a pretty wide variety here. I think that we don't fully understand why the pandemic has had less of an impact across the continent than it has in other parts of the world. I think that's still something that the world is trying to figure out, but that does appear to be the case. And like the way that I view Africa is through the lens of possibility right now. I think, again, given just the extraordinary human capital across the continent, I think we're going to see a decade of the world paying more and more attention to what's happening in Africa, and in particular around technology. I think we're going to see African engineers and technologists working with companies all over the world as fully embedded team members without having to leave their home. And that's an example of how this opportunity created by the pandemic actually facilitates diversity, facilitates equality, and facilitates people coming together across cultures in a way that would have sounded like a good idea before, but it was hard to get people to really engage with, hard to get people to act on. Now, once everyone's remote, we just want to work with the best people we possibly can. And it becomes a lot easier to think about that more holistically and more broadly. You also can add in basically steps and processes. We've taken at Andela very seriously the notion of how do you try to remove implicit bias from the hiring process? How do you try to add in components that ultimately enable you to find better talent and to more effectively identify that talent if it doesn't come from a traditional background. And I think that's been a really important part of this. The fact that everyone has to go through it online means that these kind of systems become even more important. And long term, I believe that data is part of what will set us free. It's part of what will ultimately help create the more equal, diverse world that we all want to live in.
Okay, thank you. Julia, back to you. So you already spoke about this gender issue, and I already introduced the book. So it's called Women and Leadership, Real Lives, Real Lessons. What is the key message of this book? I'm really keen on understanding, because you interviewed different female leaders, if you found any key similarities and differences between them, and what can we take from the book to and convert it in actions in our day-to-day life?
Sure. The book is based on interviewing 8 women leaders from right around the world and putting to them the global research about women and leadership and seeing if it's held true in their lives. Much of that research is done by universities, where they get groups of students together and try and probe gender bias and differential perceptions of women leaders. And we wanted to know if the conclusions of that actually came true. And mostly we found that they did. And interestingly, we found that women from as diverse environments as Liberia and Malawi, the United States, Chile, the United Kingdom, New Zealand, Norway, right around the world, that there were experiences in common simply because they were women. So even though cultures and contexts were quite different, many of the manifestations of sexism were the same. The book goes on to draw a series of lessons, some of them to encourage more women to put themselves forward for leadership, because we live in a world where power positions are still disproportionately held by men. Some of the messages are for men about how they can help sponsor and support women and ensure that female talent comes through. And we are also asking organisations to think about the blockages that stop women coming from perhaps the entry-level jobs right up to the CEO position. And I want to build on what Jeremy has said about the future of virtual work and connecting talent and opportunity. One of the things I think we can take from the pandemic is what we're doing now, using technology to connect people around the world. And if that is embedded in working systems in a way which enables a fair assessment of merit and the ability to better balance work and family life, I think that will be upside for women and gender equality and the ability to see more women come through to the top.
But do you see any opportunity because Jeremy just said to us that, for example, the psychological aspect is really, really important, and sometimes the divide resides in the psychological positioning. So do you see at this point that, for example, assessing merit can be something much more equal for women and for diversity and promoting this equality, for example, in businesses, and shatter these ceiling glasses that still exist? These glass ceilings?
Look, I think there's no doubt we all have stereotypes, including sexist stereotypes whirring in the back of our brains. And the global research shows this very clearly, that a confident man who appears to be a go-getter will be seen as a natural leader. A woman who shows the same characteristics will often be viewed as unlikable, as not the kind of person who should get on. She's probably not very nice. And you will see in politics around the world these kinds of sexist tropes played out against women. It didn't pass me by that the first time President Trump responded to the fact that now Vice President-elect Harris was going to be on the Democrat ticket, he described her as nasty, and no one likes her. This was conjuring with this sexist stereotype that a woman who is ambitious is therefore pretty unlikable. I think we can use technology to help get rid of these biases. So instead of promotions being about stereotypes, being about old boys networks, about who gets to the office first and leaves latest at night, it can actually be about outcomes. What are people achieving? And if you look at it in that data-driven way, which the technology enables you to do, and Andela is so expert at, then you can truly identify merit without any of these biases clouding your view.
It's really, really interesting. Jeremy, you have a lot of experience, of course, and a lot of data about this, assessing the value, the true value that people working remotely can bring to an operation and to companies. What conclusion do you draw from what you have been having in terms of data of these? Are clients satisfied? Do they really see that there is a merit that you don't need to be geographically in some position in a specific site or a building?
What I see time and time again, and have for the past 6 years here, is that Julia is right, basically. Like that, you're absolutely right that this is like hardwired into a lot of people, and this is not those people trying to be bad. It's a function of, like, we all grow up with biases. And it's really difficult to even realize what those biases are, because they're like in part of our brain, or in like they're sort of, our brain is structured in a way where we sort of automatically go to them unless we've been shown them, unless we've had a chance to. And so, yeah, I get calls all the time from CTOs and heads of engineering at our partner companies talking about how just blown away they are by talent that didn't look like the rest of their team, that didn't seem like was going to be like the norm for them. I mean, roughly 6% of engineers in Silicon Valley companies are female. You know, roughly 2% are Black. And so we have a long way to go when it comes to like increasing diversity and creating pathways and outcomes that are more balanced. But the good news is that by pursuing this, it actually is also in the interests of the companies themselves. You end up with a more productive, effective workforce if you're able to effectively manage a more diverse team, because you get more diverse viewpoints around how to solve problems. And that's ultimately what we're all doing together, is we're trying to solve problems in order to move the world forward. And so I think that Julia is exactly right. One thing I would add, that was, as someone who cares a lot about this and spends a lot of time in this area, that was really powerful for me about her book, was sort of getting a chance to like take a step back and realize that even though I spend a lot of time with this, there's still a huge amount for me to learn. Like there's still like ways to unpack and need to unpack things that actually are not unique, that are actually consistent across cultures and different environments for women in leadership. And that, for one, I think was a really powerful takeaway of just remembering to always be open about additional like biases or ways that you may not see the world clearly, because the world has been constructed based on a lot of those biases. Like it's just the default. And to the extent that we can pull back from that, we can actually help them move forward.
Okay. And Jeremy, are there also operational aspects, questions from your clients? For example, do they worry about, for example, having the right connectivity in Africa? I mean, are there, besides the things that you draw upon people, do they fear that maybe when they need a programmer online, they will not have it because somewhere in Africa there is no Wi-Fi connection at the time?
Yeah, they do worry about some of these things, not through a race or gender lens, but just in general. And like, what we've seen is that, again, this goes back to that notion of people all too frequently think of Africa and really countries they haven't spent real time in as being aid recipients as opposed to trading partners, that worthy trading partners who have the ability to add value. And that's the reality here. And like, yes, there have been historic and are still some challenges around infrastructure, but you know, we now have hundreds of engineers working across hundreds of companies from home across, you know, many countries now, nearly a dozen countries in Africa. And that's working extremely well. Clearly, there's been more progress than I think the majority of the tech world realizes, and that's happening at a rapid clip. And so I don't think infrastructure is the the true limiting factor on integration and being able to work effectively. I think it really is more about bias, more about the lack of awareness. It's part of why we encourage people to visit so frequently. Like, it's such a powerful experience to actually spend time in Lagos or spend time in Nairobi and realize, actually, this is pretty great. Like, this is really not that different. There are cultural aspects that are unique, But ultimately, like, we as people are more similar than I think most humans realize. Obviously, travel right now is a little bit difficult, but I certainly hope that changes in the near future.
Mm-hmm. So we have like 2 minutes before the end. We are heading to the end very quickly. Julia, are you optimistic about the progress in terms of, with your gender lens, let's say, are you optimistic that this pandemic will not put us more behind than we were already, and that we can overcome new hurdles?
I think that is still to play for, still for nations and communities to decide. And so if I could leave people with one message, I think it is that there are two possibilities in front of us: a future where the pandemic has exacerbated underlying inequalities and we don't do anything about that; a future where we recognise those inequalities and we commit as companies, communities, nations, the globe, to building back better, to using this crisis as a time that we really do wrestle with economic inequality, racial inequality, gender inequality, and we bring the best of what we've learned in this period, including the future of remote work, as one of the things that enables us to overcome what has held people back unfairly, because, as Jeremy so frequently says, brilliance is everywhere, it's distributed everywhere. We've got to find ways of connecting it to opportunity and not allowing those inequalities to hold individuals back.
Thank you so much, Julia. Thank you so much, Jeremy, for your time. I hope you all enjoyed this conversation.
Such a pleasure. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Now more than ever, we need innovators like you to help solve humanity's biggest challenges. We are the Youth Climate Bank and one of Europe's largest investors in innovation.
Missed your opportunity to sign up for a roundtable? You can now watch the conversation as a spectator. Check out the roundtable lineup in the schedule, or visit the Breakout tab to see what's happening now.
Limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius will require the fastest economic transition in history. Here to discuss if and how it can be achieved, please welcome the President of the European Investment Bank, Werner Hoyer.
Hi, my name is Werner Hoyer. I'm the President of the European Investment Bank. I'm delighted to be speaking again at the Web Summit. Some of you might not have heard of the EIB. We are the EU bank and one of the largest financiers of innovation in Europe. We have a special focus on climate. We pioneered green bonds, enabling a $1 trillion market for green finance. We have developed new financial instruments and advisory services, often together with the European Commission and national partners, that support the full range of innovation activities in Europe, from university spin-outs, startups, first kind of a demonstration plans, to large-scale corporate projects. Through the European Investment Fund, our subsidiary, we are the largest and perhaps most influential European investor in the venture capital market on this continent. EIF financing supported about half of the European unicorns that have emerged in the past 15 years. Skype, Skyscanner, WeTransfer, TransferWise, BlaBlaCar, Spotify, Shazam, Just Eat, Farfetch, Rovio, and Zalando are just some examples. Today I would like to talk to you about the world's key existential challenge, the climate emergency, and about the role innovation and entrepreneurs like yourselves can play in addressing it. These days we rightly fear the COVID-19 virus because it brings a potentially lethal threat to our door. Already in March, the EIB Group approved a €28 billion rapid response package based on repurposing existing EIB and Commission resources to address the immediate fallouts of the pandemic. Our largest initiative, the European Guarantee Fund, will allow us to unlock up to €200 billion of financing for European companies, in particular small and medium-sized businesses, the backbone of Europe's real economy. But make no mistake, the most impressive support schemes will ultimately be in vain if all we try to do is to recreate business as usual. Of course, we need to do everything in our power to prevent workers from losing their jobs, back crisis-ridden industries, and absorb the most violent economic shocks. But this has to happen in a sustainable, climate-friendly way. It can be in nobody's interest to simply rebuild. We need to rebuild better. The IB Group's response to COVID-19 has been framed by our commitments to climate action. We are a key partner in the recovery plan for Europe. We stand squarely in the belief that there can be no trade-off between our sustainable finance commitments and the COVID-19 recovery. A return to business as usual would take us to over 3 degrees warming. We must turn the pandemic recovery into a defining moment in our fight against climate change. The EIB Group will therefore support countries, public and private investors around the world in the implementation of green recovery investment packages. Our action will focus on climate and the environment, while paying close attention to social inclusion. This is how we will assure a truly green recovery in the critical years ahead. And carbon emissions are not the only threat to our planet. Polluted air, threats to fresh water and oceans, degradation of agricultural land and natural landscapes, and loss of biodiversity and ecosystems show that our current economic system isn't sustainable. The window of opportunity to avoid disastrous disruptions to our economy, our ecosystems, and our societies is rapidly closing. We have to act now. Limiting global warming to 1.5 centigrade, as we committed to do 5 years ago in Paris, will require the fastest economic transition in history. This transformation is achievable only through innovation. Innovation is a powerful driver of economic development and change. Around 2/3 of growth is driven by innovation activities in Europe. It can allow us to tackle climate action, become more competitive, and ensure a just transition in which everyone has the skills and support they need to contribute and benefit at the same time. From digitalization to robotics and synthetics biology, a technical revolution is already underway, and artificial intelligence, cloud computing, 5G, and the Internet of Things are poised to create further disruption in the next decade. If we invest right, these technologies could help us reach net zero emissions by 2050 and contribute to Europe's economic leadership at the same time. I say it could. Although many new solutions to transform our economy and societies are within reach, crystal ball technology is at an early stage of development, and we don't know which technologies will prevail. Our economies face multiple possible decarbonization pathways. Clearly, there is no silver bullet, and no single solution will be able to achieve complete decarbonation on its own. This uncertainty poses a problem. What we see is that companies and investors adopt a wait-and-see attitude and tend to stall investment. Even worse, some continue to rely on and invest in existing yet unsustainable solutions. And COVID-19 is adding to this problem. According to our research, many firms are postponing or canceling planned investment due to a perception of high uncertainty on the markets. And the investments that get dropped fastest are in new technology and digitalization, which are perceived as risky and non-core. This inaction and slump in investment could not come at a worse moment. Europe and the world, now more than ever, need what tech brings to the table: disruption of business as usual and accelerated and exponential growth. That is why innovators, entrepreneurs, and daring investors like you have a key role to play in addressing the challenges humanity is facing today. You can be the catalyst for systemic change. Elon Musk and Tesla may not end up being the dominant player in electric vehicles, but their actions to date have already boosted the transformation of automobiles and their adaptation to a more sustainable future. At the EIB, we will do our part. As the EU's climate bank, our aim is to unlock more than €1 trillion of climate action and environmental investment over the next decade. By providing long-term financing and reducing investment risk, we can help develop a more predictable market environment for new business models relying on sustainable technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, technological innovation is crucial to combat many of the world's most pressing challenges. We must not forget that it is our will and dedication to work towards a just and sustainable future that will truly make the difference. To create a new sustainable economy, we must disrupt the old. This takes great courage and great creativity. I count on you, the world's brightest minds, innovators and entrepreneurs, to recognize the urgency and centrality of fighting climate change. And hope to see you invest your creativity, maybe alongside EIB support, into helping to tackle humanity's most existential challenge. Together, we can make a difference. Thank you very much. I wish you an inspiring last day at Web Summit.
Dose is an e-learning platform designed specifically to embed a growth mindset in workplace teams. Through world-class contributors, inspiring and engaging content, we give our users the tools to become the best version of themselves, both inside and outside the office.
Have you ever wondered what a day in the life of a professional footballer is like? English footballer Eric Dyer of Tottenham Hotspurs will be giving us a sneak peek into his daily life as a player and a startup founder today at 4 p.m. in the Breakout Tab. The U.S. status as a global powerhouse has never seemed more under threat. In this talk, Brian Stelter of CNN is joined by journalist and author Andrew Ross Sorkin to discuss if the country really is too big to fail.
Hey, Andrew, great to virtually see you.
Great to see you, Brian.
This session is partly titled on your book about the financial crisis, Too Big to Fail, going back to 2008. So I thought we should start by comparing and contrasting 2008 and 2020. Of course, back then, a Democrat was taking office, taking the presidency. Now we're in the same situation. What's the same and what's different from 2008 and 2020?
Well, there's actually probably more that's different today than is the same. I worry about it becoming the same, and I'll explain. The COVID crisis is really a health crisis, as we know, that is turned into, to some degree, an economic crisis, but it didn't start as an economic crisis. And when you look at really what happened in 2008, it was a function of debt, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was the thing that lit the match that turned into a forest fire. And what we're dealing with now is a health crisis that can really only be solved not by economists or by banks or by anybody else except medical professionals. So I think of them in that context as different. The distinction, though, is what looks like for many companies and potentially even countries like a liquidity crisis, which is what people thought originally about the financial crisis of 2008, can quickly turn into what might be described as a solvency crisis, where there really isn't enough money underneath it all when it's over. And depending on how long this plays out, you could see that happen. There's also the impact of how long it takes for the economy to recover. It took a very long time, as you might remember, for the economy to recover. The farther and longer that this COVID-19 crisis plays out, the harder it's going to be to recover on the other side. We've seen actually a bit of a recovery already to some degree. And if we can maintain even some of that, maybe things will get better on the other side of this. Having said that, I think there's going to be another sort of very slow growth period that takes place. And people talk about a K-shaped economy, this idea that the rich are going to get richer and the poor are going to get poorer. And I hate to say, I think that's going to be a feature of this next recovery. And it's only going to exacerbate inequality, which I think was also one of the features that became highlighted and so apparent in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis.
Yeah, and all this gets to the question of our session here about whether the U.S. is too big to fail. The term "too big to fail," how does that phrase resonate with you over the years? Since it was used during the financial crisis.
So the concept of too big to fail is something is so big and so large that you can't let it fail. That that under no circumstances, morally or otherwise, that you would let it fail. Not that it can't fail, but that you wouldn't let it fail. And even more so, the idea around the phrase "too big to fail" is that people who are decision makers know that it's too big to fail and are willing to make risky decisions because they think somebody else is going to come save them afterwards. In this case, a government. In the context of COVID, it's sort of hard to relate those issues. Having said that, I think there's the question of whether the United States itself is too big to fail, and if it were to fail, what happens? Meaning, can the rest of the globe let it fail? And I think that's actually a very interesting question. What would happen, for example, if the Chinese decided, or not just the Chinese, but if everybody around the world said, we're not going to buy U.S. debt anymore, right? We don't trust them. We don't trust the United States. We're just going to give up buying debt. Well, then we would probably fail in some degree. But then what happens to everybody else, right? And one of the reasons that there's a view that we are too big to fail is that if we fail, everybody else fails too. So in that respect, we probably are still in a good position, if you could call too big to fail a good position. But my greatest worry, actually, very long term, and this is not happening in this decade or maybe even the next, but there could be a point at which China is meaningfully bigger than the United States. Our GDP globally is about 24%. China's GDP represents about 17, 18% right now. Those things will cross, and China may ultimately get bigger just based on demographics. When and if that becomes the case, the US dollar becomes remarkably less valuable, and the power really could shift. And then maybe we wouldn't be too big to fail.
But that's a long-term scenario you're describing, right?
I hope it's a long-term. I hope it's a long-term scenario that I'm describing. I do worry, by the way, broadly speaking, about, we talk about debt. Every financial crisis is a function of debt. If you just have too much debt, that's why all those banks went under. And it's the thing that sparks that sparks the forest fire every single time. If you think about what's happening in the last year or two, we've now increased our debt by $3 trillion. We have another stimulus package on the way. If we get there, we could have a lot of debt. And an economic crisis is always a function of really not just the debt, but of confidence. The day, I believe in you, Brian, so I'm willing to loan you money. The day I don't think you're good for the money is the day I'm not going to loan you any more money. And if somebody's loaned me the money that I've loaned you, you can see what happens. It becomes a spiral effect. So,
and I'll call you about that loan after the call here.
Right.
I'll call you about that separately.
Having said that, the United States, we're taking on a lot of debt, but so is Europe. So is basically virtually every country in the world. And so maybe it equals or levels itself out.
Well, what you're describing in the short term sounds like mutually assured destruction because the world is so interconnected. If the U.S., right? So that was the Cold War term. Now we have this digital age term of mutually assured destruction.
Right. I think, unfortunately, that seems to be the case. And by the way,
or maybe it's fortunate, right?
Maybe it's fortunate because it just levels the playing field. We're all on the same playing field. We're all borrowing the same amount of money, or not the same amount of money, but a lot of money. And therefore, nobody's becoming a bigger winner or a bigger loser. Having said that, that's not, I want to say it's not totally true, because I do think that China, oddly enough, has become a big winner from COVID thus far, which is to say, because they were able to stamp it out so quickly, their economy has really come back quite remarkably. I mean, I think people don't appreciate what's going on in China right now. It's actually, to some degree, it's what's giving investors confidence in the U.S. market to think that when and if there's a vaccine, if we can ever get our act together, that things will look a lot like what's happening in China. But the question is whether China is actually going to be racing ahead of us to some degree during this period as we're just, spinning our wheels. And I also, from just an innovation perspective and everything else, I do worry about that.
It sounds like the answer to the question of this session is the U.S. too big to fail. Right now, the U.S. the world cannot afford to let the U.S. fail. but maybe down the road, you're suggesting there are dangers.
I think that's absolutely true. I think it's you put it perfectly. And then there's, by the way, we haven't even talked about the election, but I think there's a big question mark as to how important the U.S. is, not just from an economic perspective, but as a moral force around democracy in the world, from a defense perspective, from a foreign policy perspective. I mean, all of those roles, where do we stand in that? And are we too big to fail in that regard? I mean, that's a whole other question.
Well, let's get to that. Obviously, the Biden administration is going to be a sharp left turn. What does it mean for the U.S. being too big to fail?
Well, I think that you've seen foreign leaders embrace Biden in many ways, maybe with the exception, of course, of Russia. But I think there is an embrace of trying to return the United States to that place that it existed in only 4 years ago. And I think people realized that it was bad for the world, for the United States to be in a position where they weren't the moral leader on so many important issues across the globe. So I think that foreign countries, with maybe some exceptions, wanted us to be in that place. And I think will actually embrace the United States more quickly than some people potentially worried about. And I know there was an even greater worry that if President Trump had won a second term, whether it would have signified something more explosive in terms of the power dynamic with the United States around the world, and also what it says about the country and where the country is. I do think there are some people in foreign countries who do look at even the vote and see how close it is, or close it was, I should say, and say, that's interesting about what the United States really does represent. And I think we're going to be seeing a massive fight over the next 4 years, 8 years, 10 years, much longer, just about how divided we are unto ourselves and what that will suggest to the rest of the world. But I do think having a president like Biden in that role, he's a known quantity, spent a lot of time obviously traveling the world, makes people feel more comfortable.
Now that we can talk about the Trump presidency in the past tense, these final days of the Trump years, how did Trump make you reevaluate your priors? What you thought you knew about America, what you thought you knew about the world? Did you have to reassess as a journalist when Trump won and then when he was in office for 4 years?
Well, I'm going to tell you where I actually had the greatest reassessment. And look, I grew up in New York. So I'm in a city that's considered relatively liberal. My greatest reassessment was actually how humbled I was by the vote this time. I sort of understood the vote last time because I thought there were a lot of people who said, you know what, let's try something different. And I appreciated that perspective to some degree. I was surprised at the number of people across the United States who wanted to try it again. And I was humbled by that because I will admit I didn't appreciate that point. I knew that there would be people who would come out on behalf of the president. I knew that there was a base, but I didn't necessarily understand the size of that base and what that base necessarily represents. And so I would say that a lot of this last 4 years has made me rethink a lot of things. But I was always somebody who grew up believing in values and truth and honesty. We're all in the journalism business. That's the business where character, and that those traits almost always trumped, not to use the wrong phrase here, but trumped even policy, meaning whatever you thought about policy, I would always usually go with the person who was the most competent and the person who was the most trustworthy, even more than just about anything else. And I have learned that one of the features or bugs maybe of what's happening in the United States is that that's not true. That character and truth unto itself are not necessarily the number one priority for all Americans. I thought that was actually, for me, an interesting takeaway. I don't know if you agree.
That also speaks to the echo chambers and the media bubbles that people are in. Both, and I thought there were stronger guardrails in this country than there actually are, and there clearly are some in the courts and in the media. Right. But I thought the guardrails were a lot stronger than they actually are, and that was eye-opening to me the last 4 years. And maybe that speaks to whether the U.S. can fail. Right? Any country can fail if it doesn't have strong guardrails and a strong structure and institution and checks and balances. And obviously we're not at that point, but did we flirt with the edge of it? Did we come closer to the edge of the cliff of the United States than we had before in the last 4 years?
Well, but the other piece of this, though, that I will argue was quite unique to me, and I don't know where you stand on it, is the idea that pre-COVID, I think there were lots of moral questions about where the United States stood in the world and the like. But from an economic perspective, we were having a lot of success. And what that said, that you could have this dichotomy where on one end, the economy actually was having this success. And on the other end, there were real deep questions about the role of America on the global stage.
Mm-hmm. Right. We're wrapping up in the last 3 minutes, and you talked about inequality, this K-shaped recovery. That would seem to me, first of all, that speaks to Trump vote and what happens in the country in terms of voting. It also plays into this question about the U.S. being too big to fail, or being not too big to fail. Right? If this country is increasingly split into two, including in terms of income distribution,
right,
that's going to create such volatility in the years to come that perhaps that's the big takeaway from this conversation.
I think you're right. I think that over the next decade, we will remain very split. The question is how that split demonstrates itself on the global stage, what that means to our economy. Is our economy more volatile? I imagine it probably will be. But again, will economies in Europe be just as volatile? I think that's a question. We haven't really even scratched the surface of the topic of, talking about our country splintering. I think there's a whole other issue, which is that between China and the rest of the world, there could be a very big splintering between the West and China as well. People talk about the idea of a splinter net, two internets, the ability to communicate, what that scale looks like, what Western companies are able to do, what Chinese companies are able to do. So I think there's going to be a lot of question marks around what that looks like. But ultimately, you're right. I hate to say it. I was a globalist of sorts. I know you're not supposed to say that aloud, but I worry that we as a globe are going to be more splintered over time rather than less, which is the opposite of what you ever would have thought. We're doing this over the internet right now, and it was supposed to bring everybody together. And I wonder if it's actually having the opposite effect.
Right. I'm at CNN's newsroom. CNN 40 years ago was supposed to connect the world with satellites, and so everyone could know the news. And then the internet supercharged that times a million, and yet it's had all of these adverse effects as well. Is China the only country that is too big to fail, actually, for sure? You raise these possibilities about the U.S. in the future.
Well,
is China the one that you can say, no, it is too important to fail?
China is probably the one that's too important to fail or too big to fail. The other one, from a demographics perspective, just simply the number of people there over time, will be India. We haven't really talked about India. India as well could get into that category at some point, but there's a lot of things that have to break the right way, if you will, over time for us to be talking about them all together that way.
Right. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us, and happy Web Summit.
It's a privilege to see you.
You too. I'll call you about that loan.
Stay positive.
That's
test
right.
negative.
That's test negative. That's right. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Make sure you visit the Masterclass channel to see all the masterclasses our partners are hosting throughout the event. Don't worry if you've not registered. All attendees are welcome to join.
Our next guest took over as CEO of eBay earlier this year. This session will explore how he has found his feet in the new role while making sure the company makes the most out of the opportunities created in this new world. Please welcome Katie Thompson of Business Insider chatting to eBay CEO Jamie Yanon.
Hi, I'm Katie Thompson, the Deputy Executive Editor at Business Insider, and today I am joined with eBay's CEO, Jamie Iannone. Jamie, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, so I kind of want to jump right in terms of, it's been a wild ride in the retail sector this year. We have seen everything from thousands of store closures and bankruptcies to the other end of the spectrum with online retailers just soaring because of the e-commerce boom. And eBay has really benefited because of this. You guys have seen great growth in the last few quarters. What I want to learn a little bit more of is how do you intend to keep that momentum? I mean, how do you plan to sustain that growth?
Yeah, well, if you look over the last 6 months, we've added 9 million new buyers. And a lot of what we're focused on is how to turn those buyers into lifelong enthusiasts. There's a lot of things that we're working on, from simplifying the experience on the platform to really focusing in on non-new in season, a huge market opportunity. And that's attracting buyers to the platform. We do a lot of things like drive our app downloads. We just launched dark mode in our new apps, highly rated apps. People love them. The majority of shopping really comes via our app platform. So really driving that buyer engagement across the platform has been really important for us to continue the great momentum that we're seeing.
Yeah, and speaking of the growth in the buyers, you guys are doing a lot to attract new kinds of buyers. And one specific area is the sneaker business. I believe in October you launched your authentication system there. How is that working to attract Gen Z? I mean, are you seeing it taking off?
Yeah, absolutely. So over a third of our buyers in that category are Gen Z or millennial buyers. So it's bringing in a younger consumer. And let me step back and tell you what we launched, which was we actually launched authentication for every sneaker over $100. So it will be authenticated on the way to the buyer and then also authenticated on the way back if there's a return on the sneaker. So really kind of driving this sneaker business, a huge potential and great opportunity for us. And when we bring on that Gen Z buyer, they end up buying across 10 different categories on the site. So it's a great way to bring people into eBay and introduce them to all the breadth that we have, and then they go on and buy in 10 other categories. It's also brought a new sense of marketing for us. We're on next-gen platforms like TikTok. We did a campaign recently, and I said, how did it go in our sneaker business? And they said, well, it got 4 billion views. I said, 4 million? They were like, no, it got 4 billion views, went incredibly viral. And so eBay is really appealing to, and we're working on attracting that younger consumer and then having them buy across the platform. We did the same thing in watches, where we launched authentication in our watches business. So now every watch over $2,000 will get authenticated. It will have escrow if it's above $10,000. We launched a new shopping experience there. So really looking kind of vertical by vertical and thinking about what are the experiences that are going to delight our consumers. And in the sneakers case, we're hearing great feedback from our consumers and our sellers.
Yeah, and it's interesting though, you guys waited a little bit on the sneaker front to get into that. And now there's a lot of competition. StockX is, sort of the example that comes to mind. How do you plan on competing with folks who have really already, carved out a market for themselves here?
What's unique and great about eBay is, first off, we sell a lot of sneakers. We sell a sneaker every second and a half on the platform. So we sell lots of categories. But what's great about eBay is that they can not only come in and shop in sneakers, but then start shopping in apparel and sporting goods and video games and other categories, get into trading cards. And so the breadth of what we have to offer is really unique. In addition, we have this great global platform. So when you think about the expansiveness of France and Italy and Spain and Germany and Europe and countries all over to do the cross-border trade business. Finally, eBay just has massive scale. We have 183 million active buyers on the platform, 19 million sellers. So the scale of what we bring to the platform is unmatched. If I look at last quarter as an example, we did $4 billion more than the previous year. That's more than a lot of these companies do in a full year.
Yeah, no, 19 million sellers is no joke. But what are you guys doing to help those sellers? I mean, we're heading into the holiday season. We are anticipating a chaotic, from a logistics standpoint, holiday season. What are you guys doing anything in particular? We've seen Amazon struggle with their sellers. There's been some complaints there. How are you guys addressing issues that may come up with your sellers?
Yeah, so we launched campaigns really to help small businesses, which were struggling offline, to have them help come online and bring that business to eBay. So we launched programs like Up and Running in the US, and we did similar programs in the UK and Germany. There's a UK program going on right now through the end of the year called Pay As You Grow that gives you free or discounted fees to come on. So really leaning in and helping small businesses on the platform. In addition, we're giving them new tools and capabilities. So here in the United States, we just launched a new partnership with UPS to make shipping easier on the platform. And that's been really well received. They're gonna avoid peak surcharges for our sellers. We've negotiated that, which is fantastic. And we launched similar programs internationally with Australia Post and Royal Mail. So really leaning in and giving tools to help our sellers during this time period and really set ourselves up for a great holiday.
Yeah. How much of where you're doubling down at now is driven by what the pandemic has, made you have to change? I mean, we've seen this really be the year of the pivot for companies across the board. Have you guys had to make strategic decisions of, you were going to invest here, but now you're investing over here because of certain, changes that's happened this year?
Yeah, for us, it was really a seamless transition because we were transitioning to really focus on non-new and season. It's a $500 billion total addressable market, and it's a great opportunity for eBay. When you think about vintage, used, collectible, pre-owned, all of the categories that really is in our sweet spot. As an example, in our UK business, we launched a fashion brand outlet with great brands like Calvin Klein and Dolce & Gabbana coming onto the platform, really leaning into out-of-season outlet, fashion types of products where eBay tends to excel and has a great right to win. And so across the board, that focus has really helped us zero in. The other huge opportunity for us is consumer sellers, people like you and I, Katie, selling on eBay. The average household has $4,000 worth of goods in their house that they could sell, and less than 20% of that is online. So we're making that process a whole lot easier, much more seamless to bring that product onto eBay. Because when you come onto the platform as a seller, you fall even more in love with the platform as a buyer. And so what we see is that selling not only gives us great inventory, really unique stuff that people have to put on the platform, but it makes them more engaged and a stronger buyer on the platform as well.
Yeah, and speaking of that, I mean, you guys seem to really be going after a wider range of sellers, but there's a lot of competition in this space, right? There are a number of different apps. People can take pictures and sell things from their home. What is the one thing you would say eBay has over all of the competition? What is the edge you can give sellers?
Well, scale. We bring 183 million buyers to the table every single day when you think about the demand, the traffic that we have. It's also a really unique platform because you can sell in almost any category and make that experience really easy. This year we're launching managed payments, and that'll continue through the end of next year. And basically that's an integrated payments platform right into eBay. It completely simplifies the experience of collecting payments or of paying as a buyer. We've rolled that out now in 5 countries, and we're seeing really great traction with our managed payments business. And it's an example of how we're really simplifying the experience to make it much more seamless for our customers on the platform. The other unique thing I would say is that our buying experience, our apps, it's such a highly downloaded app on the platform that having that experience of just access to those buyers, to cross-border trade business, 98% of the small businesses on eBay are exporters because they can sell anywhere in the world. That's very different than the offline business, which has high single-digit penetration. So lots of unique advantages to selling on eBay.
Yeah. You talk a lot about a tech-led reimagination for the company. I'm curious, what are the technologies that are really driving this momentum for you? Like, what are the technologies that are really going to change the game for eBay and help you to compete?
I mentioned one. Yeah, absolutely, Katie. I mentioned one with managed payments. That's a game changer because I no longer have to set up a separate account somewhere else to get paid or to receive payments. And our sellers that have signed up for managed payments have a 10-point higher NPS than sellers who have not. So they really love the experience. Advertising is a great opportunity on the platform. We'll do close to $900 million of advertising business. And that gives brand new sellers the ability to come on and promote their products in really unique and interesting ways. And then there's just, technology across the board, enhancing our search. Local pickup is big right now. As you see consumers shift to doing local pickup or curbside pickup in retail, we also have a local pickup business. And we launched a simple thing like a QR code so people could interact and they swap QR codes on their mobile phones and the money just kind of magically in the background transfers between the buyer and the seller. So we're using technology across the board to really enhance the experience, make it much faster and much more appealing to the customer.
Yeah, and you talk a lot about where you guys are heading. I'm curious just to get your overall opinion on the retail industry as well. eBay, you guys have big plans for growth, but like I mentioned at the top, we've gone through so much in the retail sector this year, and it was already sort of going through turmoil before that. You've been in the retail industry for a long time. You're at eBay, you're at Walmart, you're at eBay again. I'm curious to get your thoughts on how the pandemic has reshaped the industry as a whole. Where are we going in the retail industry? Is this a tipping point for us?
Well, we've already seen massive disruption over the years, and I think this year just kind of accelerated more of the business from offline moving online. What we've seen in our business is small businesses that were struggling offline, coming online, and using that as a selling opportunity. I met a seller in the UK who said in the last financial crisis, they were selling plants at garden shows, and the garden shows folded up in the last financial crisis that we had. And they said, what are we going to do? They started selling on eBay. And now 10 years later, they have a thriving business selling plants on our eBay UK business. And it's a really interesting example how people just transform their experience when they come online. And meeting him, I was like, wow, I didn't even know we sold plants on eBay, but it's an example of the expansiveness that we're seeing. I also think, curbside pickup has massively expanded in retail. You've kind of seen that, especially in grocery. And it's why we launched that feature with local pickup that I talked about, is really take advantage of that opportunity of consumers picking things up locally.
Yeah. And are there any other consumer behaviors you've seen that have been adopted during the pandemic that you think will continue after, hopefully we return to some sort of normal?
What's interesting in our business is we first saw people, when the pandemic started, buy things they needed for the pandemic. Then they started to buy things they needed at home, like an office desk or strength training equipment and that type of thing. But then it really became across the board because people were rediscovering hobbies and passions. My dentist told me he started fixing up his 1988 truck, buying parts on eBay because he had free time all of a sudden. So there has been a big shift. I think the other shift that happens and what's unique about eBay is that we tend to perform well no matter what economic times there are. So in tough times, people turn to the values that they can get on eBay. So it's part of the reason why we just launched a new certified refurbished program. So in that program, you now have a 2-year warranty, 30-day hassle-free returns, eBay money-back guarantee. We're essentially putting a whole new level of trust into the eBay platform. And we've seen a platform like that do really well because people are turning to value when they're cash-strapped. And you can get great brands like Lenovo or Bose or Makati on eBay, in some cases where they're exclusive distributor, to really take advantage of the values when times are tough. So that's been a shift that we've seen as well, and one that we think will continue.
Yeah, speaking of which, you touched on this, but during the pandemic, folks have really turned to eBay to make some extra cash. As the economic times have been hard, people have lost their jobs. What are some of the trends that you've seen in terms of what they're selling? What are some of the things people are selling? What are folks, trying to make money off of?
What I love is when you think about that $4,000 worth of goods that people have in their house, they're bringing a very different type of inventory onto the platform. I just bought my daughter an oboe off of eBay, and the seller was fantastic. And this is not something that a B2C seller or a business seller would be selling. It's really unique inventory that a consumer seller has. And if you think about the types of things that you can sell out of your house, really unique inventory that no business is going to have. So that's been one. But we've really seen it across the board. Our motors, parts, and accessories business has been doing well because people have the time to fix up cars or work on vintage cars. People put secondhand apparel on the platform, and that performs really well as well. when you think about that Gen Z and millennial consumer, what's really important to them also is re-commerce and the sustainability of not having that product go into a landfill, but putting it back into circulation and back into use. So we really love seeing that type of thing. The other platform that's exploding is our eBay for Charity platform. So one of the great things about eBay is if I want to give, let's say, a handbag to a charity, the charity doesn't really know what to do with a handbag. But by using the eBay for Charity platform, the seller actually sells that handbag. All of the proceeds go to the nonprofit, and they get a tax receipt for it, which is fantastic. And the buyer also feels great because they're buying a product where all the money goes to charity. So at times like this, there's a lot of expansiveness to the eBay platform, which really appeals to the buyers and the sellers.
Yeah. So something I wanted to touch on is you joined the company, or rejoined the company, I should say, earlier this year, right when the pandemic was getting started, it feels like. I'm curious to learn about, what that transition was like. What was the biggest challenge that you faced as the pandemic was taking off and you were, joining the helm of the company?
Yeah, one of the things that was great for me was I had spent 8 years at eBay earlier in my career. So essentially it was a coming home and a coming back to the eBay family, which was great because it's certainly a challenge to do your first all hands and your first team meetings in this kind of Zoom virtual environment. What's been great to see though is how easily and quickly our employees transferred to working from home and being there for our buyers and sellers. And even more importantly, how our sellers were there for our buyers through this pandemic, because they've been shipping items, every single day and coming into work and really being there to make sure that they can get items to buyers. And one of the great parts of eBay is we're really distributed throughout the world and throughout the country, so there's no single supply chain choke point. But for me personally, I'm just really excited. We do this employee engagement survey a couple times a year, and we've just concluded one last month. And our employee engagement is levels that we hadn't seen before, which is great when you think about they're all working from home and what challenges that they're going through. To see the employee engagement and the excitement for what we're doing here at eBay is great to see. And I'm honored and privileged to lead the company during these challenging times.
Yeah. I'm also curious to learn about what the biggest challenge is ahead of you, right? I mean, a lot going on. We're sort of still in the thick of this pandemic. What do you think will be the biggest challenge you're going to be facing in the year ahead?
Yeah, what we're going to be focused on is continuing to roll out new experiences, vertical by vertical, looking at the end-to-end experiences like we just did in sneakers and in watches and in certified refurbish, and continuing to really change the experience on eBay such that we're delighting buyers and sellers, making it more seamless. Over the next year or slightly more than a year, we'll be continuing to scale our managed payments business. We went from being limited to 10% in 2 countries to now doing over 20% of our on-platform volume on managed payments, and that's an exciting transition for us. When I go back to our core strategy, it's really about defending our core, which is that consumer seller and these key verticals. 2 is being the seller platform of choice and really partnering and working with our sellers with all the changes that I talked about, like the new logistics programs with UPS and Royal Mail. And then 3rd is to turn buyers into trusted lifelong enthusiasts. It's why we've made these big changes with authentication. It's why we're leaning in on the new experiences on the platform, is we think we have the opportunity to really change the experience for buyers and make them enthusiasts. And those are the ones that really go on, tell everyone about it, and make this platform so viral and so vibrant.
Yeah, well, you mentioned a lot of things there, but I'm curious to get the one thing that you're most excited about in the year ahead for eBay.
Yeah, I guess the thing I'm most excited by is this idea of how we're using technology in a completely different way at the company. I call it a tech-led reimagination because even though we're a tech company and we're celebrating our 25th anniversary this year, the momentum that we're putting into how we're using technology in a completely different way is exciting to see. When we launched our first changes in watches, it took us months to build that technology and to really line up authentication and make it simpler. But then we launched weeks later that same experience in our sneakers business. And that's really the theme, is kind of from months to weeks of really just changing how we develop technology using AI and machine learning in really different ways. Because when you think about the scale of eBay, we can use those technologies like nobody else can to really help buyers and make it easier to list for sellers. So the one thing I'd say is I'm just excited about this tech-led reimagination, what you're going to see from eBay in the coming quarters and the coming years.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Jamie, for joining us. We appreciate it. Back to Liz.
Thanks, Katie, and can't wait to do this in Portugal at some time soon.
Same. Hopefully next year.
Exactly.
Thank you. Sending it back to Portugal.
Every audio and mobile company is going wireless. Oramic solves the problem of connecting their devices. We've sold over 40 of our first generation products and have over 25 beta users with positive feedback. Now it's our time to scale.
Be the first to hear about special ticket offers, new speaker announcements, early access to masterclasses, perks, and much more. Join the Web Summit Network and sign up for our newsletter list at websummit.com/newsletter-sign up. As the world doubles down on working from home, the pros and cons of remote work have been revealed. Here to talk us through the secret life of remote teams, please welcome Jesse Hampel and Jason Fried.
Jason, it's great to be with you virtually in my very first Web Summit interview that I have gotten to do not from Europe, but actually from my home office in Brooklyn, New York. And yet here we are together. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for doing the interview. It's gonna be fun.
It is going to be fun, Jason, because we're talking about something that you and I have talked about for many, many years. But in all of those years, it was never actually part of my life, and now it is, and that is remote work. So really, you have been an advocate of remote work for many, many, many years. And you have spoken about how to do it. You have given instructions. You have given advice. And then overnight, literally last spring, a huge cohort of companies that had never considered remote work before needed to figure out how to be entirely remote. So you must have had a very busy year in the advice giving realm. Am I right?
Yeah, yes, you are right. Although what's interesting is that this is not even really remote working. This is like pandemic working, which is another level. Makes everything much more difficult. You have a kid, I have kids, people are running around, we're all home. It's extra hard right now. So I think the first thing is just to recognize that like this is not actually, this is the hardest version of remote working there is. And actually it's quite a bit easier than this when kids can go to school and things are a little bit more calm around the house. So everyone's getting like the hardest possible practice right now, which is actually really good because once other things get back to normal, remote working is going to feel way better even than it might now for some people.
That's somewhat of a relief to hear. I think about 2020 as a series of chapters in remote work. There was that whole early chapter where we were all trying to figure out how Zoom worked and some percentage of us couldn't. And then there was a mid chapter when a lot of pretty amazing things were bubbling up and we were realizing, oh, we could do these new things that we couldn't do before. And maybe this was sustainable long term. And now as we pilot ourselves through the fall and in the winter, and many of us are still working from home, I think that there's this level of deep burnout. In fact, the LinkedIn Workforce Confidence Report is reporting that people are experiencing burnout like they've just never experienced before. And I think that there's a quick move to blame that on remote work, when in fact it's a misconstruation entirely. That remote work might not be the problem or the reason for the burnout. And I would love to hear you reflect a bit on what you're seeing at your company around burnout.
Yeah. I think the reason people are burning out is because a lot of companies are simply taking local work and trying to do that same kind of work remotely. So, for example, people have always been annoyed by meetings, but Zoom meetings are even more annoying. They're mentally taxing just to stare to, like right now, I mean, this is different, but I'm staring at like a little green dot, right, next to my camera. Like people are doing this for hours a day, which is totally different than if you happen to be in person with other people talking about things. So this is really taxing. It's really hard. And for companies that are just trying to do the same thing they did before, but do it remotely, they're going to burn people out. Remote work is a different kind of work. It's a different way to work. It's more about allowing people to have more time to themselves. It's about fewer meetings. It's about working more asynchronously versus real time. It's about giving people space and attention and their time and their attention back so they can focus in and do what they need to do. It's not about just recreating the office remotely. So the companies that are recreating the office remotely are going to burn people out because it's harder this way to do what we used to do in the office. I think the enlightened companies are going to be the ones that figure out how to work this way by giving people more room, more space, more trust, and work more asynchronously and not trying to pull people into Zoom rooms all day long.
Well, I love that idea of remote work being an effective tool for giving you your time back. I, for one, have noticed in my own organization that whereas we began doing everything over Zoom, our more effective meetings are often old school on the telephone or even asynchronously or not meeting at all. And I'm curious what meetings look like at Basecamp.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really have meetings in general, but when we do have to get together, it's usually 3 or fewer people. So that's it. And usually it's just 2. So like I might be talking with someone about something, working it out on Basecamp with someone, and then we're like, you know what, let's just catch up on a call about this real quick. And so 2 people would get together and discuss something. We wouldn't schedule a meeting. We wouldn't pull 6 people into a Zoom room or a physical room back when we were doing that. It's just ad hoc as you need to, and always 3 people or less, basically. Unless there's like an emergency when a bunch of people need to get together, but that's not really a meeting. That's a crisis. That's a different thing. So small teams, small groups, ad hoc. Don't fill things up on your schedule with blocks. Just like work. And if you need to get in touch with someone, you ask them if they're available, and if they are, maybe you catch up. And if they're not, that's fine too. You do what you need to do without them. Like a little bit more like we used to be. Like one thing I've noticed is that these days, like we even have to schedule phone calls with friends, which is not the way it used to be. You should just like pick up the phone or whatever. Now it's like, hey, are you free to talk Tuesday? Let me send you a calendar invite. It's like, you're my friend. What are we doing here? That's how we try to work. We try to work at Basecamp like we're friends in that respect, that like we're just doing our own thing. And if we need to get someone's attention, we ask them for it, and they have to give it to us. And it's their decision whether or not they want to give it to us. It's not my decision if I want to take it from them. It's a very different thing than just throwing things on calendars. So that's kind of how we do it.
It's such an interesting observation that you make, Jason, that actually that rigorous need to schedule has then bled over into our personal lives to the extent that there is a shift or a difference between your personal and professional, so that we're scheduling. I mean, you could come to my scheduled family Zoom call on a Sunday evening from 5 to 5:45. And then we end up exhausted by the whole of it, right? By every dimension of our life. And bringing that ad hoc back both to our personal lives, but also to our professional lives probably does make things go faster. I'm curious what brainstorming might look like. How do you brainstorm?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the first thing we do at Basecamp is we individually would write up ideas. So if I want to throw an idea out there for somebody, I don't schedule a meeting and take them off their work and then pitch an idea to them. I write it up in long form, in detail, and post it to Basecamp. In our world, that's what we use, of course. And they would read it on their own time and on their own schedule. And then we might go back and forth in the comments section over a matter of days, maybe even. And then if we feel like we need to kind of bring it up a level, we would, hop on a call or something like that. But what we don't do is we don't just like schedule time to just riff in Zoom or Skype or anything like that. We're always trying to write it up first, think it through first, present it completely first, let the other person absorb it on their own schedule, and then we can figure out a time if we need to go somewhere else. But sometimes we don't need to. Sometimes we can just go back and forth in the comments and we're good. And that saves everybody a lot of time. Because the hardest thing about real time is that real time means you've got to sync schedules. It means you've got to stop what you're doing to jump on something else. But when you're doing asynchronous work, when you're writing things up and publishing them and letting other people get back to you when they have a chance, people find the times and the gaps to do the reading and to read up on something and to respond to something on their own time, on their own schedule, which gives everybody back a few hours a day versus them, having to stop what they're doing to jump into a call. So we're very fluid in that way, and we always start by writing it up. And I think that's really important, primarily because it allows you to get a complete thought out and really present something that you've thought through so the other person can absorb it and they can think it through and take some time to think it through, versus here's the other alternative. The other alternative is you might spend 4 or 5 days thinking about something, and then you want to present it to somebody, and then they have no time to think it through. You've had 4 days, they have 1 minute, or actually less than that, they have 5 seconds to respond. I don't think that that's a commensurate offer. So I think it's good for everyone to have time and think it through.
So that entirely makes sense, Jason. But at the same time, this idea of riffing is a pretty mainstream idea for an office. The idea that that would be a necessary part to what it is for good ideas to sort of be born and blossom. Do you think that, do you sort of have a counter take on that whole idea of riffing is overblown as part of an important part of office culture?
I think riffing is handy occasionally, and we do it occasionally, but like as a scheduled, persistent thing, no, I think it's mostly a waste of time, primarily because most work is not brainstorming and riffing. Most work is like actually mundane, like work. It's just work. It's like things have to get done. We're not just throwing ideas around all the time. Like at some point you have to do the things that you've already brainstormed before. So yes, we riff occasionally, but we're not just spending time coming up with new ideas. We're spending time in implementing the things that we've already come up with. And then when we're out of ideas, then we can get together and riff again, but we shouldn't be doing that constantly. So yeah, I do think the idea of brainstorming and riffing and getting together and shooting the breeze, like too often is actually more of an excuse for procrastination. And it's not really getting down to getting the things done that you really need to get done.
Well, procrastination has its own role to play in the modern American office, right?
And we all do it. By the way, I'm as guilty as anyone of procrastinating. And actually, I shouldn't even say guilty. There's no guilt. We shouldn't be guilty about procrastinating. Procrastinating is a natural thing, and we all do it, and that's fine.
And one could say that it is part of the creative process to allow ideas to sort of, fester as they will. It just doesn't feel all that productive in the moment.
Yeah, and by the way, I agree with that. I think pauses, stepping away, and procrastination, they're all the same thing, which is like, I'm not quite ready to dive into this thing. I either have to think it through some more, I want it to roll around in my head some more, or I'm just not feeling it right now. Like, these are fine, it's okay. You can't force creativity, you can force work to be done, but I think there's a moment when things feel right to do. And I think that's typically when you get the most out of your time.
Well, Jason, there's also this sense of trust that you need to have deeply in order for a remote workforce to do their best work together, to move quickly, right?
Yeah.
And I think that there's assumption that in order to build that trust, people need FaceTime. They need to learn to be with each other in some sort of in person in order to do that. Like, how does trust take form where you are?
FaceTime is certainly helpful, but time is actually more helpful. So the longer you've worked with somebody, typically the more you're going to trust them, whether it's virtual or in person. This is why I think it's so important for teams to stay together, for companies to invest in their people. and for longevity and you know, people who've been in roles for a long time to stick around in companies and not just cycle through people all the time, which is why burnout is so costly. Because if you keep losing people, it's hard to trust anybody. At Basecamp, more than half our company has been with us for more than 5 years. I think something like 30 to 40% now have been with us for more than 7 years. And this helps because we can trust each other because we have experience and history with each other. And so then if we have to work remotely or locally or whatever, or in any situation, or we don't even get to meet each other see each other in person for a year, we're resilient enough because we have some history. So I think history is kind of the thing you should be looking for first, which is keeping teams together for a while, versus like thinking that if someone's brand new, you're going to trust them in 2 weeks because you get to see them. Like that's not how trust is built. It's built over time.
Right. Well, so as we wrap up, Jason, I'd love for you to reflect a little bit on this year of remote work, which is, I'm sure, very different than other years because of the pandemic. And I'd ask, like, what have you learned? What have you learned about how it works?
Yeah, I think it's really well, I've been working remotely for a long time, so like I already know how to do that. But what I've learned is that again, this is not remote work. This is pandemic work. And it's very important, I think, for everybody who's going through this right now to recognize that. And because some people aren't enjoying it, and it's not necessarily the remoteness part of it, although it could be part of it, but most of it is probably the fact that everyone's under extreme pressure and stress. And we need to kind of just dial back our ambitions a little bit and understand that everyone's going through some really difficult times right now. That's, I think, the most important thing for managers, executives, team leads to understand is to give people a little bit of space and lay off everybody a little bit. Everyone's just trying to figure this stuff out themselves right now.
Well put. And we wish everyone luck in doing it. And now I want to throw back to Portugal and thank you so much for joining me today.
Thanks.
Welcome to Pitch, powered by KPMG. You're about to hear from some of the most innovative startup pitches in this year's competition. We're only going to show you a teaser. You can see the full pitch video on each company's startup profile next.
All right, hi everyone. Welcome to the winner's announcement for Pitch, powered by KPMG Private Enterprise. Joining me to announce the winner is Anna Scally, Head of Technology and Media for KPMG Ireland. This year's competition was particularly tough. Out of the thousands of startups here at Web Summit, 140 were selected to compete in Pitch. From 140, only 3 went the distance and pitched earlier today in the finals. I'd like to thank all the judges who were involved and, of course, all the startups who pitched their hearts out. Now, Anna, what did you think of our finalists?
Well, I was really, really impressed with the quality of our 3 finalists today. I was also pretty impressed that they came from 3 very distinct areas. So we had, first up, we had Replay, and Replay are tackling a very significant problem that we have, trying to reuse assets and surplus assets. And I really liked their product. And the fact that they are trying to help us all, I suppose, improve the sustainability of this planet that we're on. So I really liked what the market that they were aiming at, and I really liked their product. So that was number 1. Switch was our second finalist, who are focused on cyber and data security. And we all know how important that is and how critical that is in the current environment. And really with the acceleration of digitization, they are also playing in a very sweet spot. And our third finalist was Lalibela. Lalibela are trying to tackle the problem of digitizing patient records in Ethiopia and the African continent. And really, I was very impressed with them and with the objective that they have set themselves. And I really think we were very lucky to have 3 very, very strong finalists in our pitch competition today.
Great, excellent. Now, I'm sure you have your favorites, but it's time to announce the winner, Anna. Who will be this year's champion?
Thank you, Casey. This year's champion and the winner of Pitch at Web Summit 2020 is Lalibela Global Networks.
Wow, you can't be serious. Wow. Wow. We are honored. I'm honored. It's 28 years of trying to change systems in Africa. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. Not for me, for all those mothers and children and patients in Africa. I want to give digital health solution. I'm proud. Just 2 years we participated in Web Summit. 2 years. This is our 3rd year. We learned a lot. It opened our mind. It's just, what can I say? During COVID, to win something like this is unbelievable. Thank you. Thank you. And I hope you'll see our journey in the next 5 years, 10 years, how we'll change Africa. That I promise you. It's unbelievable. I'm speechless because I have worked to change African healthcare system for the last 28 years. I was determined to make sure that even the poor can get services that most of us can get in the Western countries or Eastern countries. So for me, it's a lifetime achievement, this one. Lalibela built up by CHR, a digitalized solution, before even COVID came. COVID now made it very important that even village clinics, private clinics, government clinics can use it for their patients, for the doctors. So winning this is beyond belief. It will change how we will expand in Africa. It will change the visibility that we'll get because of this. Because of the Women in Web Summit is a big thing. It will show our product to the rest of the world. And I believe there are many people, champions, who believe, like me, that they can support, they can invest in the youth of Africa, in the women of Africa, to change healthcare system. It's a perfect time. I mean, COVID is a bad thing, but I think COVID has shown all of us that we need a secure medical record. All of us, wherever. For me, I've always said it's a human right. If we go to a hospital and give a piece of us to the doctors, to the nurses, we trust them. So our information, wherever we live in this moving world, tomorrow somebody from Europe can come to Africa, from Africa anywhere. So a piece of us need to be, I don't know, sacred. And that is what we are trying to do, to make sure that people in Africa have a secure, flexible, scalable, multilingual electronic system. And the Web Summit made this possible for me. I can't believe it. I thank you. I thank you for the last 2 years. You opened our eyes. It's because of you I'm sitting here. I didn't even know what was beta and alpha. That experience and the amount, the number of companies, investors we met, changed our lives. They encourage us, people who came to our booth last year and said, you should pitch next year. They saw something in us. They know that we are really committed to change Africa, and we will. So I thank Web Summit. It's unbelievable. Thank you for the honor you have bestowed on us, on my colleagues, on Ethiopia, and on Africa.
Hello everyone, we will do the next introduction in proper British accent. Why? Because I wanna. Technology and race have intersected in a way that both improves and breaks society. Take social media, for example. It has brought us together, but it has also torn us apart like never before. Our next guest joins us now to talk through this exact dilemma. Please welcome Dr. Cornel West and Professor Tricia Rose. Rightio.
Hey everyone, welcome, and thanks for joining us on this special edition of The Tightrope. I'm Tricia Rose, and today we're partnering with the Web Summit for a unique conversation with Noelle Silver. But before we check in with her, I want to check in with my co-host and dear friend, Dr. Cornel West, and see how he's doing today in light of everything. I don't even need to name anything. Every week there's something new to think about, and we always want to know what's on your mind. So how are you, Dr. West? What's going on?
I am always full of joy when I'm in dialogue with you, my dear sister Tricia. Got up this morning and realized there was blue sky. And I said, yep, I'm fortified and still ready to go. Look like we have democratically pushed out the neo-fascist gangster Trump, slowly making his move out. And now we've got to render accountable the neoliberal Biden and Harris. And we give them a chance for just a few minutes to see what their personnel looks like and see what kind of vision they want to pursue. And then in the name of precious poor and working people of all colors, we're going to make sure that they are answerable and accountable.
Wow. Well, I think we got a significant task in front of us with that matter. It feels like the machinery's in motion for the typical. It's disconcerting. You know, there's so many promises made. You got my back, I'm gonna get your back. What is that gonna look like? So how do we hold any government accountable, frankly, in this context, right? I mean, what are the best mechanisms for accountability and successful accountability?
Yeah, well, successful, you know, that's a tough one, though.
Sorry, I didn't mean to add that degree of difficulty.
Oh, you got a high criteria now. You bringing in some Beethoven, Tony Marsh, and Curtis Mayfield levels of excellence here. But just in terms of efforts at accountability, we must raise our voices. We cannot go to sleep. We cannot simply be satisfied with the relief from Trump now that we have to engage the suffering in such a way that Biden and others can attempt to address that suffering. And that's the real challenge, it seems to me, and it's a very crucial one.
Yeah. So is our problem, do you think, more about getting people to see where the problem lies? You know what I mean? Because there's so much, it was anti-Trump. I mean, I think many people voted against Trump and fascism without a clear sense necessarily of what they were voting for, right, in particular. Right. So how do we narratively and otherwise get people to focus on the catastrophe, as you would put it, that is with us regardless, and be willing to challenge and push in the direction that we need to go in, right? Because I guess I'm not sure how we get people not just to lift their voices, but to understand that this is a different problem than the problem we were having fighting Trump, and to get them engaged narratively.
No, I think that's a crucial challenge, though, is because just like when Obama won years ago and people went to sleep, no longer rendered him accountable. So they began to overlook the degree to which the Trump was just one major catastrophe, and we did triumph. We pushed him out democratically. But the other catastrophes are ecological, nuclear, poverty, jobs without a living wage, decrepit school systems,
the Supreme Court,
indecent housing, Supreme Court, so that we've got to keep the focus on the social misery and the suffering, as opposed to just the personalities, whether we like them or not, or what color they are. You know, how many black folk they gonna have, how many women they gonna have, how many gays, how many lesbians, how many trans. Those are very important identities, no doubt. We must push for peoples of color and other subjugated peoples at the highest level. But in the end, it's not going to be just a matter of the identities. It's going to be a matter of what kinds of solidarities they're able to generate by putting poor and working people at the center. And that's going to be a tremendous battle in terms of the neoliberal hegemony right now in leadership, both in Black leadership as well as in non-Black leadership.
Right, right. You know, this is a fundamental conflict, you know, that you're illuminating here between, you know, the question of social change and inclusion at the same time.
Absolutely.
Right? How do we understand that inclusion is a valuable piece of the puzzle, but if the system is corrupt, if the project is not about a more just environment where people who've been destroyed and their lives have been brought to the brink of existence are not cared for and restored, who cares what color the people are who are in the business of continuing that project? So how do you do those things at once? It's not all or nothing, right?
Absolutely. It's a two-step. It's a two-step. Dan, you're absolutely. We've got to support inclusion in terms of Black folk and brown folk and others being devalued, being marginalized, and their genius and talent not being recognized. But at the same time, you recognize all the inclusion in the world won't generate fundamental social change unless there's pressure from the back and unless there's courageous leadership on the inside. And so we have to be able to keep track of both of those at the same time, it seems to me.
Right, right. So you said one thing that I wanted to ask you a little bit more about. I mean, you said we only have time for one of them. And that is, you know, we pushed him out. We've triumphed over Trump, say, for example.
Right.
But do you really think we triumphed over Trumpism? I am not in any way believing that what he unleashed is going to end anytime soon. And when you think about, you know, the Republican Party's, you know, comfort with this pretty much maniac. And I use that word both casually and advisedly. I mean, you know, the fact that he has so many people who would be willing to do his bidding, and more importantly, all of these Americans who voted for him, right? How do we manage that? I mean, are we past civil dialogue, Cornel? Are we past the kind of reasonable discussion among people who may have different points of view? And if we are, how do we either get back to that, or if that's not a goal, where do we go conversationally or politically in community?
Now, I think we always should make efforts to engage in Socratic dialogue so that we can learn and listen from one another across ideological and political lines. It's just sometimes there's a broader possibility, sometimes there's a lesser possibility. But at the same time, we should never be surprised fascist elements and fascist forces in U.S. democracy or any other democracy. That's always been the case. And if it's not a political fascism, there's spiritual fascisms and moral fascisms that are always operating inside of people that don't get a chance to come out the way they did in Charlottesville or Trump in the White House, for example. But we know, you know, slavery, Jim Crow, Jane Crow, those are fascist zones in America's imperial democracy in the past. And even mass incarceration is a fascist zone that's still operating very much right now, even after pushing Trump out. So that I think we should never, ever give up on trying to do what seems to be impossible. And that's one of the things that makes being alive so exciting. That you're always trying to do something that people didn't think you can do. Sometimes that's just having a conversation with somebody that you didn't think you could have a conversation with. You know what I mean?
That's really true. Yeah, that spirit, that fire of, you know, they're not going to stop this from happening. You know, every moment you can embrace that feeling and that conviction and that drive. It's not necessarily exactly how you get there or if you get there, but really does the spirit get there, right? Does the spirit that you're trying to, I'll tell you, that's the struggle. That's where the power actually is. It's not in the victory. It's in the conceptualization of that moment.
Absolutely. And just the will, the effort, the endeavor that is unstoppable, the sacred fire in your soul that can never be put out by nobody's water.
That's right. That's right. And you know, the other piece of that puzzle, and which ties to our terrific guest today, is that you know, new technology has the potential to really be really a game changer in a good way, and potentially, as usual, as many game changers are, also potentially in a bad way, right? That incredibly powerful, complex technologies that are, you know, learning machines, right? That have had the ability to transform, you know, who we are and what we think, you know, are really coming into existence. And I'm beginning to really wonder how much these new technologies may have played a role in crafting a kind of emotional, psychologically attaching story that got people to believe the level of fictions that are going on, right? I mean, I think those fictions are only on the side of the Trump campaign, but they might be in other places too, because, you know, there's a kind of, when you talk to people, and I've had the discomfort of having to do so, people who are really invested in Trump, you know, it feels like a cult. And
in many ways it is.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Because I'm like not for Biden. I'm not for anybody who really ran. I mean, Bernie's cool, you know, but I'm more invested in a set of ideas and a set of ways of being. But people who are down with Trump, like, you know, God is on his side. And I mean, they're just like, I don't even know what to say. I honestly don't. Anyway, the way that ties in is because I'm thinking that they may have figured out the emotional, psycho-emotional infrastructure of a significant group of Americans and figured out how to push that button and get people invested in something that isn't really in existence.
No, that's real, but it's rooted in desperation and pain and anxiety that takes the form of hatred, contempt, and resentment.
Right.
But that's a human thing, though. You know, that's been around ever since we emerged from the cave. You know what I mean?
That's true. That's true. But we didn't. But listen, we had what I'd call, you know, what do you call it? Not digital, but analog. We had analog levels of change going on. So when we were around the campfire back in the day, you know, we had to catch it and kill it with a spear or whatever it was. You know what I mean? You had to eat it and that was it. It wasn't no refrigeration. Now we talk
telling their little stories and things, but some of those stories over that fire, they were lying too, you know. Yeah. They were lying too.
They were lying, but it wasn't so fantastical, and it didn't have the level of marketing ability that we have unleashed on.
And that's what we learned from our dear brilliant sister, who we go talk to.
Yes, indeed. That's right. Partly why I was connecting it. So we are really fortunate to have Ms. Noelle Silver with us today, who's a multi-award winning technologist who specializes in responsible AI practices. And we need responsible AI practices. How are you, Nicole Silver? Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Tightrope.
Hi, I am just delighted to be here. Super exciting. And you set it up so beautifully because it is such a huge, wonderful, amazing, beautiful opportunity. But it's also, you know, as with all great things, has a dark side. And so I'm excited to share my perspective on both.
Yeah, well, you've been celebrated and done great work. You've led teams at NPR and Microsoft and Amazon, and you are also a member of the AI Leadership Institute. And so you bring a lot to the table. Why don't you just share for our Tightrope community a little bit more about, you know, what you do and what's behind how you do what you do, because it seems like you have a broader vision for your AI work.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think probably the best way to start is that I was just very much like probably the listeners of this. When I first got into artificial intelligence, I didn't know anything really about it. Alexa as a product at Amazon hadn't been born yet, and I happened to be working there and I saw an opportunity. My opportunity was stemmed from, I have a son who has Down syndrome, a dad who has cognitive brain injuries that have made it hard for them to use tech. And I was drawn to opportunity provided through what we now know as Alexa, but back then was just, hey, we might be able to build a device that you could talk to tech with. And I was raised on the golden age of science fiction. the good stories and the bad ones, all about how like we can have this ambient technology be helpful and increase the accessibility of the world to people. And so Alexa was that dream for me, and also I think originally for people like Jeff Bezos and at other tech companies. But as you've noticed, unfortunately, the good thing that all things start as, I truly believe, many things start inherently good. And then over time, bad actors, bad intentions seem to seep in, and then it becomes a race. I'm right now also very heavily involved in AI and cybersecurity. And there's a race between those who will defend the good, the dark side and the light side, those who are the attackers and those who are the defenders. And the same is true now with what you were talking about earlier, misinformation. And so as I started working with Amazon Alexa and evolving to working with Microsoft AI, and then ultimately creating my own organization, AI Leadership Institute, I realized how important it was that we even knew, like we as a society need to know what this is doing, what it's capable of, what the truth looks like, and how to tell when something you're looking at isn't the truth. And so now I spend a lot of my time talking to C-level executives across the world about how do you make sure that you, as the person putting this technology into the world, that you do it with the right perspective, but most importantly, with the intention of being transparent and thinking about serving the community as opposed to taking from it.
So now, two things, Noelle. Clearly technology is going to get so good that, my brain won't have to seek the truth, right? It'll actually get tricked into it. I think it's safe to say that given the way things are going, it's going to be almost impossible, right? They're going to get their wrinkles together. They're going to get their mouths straightened out. But even more importantly, even if we have verifiable sources, right? It sounds like from films like The Social Dilemma that we are actually raising people who are not looking for the truth per se, right? So talk a little bit about, because it seems to me that's an engineering that's going on in the psyche that AI is a part of. It's not the only thing responsible for it. So in other words, this search to figure out what's true and what isn't is kind of predicated on the idea that people want to know what's true and that they're in it for what's true. Do you think is that a fair assumption that we should be making, or, how should we deal with that?
Yes, I think it is. I think it actually goes back to something that Dr. West was saying around, like, we have to create more truth tellers and it's just the same in cybersecurity. We had to create ethical hackers because we needed people that were one step ahead. And that is the same is true with authentic, that's why I went to work for NPR, because their mission was to tell the truth and stand with the facts and be an advocate for that in whatever mechanism we could. And I, of course, stood for the technology side of that business. But we need more people, more companies. It's why I talk to CEOs that stand for, and that's why it's less about how do I tell the difference and more about how do we create companies that actually believe that the truth is important. And the more companies that we have that believe that then build engineering teams that create products that believe that and represent that, that's when we start to see the tide turn. But as with all things, this is systemic, unfortunately, which means that if we do nothing, though you're right, we will raise a generation of people who look for what they want, and then worse, find a algorithm like Facebook that will then surface, whether it's true or not, more of what they want. Because ultimately, those platforms are getting paid to keep you there. Just like you said in The Social Dilemma, the models of these platforms is to keep you engaged. If keeping you engaged means lying to you, that's actually not even a question. Of course we keep lying to you because that's how we get paid, right? So now we have to start thinking, how do we break down those business models and change the way voices are heard within the world? Right now it happens to be on these big social platforms, but lucky for us, in our generation, we know a time when these platforms didn't exist. There will be a time when new platforms exist. So what can we do now to encourage the development of platforms that think differently? because we are kind of a subject of the choices we made 10, 15 years ago right now. And those choices maybe have been flawed.
Just to reiterate your point, Noelle, I watched The Social Dilemma and I was, very interested in the content, and it was very provocative and important. But I was struck by it was one group of young white male tech, people against another group of white male tech people. And I know full well that they're only one piece of this puzzle, and that but it doesn't feel like it's just about, I'm in a group, so I only know my own group. And so I make sure it works for my group, because they've been made aware of this over and over. And so they're still doing it, right? They're still making things that work only for them. They're still imagining that they are the knights in shining armor to save humanity from themselves. And so, are there ways you can imagine new technologies could be wrestled from the hands of such a small coterie of extremely powerful, not only technologically sophisticated, but economically influential people?
I think it's systemic, which is the challenge. So it's systemic in the sense that you go into certainly the large tech companies and the most influential startups, and there is a layer of homogeneous people sitting in these companies, and they all look the same. Like when I go into a company, the first thing I do is I look at their board. And if there's not a person of color there, I'm like, it's 2020, so there's no excuse, right? As you just said, there's no reason that there wouldn't be someone on a board, because you don't have to get hired. You don't have to, that's a board advisory board. How do you not have an advisor that represents a huge constituency today? And this is true for most Silicon Valley type companies and those that aspire to be.
We were raising this issue of identity in the earlier dialogue. And you think, this week is the anniversary of John Brown's execution, his hanging. And I say to myself, the white brothers in The Social Dilemma as part of the teams, if they had John Brown mentality, John Brown integrity, John Brown solidarity, they wouldn't have to wait for Black people or brown people. They would already be educated in a deeper way to know that they have to have a view of the world that embraces the rich humanity of all of us. You see what I mean? So that it seems to be a failure of empathy, a failure of imagination, a failure of vision, a failure of courage. They get socialized in such a way that they don't want to be all embracing in that way. And it cuts the other way too. If Clarence Thomas was running that thing, he's not going to have a deep empathy for some of the poor folk here or the working class folk there in terms of the policies that he promotes. Now, we don't know one-on-one. Clarence might be magnificent, but I'm just thinking of the priorities he's had in his policy views as being on the Supreme Court. So that it's education. And I know you're working with the new universities now, Hacker. Is education a force strong enough, or is it just a one force among others?
So I think I wish it was a force strong enough. I do feel like it's a big lever. It has a lot of power, but it doesn't matter if I create a whole new fleet of empathetic, servant leaders who know how to build software they're all ethically and responsibly minded. They've been trained on how to build inclusive technology. If they walk into a leadership of, big tech circa 2008, which is where most of them have stalled, it doesn't matter how good they are. They will all feel like I do. They will all feel like their wings get clipped at some point where they're like, just sit down, be quiet, and do the thing. Like, I understand your mission. I understand you want to do this work, but and I've heard and this is across genders, across even ethnicities. If you are different, eventually you're going to have the talk where they're like, we love what you're doing on social, but we just need you to do the thing. We just need you to do the job we've hired you to do, and you work for me. And if that layer, that's what I'm trying to tell people. And I'm like, all we need to do is break through that layer. And I see our new administration, right, as a symbol of we could do this. The glass is breaking. But we have to keep moving up. And honestly, this older woman sat me down, African-American woman in a senior position in a company. She said to me, she goes, an entire generation of people have to leave for this to get better. And she believed it. And I, in my heart, immediately was like, oh no, I am not waiting for this. And I think that that's the beauty of all of our generations having a new awareness through this pandemic, through what happened over the summer. I think we're getting to, I'm hoping that we're getting to that point where having that moment of like, we don't want to stand for this anymore. Having those like moments isn't going to be good enough. Like we're going to have consistent effort, and people like me who are going to be like, it stinks to be here, but I'm going to stay because we need leaders here. We need leaders who are going to open this door. And so, yeah, that's what I try to do now, is just inspire more people to stay in the industry, because without leaders in the industry that take the place of the current, I'm not sure how we're going to get there. So like you said, education is a big lever, but we really need to change the leadership in these companies.
We're inspired by the fact that you're here, embarking on this fight, because it's an invisible world that is shaping the actual world in profound ways.
That's so true.
Yeah. And we're really thrilled you got to join us today. Thank you so much for coming on the Tightrope, Noelle Silver. We're your friends and we're your boosters, and you make the world safe for AI, so I'm all right. You all right with me?
That's right.
Thank you so much for joining us on the Tightrope. And
I really appreciate it.
We'll see you
Thank
soon.
you.
So Cornel, this concludes our special episode of the Tightrope. Do we want to thank the Web Summit people a whole bunch for having us and letting us participate on their platform and the partnership. And if you're watching this as a part of the Web Summit, we're headed back to Lisbon for a few minutes, and then Cornel West and I will host a live Q&A. Otherwise, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel and podcast, and also find us on Patreon. Thanks, everyone, and we're thrilled you would join us on the Tightrope. It was great to have you and be with you, Cornel West, and we'll see everyone next time.
Right on, my dear Tricia.
Due to the global pandemic, default rates for borrowers in Africa are extremely high. Curriculum provides institutions across Africa with an AI-powered alternate credit assessment solution with a higher default prediction accuracy than Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian. Thanks.
Academic and activist Cornel West and Professor of African Studies at Brown University, Tricia Rose, are taking questions live from the audience at 5:10 p.m. Don't miss out. Join via the Breakout tab.
And now for the million-dollar question. Am I wearing trousers? But the billion-dollar question, how secure were the 2020 US elections? With the dust settled, our next guest, an ex-Facebook executive and leading privacy expert, is here to look back on how secure the elections really were this time around and what lessons, if any, were learned from 2016. Welcome, Alice Stamos, in conversation with Elizabeth Doskin of The Washington Post. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. I'm Liza Dwoskin, and I'm here with one of my favorite people to talk with, Alex Stamos. Alex, thanks for being here.
Hey, thanks, Liza. You're one of my favorite people to talk to too.
Oh, you didn't have to say that. I wish we were in sunny Lisbon right now, and not on the heels of presidential chaos. I actually just got back from a 2-week vacation today, and I think Biden is inching closer to the presidency. And what I was thinking about in preparing for this conversation is that few people know that you developed this sort of strike force, this elite squad of the top disinformation researchers in the country, probably I'd argue in the world, into one group, and basically started doing daily briefings. In fact, in the days of the election, there were a group of journalists, including myself, who got to come to these briefings that you held twice a day, where you really showed us in real time the role that misinformation was playing in determining the public perception of the events around the election. And what I thought would be interesting for this audience is just take us into that. What misinformation narratives did you start seeing emerge in the days before and of the election, and take us to the present?
Sure. So you make it sound a lot sexier calling it a leak strike force. But yeah, so we did put this coalition together. It's called the Election Integrity Partnership. It was our group at the Stanford Internet Observatory, the University of Washington Center for an Informed Public, the DFR lab at Atlantic Council, and a private company called Graphica. And the goal here was, instead of these 4 institutions, which as you mentioned, all do disinformation research already, instead of us all publishing big papers in March of next year on this is what happened, we wanted to have some kind of impact in real time. And so we put this coalition together. We built relationships with local and state election officials via CISA, the DHS agency that now very famously was working on security for the election, and a thing called the Election Integrity ISAC. So we plugged in all these states and locals, we plugged into the platforms, and then we worked with media partners like yourself to try to get the message out to the general public. So we were running starting in September, and the kind of traditional election disinformation is around either tricking people in the mechanics of voting to try to suppress the ability of people to get their votes counted, or trying to discourage them from voting, right? That's what we've seen in the past in previous cycles. And so that was the start of our focus, that we knew that was going to be a big deal. This year, though, we knew from the start that the other big thing would be people trying to call into question the election results, right? This was something that's been telegraphed by the president for a very long time, that he was not going to accept the outcome of the election. He basically said that outright. As we've all learned in the last 4 years, sometimes you have to just listen to people when they tell you who they are, right, and what they're going to do. And so that was a big focus.
He doesn't tell the truth.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one of the only things he's been really honest about, right? Is he's been clearly saying that he doesn't think that Hillary Clinton actually got more votes than him in 2016, and that he was clearly going to dispute the election results. And so we knew that was going to be a big area, and so that was a big focus. And we started in September, and we saw the groundwork being laid in September and October to dispute the election. Now, the interesting thing there is a lot of the groundwork was not that specific, right? There's a lot of talk of, officials that aren't, corrupt officials, and kind of these weird conspiratorial memes, not a lot of specificity. On election day itself, then all of a sudden you see all this spaghetti thrown to the wall, right? So we operated a war room. We had shifts running 20 hours a day in the run to the election and the days after. And you saw the spaghetti thrown in the wall of all of these ideas of this is why the election's being rigged. And one of the interesting things is this was clearly not just a viral phenomenon. This was a organized, coordinated phenomenon, and one that was really being pushed by large influencers. And so kind of my takeaways from what we saw on that day and the days after are, one, the platforms did pretty well on the foreign interference issue, working side by side with their government partners. We saw very little in the way of foreign disinformation. There's a couple examples we can talk about with Iran and such, but really not very effective. It's domestic. And two, this is not really viral anymore. This is not stuff that's bubbling up from the grassroots. These are ideas that are being pushed by influencers who have very large followings, who are then able to inject these narratives that then get some play in the grassroots, but then also make it to things like onto TV and such, and into the conservative media. And so a very different structure to the disinformation environment this year.
Right. See, and therefore you can't isolate the role of social media from Fox News, from the president's press conferences, Giuliani's press conferences. You can't isolate social media. And can we say, for example, what role did social media specifically play in furthering narratives like Stop the Steal, the protests that we're seeing today?
I mean, certainly we could talk about what role they play, but you're right. It's really hard to disentangle these things. And Yochai Benkler at Harvard and his team wrote a really good book after the 2016 election called Network Propaganda. And it turns out all the things they talked about there completely played out in 2020, which is, you're right. Like there's this interplay between the traditional conservative media, talk radio, Fox News, the extreme conservative blogs, and then the influencers on the platforms. And I think when you talk about social media, probably the most important was that they provide an outlet that allows people to directly reach out to millions of followers traditionally in a unfettered manner. Now, there was some fettering this year of content being marked or downranked or even blocked. But for the most part, on the really high-end influencers, that was much less likely. And I think that's one of the things that we're working on our final report right now. That's what I'm supposed to be doing instead of chatting with all these nice people. One of the things we're going to talk about in there is that there seems to be a model at most of these companies, and most specifically Facebook and YouTube. YouTube's probably the most problematic this cycle, where the largest influencers get the least amount of enforcement against them, and we need to invert that model, right? And so I think when you talk about the social media companies, probably the biggest thing is that they give somebody like a Dan Bongino, a millennial Millie, the ability to reach millions of people, and to do so in a way that sometimes the fact checks and the labels are useless. And a great example of that would be live streaming. That's another thing that was big this year that wasn't big in 2016, was the live video streams. Some of these people have live audiences that approach the daytime viewership of CNN, right? And so you're talking about, a YouTube is effectively operating as a cable network where they're bringing these cable news hosts directly into the homes of all these folks in a way that there's no kind of editorial control. And so a little text fact check is very, very useless in that kind of scenario.
Yeah, let's go into YouTube. What did YouTube do, and what would you like to see YouTube do? And then we can go to the other platforms.
Yeah, so I think YouTube's got some challenges. One, they had the least comprehensive policies in the run-up. So kind of one of our big focus areas when we started this project was to compare and contrast the different policies of the different platforms. So if you go to eipartnership.net and you click on policy analysis, we have a whole set of blog posts that then we updated as policies changed. And they changed significantly for YouTube and the other companies, to be fair, from August when we did the first blog post until our last one right before the election. But YouTube's did have like the least comprehensive policies. Specifically, their policies around claiming victory early were very, very weak, right? So that's a challenge. The other challenge to YouTube is just the format, right? So like live video is a very hard thing to both study from the outside. It is a harder thing for them to moderate from the inside. And it's a very hard thing to create fact checks and other kinds of product affordances to push against disinformation, right? So if you think about Twitter, you've got 280 characters. It's a standalone item. Twitter can decide on that specific item, we're going to make it disappear from the platform, which was pretty rare this cycle, to be clear, except when people were doing things like actually lying about how to vote and such. You could put it behind an interstitial, right? So that was kind of the more aggressive thing that they did a lot of, which is you have to click through a thing that basically says what you're about to read is not true. And when they did that, they made it hard to reshare it, right? Or you could label it without doing all of that. But a live YouTube stream of an hour and a half, there's no mechanism that exists to do the equivalent, right? Like those are, YouTube is effectively a content repository that has, like I said, like a cable channel where lots and lots of people are watching the content all day. It's a difficult place to insert those things.
Well, you could monitor specific people. I don't know if that's where you're going, but you could say, these are the people who are the repeat offenders and we know what they're likely to say and we have to watch it live and shut it down live.
Well, right, and shut down live. And I think that is what our recommendation is going to be, is that the economic model of these folks really benefits, honestly, from the labeling and such. It makes them feel like I'm giving you some information that's banned information, right? And they turn, as you've seen with all of like the Senate hearings, anytime the companies do anything to fight disinformation, they immediately mainstream the idea that the companies are, you have every bad interpretation of the First Amendment in Section 230 all of a sudden comes to the fore. And you have mainstream politicians kind of taking Diamond and Silk's complaints about being labeled and turning it into a massive scandal. And so the economics here actually work in the benefit of them pushing the edge. What you really need is you need a punishment system where if they spread disinformation about the election, they are shut down for some period of time. It's a big deal just to take them off the network, right? I understand that. It's a big deal just to kick them off. But what you can do is they lose access for an hour, then they lose access for a day, then they lose access for a week, right? And I think that kind of exponential punishment, which is what you see in other scenarios from these companies with other kinds of spam and such, would make a lot more sense because it would change the economics for these people, that they would actually have a reason to not push the edge so hard.
Right. Let's talk about that for a moment, because, YouTube and Facebook too, but YouTube has always talked about a 3 strikes rule. And my question, did you see them enforce like, 3 strikes, and if you break the rules 3 times, you got 3 strikes, you are suspended, and Facebook has its own version of it. It's a temporary suspension that then you can win back. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but did you see even the 3 strikes rule being deployed?
So that's a great question. And yes, famously, YouTube has a 3 strikes policy, which is very controversial with a lot of their creators. It is, most famously controversial on copyright issues, right? That if you have like copyrighted songs in the background, people have been banned. They do not count election disinformation as a strike. So that is the core problem here that we discussed with them, is if there's election, they are labeling these things as here is, you can go to the CISA page, or you can go to this official page where AP has called it, but they don't consider that a strike. That is a fundamental problem with their policies versus the policies of Twitter or Facebook.
Okay, that's fascinating. Now, you talked about your war room. I got to be part of it. What was your connection with the U.S. government? Where were their war, disinformation monitoring war rooms? Or because it's domestic, it's out of scope?
Yeah, so that's a great point. And this is the 2020 election, I think, raises a bunch of interesting questions for the Biden administration of how to handle disinformation going forward. The reason we set up this partnership was actually from our interaction with CISA. I was lucky enough to so Director Krebs came out to Stanford. I'd known him for a while. We first started working on election security together when I was still at Facebook before the 2018 midterms, and he led a government delegation to Facebook for the first kind of meeting of the minds between Silicon Valley and DC on this. And he came to Stanford, and we got to hang out and talk about things. He spoke to our students, which was fantastic. And then one of the things we talked about was we need to create more of a flow into CISA. And so they set up a new internship program, and I was able to send 4 of my students to be interns. And those students worked on all this really good cyber stuff. But from their discussions, it was clear that there was a real hole on the disinformation side. And that's not CISA's fault. There's a real issue here that there's no government agency that really has the authorization to understand disinformation if it's possibly domestic, right? And so you have, U.S. Cyber Command defending Ford, which I think is great, them disrupting the overseas actors. You got the FBI investigating, violations of campaign laws and such. But if something is not foreign and is not, a violation of one of these very these very specific laws, then there's nobody who has jurisdiction. And the predicate for CISA and DHS to look at disinformation was to know that it's foreign. So that's not how it works, right? Like if you go look at something on Twitter, you don't know if it's foreign or not. That's something that requires analysis and such. And so that predicate of foreignness makes it extremely difficult for any government agency to do this. And so what our relationship was CISA plugged us into the Election Integrity ISAC, which was an organization that they had been setting up for years between all the local state election officials and themselves to be able to communicate on normal election security stuff. Somebody breaking into a voting machine, SQL injection in a registration site and such. And then we were able to piggyback on that work to build a communications mechanism for the local and states to work with us. Now, CISA was basically not allowed to touch the disinformation side, but they could facilitate the conversation, and that was extremely helpful. The other thing that they did that I think needs to become a model for the Biden administration is they set up, one thing they could do is once they knew that somebody was spreading a lie about the election, is that they were able to debunk that. And so CISA.gov/rumor control is probably the most effective disinformation, counter messaging that I have seen from the U.S. government so far. And that was really, really helpful for us because if we saw something going viral, we could tell CISA, we could tell the local officials. CISA could go fact check and build out the rumor control. And then we were able to find all the examples of that and then send both here's the fact check and here are the examples to all of the platforms who then could take action under their own policies.
And yet fundamentally, the government couldn't and didn't and wouldn't go to a Facebook, go to a YouTube and say, these influencers are calling the election and calling the election results in dispute. They're saying that there were false ballots. They're saying that there were dead people voting. There were Sharpies, that they weren't going to the platforms and asking them to take those things down the way that they do with Russian interference.
Right, they can't. And there is a fundamental challenge here that Congress and the administration are going to have to work together to figure out what they think the appropriate position is for the government. I agree. I don't think we should have a Ministry of Information that tells the platforms this is what's true, is what isn't. But at a minimum, the government should be able to know what's going on, right? And that is the authorizations I think they're going to need from Congress. Or at a minimum, some kind of EO to build somewhere in DHS. We need a centralized ability to do what we did, which is we trained up all these grad students and undergrads, and we had them watching social media all day with a bunch of code that we built. In some cases, we weren't able to integrate automatically, so for like TikTok, so I just had to get a bunch of 20-year-olds to watch TikTok all day. Turns out they're really good at that, right? So that's like a skill that you can recruit Gen Z to do. Yeah, they're great at that. But like in other cases like Twitter and Facebook, we had API integrations where we had automatic systems. The government should have the ability to do that. Even if they don't then turn around and tell the companies this isn't true, they should be able to understand by themselves what's going on. I did a briefing for an intelligence agency where they weren't allowed to even know what was going on domestic social media. And I agree, they should not be able, they weren't allowed to look at all. They could effectively not open Twitter. And so like that's what's got to change is that, and I think the place where we need to focus right now is on vaccines, because that is where there's going to be the most disinformation. I think there will be a foreign component because we've already seen a lot of COVID disinformation from the People's Republic of China. COVID is a huge international issue. There's all of these international consortiums to put the vaccines together. And that is a place where I think the government is going to have to understand this is what is going on in social media in this weird blend of domestic and foreign, of grassroots and influencers. This is what is going on. So at least they can come up with a counter messaging strategy, even if they're not allowed to reach out to the platforms directly.
What do you think that Krebs would say if he was in this call right now? What do you think he would say about the strategy?
Yeah, I mean, Chris and I have discussed this. I think we both agree that like there needs to be some kind of authorizations in the government. I can't really speak for him directly, but good luck in the interview with him, with everybody else. I feel like his agent. Everybody texts me trying to like, can I talk to Chris? I'm like, I don't make that call. Yeah, I mean, I think and again, CISA did a really good job on the core cyber. So we should not overlook the fact that the steady state going into 2020 is if we had the same machines, the same election securities we had in 2016, this would have been way worse. And one of the best things that happened between 2016 and 2020 is that thanks to research from the outside, things like the DEF CON voting village, thanks to a push from folks like CISA, thanks to all of these local secretaries of state within all these states that really did their job well, Democrats and Republicans, paperless voting machines were replaced. There were only a handful of people in this election who voted on machines that did not create a paper ballot. If we still went into the election with Georgia, for example, being all DRE, which was pretty much what was going on in 2016, this would have been a complete and total disaster because we wouldn't have had the paper backups. And so
there are facts on the ground this time of which there were fewer in 2016 by a large margin.
Yeah, right. And so things could have been way worse. And so like all of that work was great, and we should give credit to all of the people who worked really hard on that. There's still more to do, right? Ron Wyden has a bill on election security that I think makes sense. We need to have risk limiting audits everywhere, all across the country. We need to make, they're not really recounts, they're audits, but we need to make that kind of auditing a normal part of the process that becomes normalized, is not scandalized or turned into disinformation. I think we need to have a lot more transparency about the security of the machines themselves. So CISA does a lot of work with the election security, the election manufacturers. Most of it is under NDA and it's private. That should probably all be public, right? We should have a public record of the issues that have been fixed in these machines so that we can understand that this is a continuous process. You don't build perfectly secure systems. Like we've never done that as a species. But we need to have like confidence that the process is good and that you have processes in the back end like risk limiting audits and paper ballots that make it very difficult to steal an election.
Alex, I know I could talk to you for 2 more hours about this. Yeah. I'm glad to cut you on such a busy day. And yeah, we could talk forever about where do we go from here. Thanks so much for your time.
Yeah, thanks, Liza. Thanks for your work on covering this stuff and pushing back. Appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Yoni Assia, CEO and founder of eToro, the world's largest social trading network. eToro's vision is to open the global markets for everyone to trade and invest in a simple and transparent way. eToro today has more than 16 million registered users who can trade commission-free stock trading, cryptocurrencies, commodities, and indices, where everyone can see, follow, and automatically copy top traders from all around the world.
Has technology changed the investment game for the better? Our next guest is about to profile the emergence of the millennial investor and what it means for the investment game going forward. Please welcome eToro's Yoni Assia.
Hi, I'm Yoni Assia, founder and CEO of eToro, the world's largest social trading network. eToro was founded in 2007 with a vision of opening the global markets for everyone to trade and invest in a simple and transparent way. eToro empowers people to invest by giving them access to any asset they want, from commission-free stock trading to cryptocurrencies, commodities, indices, and more. We make buying and selling simple and open up the shared knowledge of millions of investors. eToro is a global community of more than 16 million registered users who can share their investment strategies, communicate, collaborate, and everyone can see, follow, and automatically copy top traders from all around the world. Now, I want to tell you about a huge trend that we're seeing in eToro, the rise of millennial investors. Retail investors represent at peak this year 25% of stock market activity. That's up from 10% historical range, according to Citadel Securities. The story is really about millennials. They are reshaping the investment landscape and moving the markets. The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated digital transformation in many industries as lockdowns and people working from home. And millennial investors took that opportunity to flock to the stock markets. This year, we've seen a record increase in new accounts and trading activity of retail investors across the globe. Our trading volumes alone for 2020 has exceeded $1 trillion, and our users' assets grew by more than 240%. This year alone, more than 4 million users have joined eToro. We are proud to be a part of this revolution and lead the way for a new generation of retail investors. This has always been our vision. Lowering the barrier to entry to global markets is a key part in achieving our vision and mission of opening the global markets for everyone. Our zero commission stock offering has attracted more people to start investing in stocks by minimizing a key barrier to entry: cost. Stocks holding grew by 561% on eToro this year alone. What attracts users to us is our social network, where our investors can collaborate, communicate, and learn from each other. Let's see some of our solutions and what makes them accessible and popular with millennials. eToro offers the choice of how to invest. Users can invest themselves, copy another investor, or invest in a portfolio. eToro platform is designed as a social network. Users in the community can communicate with one another, follow, and automatically copy one another through the Popular Investor program. You can think of it as an online marketplace for talented and experienced investors. Popular investors are investors that have a defined market strategy, a solid track record, and have passed the criteria to join our Popular Investor program. Users can copy the popular investors, replicating their investments in real time. There is a wealth of information available on each popular investors. You can see their average risk score, performance history, and portfolio allocation, and of course can communicate directly with them via the feed. So you have all the information you need to see whether their strategy aligns with your investment goals and risk appetite, and whether or not you would like to copy them. We have more than 1,000 popular investors from more than 80 different countries. 78% of our popular investors are millennials, and more than 75% of our popular investors beat the S&P in 2020 so far. Our popular investors' assets under management grew by 145% this year alone. Let's take a look at some of our cool popular investors. Jay, for example, joined eToro in 2014. Today he's 31, and he has 25,000 people copying him from more than 50 different countries. Jay is based in the UK and was famous originally for trading cryptocurrencies in eToro during the crypto rally. Now, Jay is focused on sustainable investing, technology, and renewable energy. Jay is one of the top copied popular investors, and you can find his investment insights online. Heloise is a great example of a millennial investor. Originally from Cape Town, South Africa, Heloise is a machine learning academic from Oxford University. She's a long-term equity investor who uses advanced statistical tools to make trading decisions and minimize risk. Mariano 29, was born in Argentina and lives today in Germany. He's a software engineer and an elite pro popular investor on eToro. He uses his knowledge and experience to build software that analyzes data for the right stock selection. He's 6 years in profit in a row. Another great product tailored for millennials are our copy portfolios. Portfolios aim to promote opportunities for growth by taking copy trading to the next level and creating diversified investments. Copy portfolios' assets under management grew by more than 250% this year. Let's take a look at some of our copy portfolios that millennials like. The renewable energy portfolio is a basket of stocks that's tracking the energy sector of renewable energy. The realization that humanity should shift towards a more sustainable sources of income is becoming more evident and more important to younger generations. This portfolio encompasses a global coverage of companies from multiple continents, spanning solar energy, wind, waste, recycling, wood fiber, electrical infrastructure, battery charging, and transportation. Our millennial investors want to invest in renewable energy to make the world a better place. You can see here the top traded stocks in eToro. We can definitely see that millennials like to invest in technology, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, they were also looking for discounted stocks like Boeing and Airbus during the pandemic. We've seen this year a record amount of signups to our platform. Users are coming to our platform when they're relatively young, 33. And what's really amazing across years, as we can see them amass wealth as they get older and increase their investments together with us. Thank you very much, and I really hope to see a lot of you in person at the Web Summit next year.
Did you know you can export your connections from the app to stay in touch? Head over to my profile page, My Connections, email me the list of my connections.
Now that we have arrived at a digital conferencing era, where is activewear going beyond 2020? Our next guest joins Textile Fashion Group's founder and CEO, Adam Goldenberg, in this session to share the latest on fashion tech and building their business empires. Please welcome Mr. Kevin Hart, everybody! Yes, it's Kevin Hart. Let's go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this session called The Heart of the Activewear Kingdom. We're joined today by Kevin Hart and Adam Goldenberg. Kevin, let's start with you. You're more than a brand ambassador for Fabletics Men. You're a partner. So what is it about Fabletics that makes you want to be so closely associated with the brand?
Great question, Eric. See, I just came up with that energy. I just threw some energy back to you. That's how we're going to set the tone for this interview. Look, I've been in a space of health and wellness for quite some time. And being in that space has allowed me to have partnerships with some of the biggest brands in the world today. And after being with those brands and tied in, it put me in a position to say, you know, I can have an impact, but I can kind of be in control of it and really build a dynamic with the people that are underneath said brand that I choose to truly give my all to. The opportunity for the partnership with Fabletics came up, and it just made sense. It made sense because they were starting from the ground floor when it came to men. You know, they've had so much success with women, and the brand built an amazing consumer base where they're direct. You know, they're direct to consumers. So to channel and match that energy with men, it just it said all signs and arrows point to go for me because I have that connection. I have a big enough brand, a big enough fan base to where I can go directly to them and be transparent, be authentic, and share my passion for you know, this particular space. And to give me the control that they have, you know, from the top on Fabletics, to me, it was an unbelievable opportunity and like nothing else that I've done. So for me now, it's the priority. It's a priority to get this brand to a space of elite, of understanding, and along the same lines as the other powers to be in this space, because we're just as good, if not better.
What do you want this association with the brand to say about you?
I wanted to be an example of who I am. You know, quality and comfort is key. It's key when you're talking about athletic wear, athleisure. It's important. And for me and my other Fabletics men, you know, it's about what you do and how you feel while you do it. I can't be an example of a guy who lives an active and healthy lifestyle if I'm not real. I'm very much real. And from me working out and being on the go, I truly do embrace the Fabletics brand. It's quality, it's comfort, and literally it's for me. I mean, we now have a line that we're about to launch that's directed off of the things that I want, the things that I feel other men want and need. And the simplicity. There's a level of simplicity that goes with our brand that I think is skipped over. You know, you don't need everything to be the highest of tech to go and do the things that you need to do. I think some people just want to kind of be simple about getting up and trying to become the best versions of themselves. Everybody's not at the highest level. Some people are starting from the ground floor. So to have a brand that you can grow with, that you can start from the bottom and progress with, I think that's an amazing structure within what we have. And I think it's why the Fabletics men, you know, the numbers are growing and you know, going in the space of astronomical, if I could say.
All right. Thanks, Kevin. Adam, the Textile Fashion Group, your company owns a bunch of different brands, beyond Fabletics men, including Shoe Dazzle and Savage X Fenty. All of them use brand ambassadors and, in fact, brand networks that include not just high-profile people like Kevin, but also a whole network of influencers. How does that work, and how do the different platforms and levels of influencers play off each other?
That's a great question, Eric. You know, what it really starts with first, even before you start talking about the brand ambassadors and influencers and partners, it's really having product that works and a brand that people love. So you got to get that right first. And once you do, you know, this network effect that you're talking about, it amplifies that, right? It's about how do you get that message out to the world. And I think all the different levels of partners and brand ambassadors and influencers play a role in that. So, you know, the key is it's all about finding individuals that are authentic. That's where it starts. Consumers are very, very smart today. You can tell what's a real partnership and where someone really believes in the product. And then you want to have a diverse set of individuals, and you want to reach a diverse set of platforms. So, you know, I think oftentimes companies are overly thinking about just Facebook or Instagram, but you want to be thinking about YouTube and TikTok and everywhere else as well. But it's been a really important part of scaling all of our brands in the portfolio.
So Kevin was talking about how fast growth has been for Fabletics men. So you're obviously pretty good at this. What advice would you give startups or other entrepreneurs who want to have an influencer-driven retail line? What advice would you offer?
You know, my advice is actually, you know, start with the product and with the brand. So if you got to get that right first. So really focus on that, build a product that people love. And then when you want to find the right partners and the right influencers, find people that authentically believe in you and what you're doing, right? And that they legitimately love the product. You get those things right, you're like half the way there, right? Then you still need to know how to structure the deals. You still need to know how to track the performance. But it really just starts with, you got to get the product right, and you got to have authentic, real partnerships.
Okay, well, let's talk about the product then. A basic question that I could use your help understanding is, what's the meaning of performance athletic wear? How is it different from regular activewear?
Yeah, so I mean, I think a lot of times terms get thrown out of performance activewear or activewear. Yeah, they're one and the same in that regard. What's different about us is we're really focusing on, you know, the product and the technology that guys need. We want to make product that is affordable and performs. And I think the fashion, the fit are super critical. So especially being an e-commerce focused business, a maniacal focus on fit. Nothing's more frustrating than buying something online and then having that fit not be exactly what you want. So we do a tremendous amount there with market research, fit testing, user reviews to make sure the fit is, which is right. And then you get that right, that's what guys want.
Kevin, let me put the question to you. What is important to you about the quality of the product, and how did you measure that when you came to accept this partnership with Fabletics?
I think the biggest thing for me was input. Let's start there. A lot of people throw the term partnership out, and that may not be the case. A partner is utilizing each other's assets and voices and input. So when that was embraced from the top, for me, it made sense. And like Adam just said, the fit, the fit is extremely important. It's about what we feel we truly need to do the things that we do. So, we sat down and had a long talk about how active I am, and within me being active, what are the things that I felt were pluses and minuses about some of the product that I had in the past. I wanted to take, pieces of some of the things that I've grown to love and give that information here and figure out a way to take that information and make it our own. So, I love the feeling of being comfortable while being uncomfortable. And to be honest, let's really say what working out is. It's uncomfortable for a lot of people. It's not easy. It's hard. You're doing things that you may not love or be happy with. I got little legs, Eric. I don't know if you know that or not. So I don't like working legs. I hate working legs, but I got to do it because I want my body to be even. But in doing it, I want to be comfortable. I don't want to worry about, my shorts riding up. I don't want to worry about the biker shorts that I chose or the tights that I chose to wear underneath crunching or bunching or jamming up in my crotch area. I want to be able to squat and get up without the waistband flipping over or stretching out of place. I don't want my shirt to get wet to the point where it gets loose and baggy and it loses a fit. I don't want to wear a sweatshirt in the gym and my sweatshirt, I start to sweat through it and I lose all shape to where that sweatshirt can never be worn again. These are all things that acted as information that I brought to the table. And I said, this is where my products in the past have failed me. I don't want to be a part of a brand that fails men that do the same things that I do. So it was something that was taken and they created and they brought back, and we looked at the technology, we looked at the material, we looked at the specs, and we said, guys, we're in the ballpark. And it was about testing it. And I fell in love with the stuff that I tested, point blank.
Yeah, and Eric, that's a really great point. I mean, Kevin's been an integral partner from day one, before we ever had product, helping us design and develop this line. And that's what we loved about, that's what we love about working with Kevin, is all that feedback. And he's on our team, right? We're doing this together. We're talking all the time with the designers, the marketing folks, and that feedback has been so integral to making this brand what it is.
Do you guys have regular meetings, like a 9 o'clock call every day?
Adam and I don't talk as much as me and Don, who's another CEO within the brand. Adam and I, we definitely have talks and definitely have conversations, but I have day-to-days with the people that I should have the day-to-days with, and it's because I'm the guy that's constantly thinking of every tedious thing. I'm the guy that's going to call you at 9 p.m. randomly and go, oh, you know what I just thought of? You know how we got our tank tops? Well, what if the tank tops had a smaller slit on the side? And here's why. When we had the one with the bigger slit, I found myself putting my hands in my pocket, but that slit is getting in the way. You think other guys are doing that? I'm that guy. I'm the guy that's calling with a bunch of those. So, Adam doesn't need to hear every single one of those. Don doesn't either. So I got tiers that I go to. The bigger the idea, the bigger the individual that I need to talk to. The tedious ones, there's a team that can deal with that and that tries to put those things on paper and put them in front of me. And then there's a conversation of execution. But there is no line that I don't have access to. There is nobody that I can't get off the phone. And Eric, I can't stress how important that is. I'm not in a place to where I need the money from a brand just to throw my face on it. I'm in a place where I want to be a part of progression. I want to be a part of success. I want to be a part of change. I want to be a part of the story. And Fabletics has given me the opportunity to be a part of a story. This is a story of how a brand was built from the ground up, and how a brand has a direct-to-consumer database, which is insane. It's insane to be able to talk to the people that are buying your product, get feedback from those people, see what they like, see what they don't like, and make changes based on their needs and wants. That's what we do. That's what we do at a very high level. So to all those watching this, and all of the future, I guess you can say, creators in this space, having a relationship with your consumer is important. Having an understanding and an ear to listen to what they truly want and need is important. And I can say, as a partner, owner, ambassador for Fabletics Men, that's what we do very well. We're very intact with the men that are using the product in our brand.
Thanks, Kevin. You bring up a great point, and one of the differentiating things about Fabletics Men and the entire Fabletics brand, which is the membership model, as opposed to just a single one-off retail relationship with your customers. Adam, you want to expound on that?
Yeah, we've created a very unique membership model that we have over 2.5 million members of now worldwide. And it's really about creating loyalty and engagement. So you can buy our product at regular retail pricing, or you can become a member, which about 95% of people do. And when you're a member, you're getting 25% off the retail price. You're getting the drops before everybody else. You're getting the special seasonal promotions, and you're part of a team, right? Which is something important with activewear. And what we find this membership has created is deep loyalty and engagement. So in a category that's typically fragmented, we're getting north of 50% wallet share because he or she, depending on right, we have both men's and women's now. They're thinking first about Fabletics. They're saying, hey, this is my favorite brand. And when I shop here, I'm also saving money. So that top of mind is really creating that deep loyalty and engagement. And I think that's important because e-commerce today struggles with how do you get consumers not just to shop once, but how do you get them coming back, and how do you build a deeper relationship? And our membership program does that. Men's, we only launched this year. We're finding the men customer love the membership just as much as our millions of women VIPs. So I will say membership as a whole has different forms. Our model works well for us, but I think you're going to see more and more membership driven businesses in e-commerce because of the way you can create that deeper connection with your customers.
Right, and that recurring revenue. Let's pivot to resilience, which is such an important attribute for any entrepreneurial company. The textile fashion group has faced a real curveball in COVID, which is it's been okay for athleisure and okay for e-commerce, but been really desperately hard on physical retail stores, of which you have 100. And yet things seem to be going pretty well. Why has your company been able to thrive during the pandemic when others like Neiman Marcus have failed?
Yeah, so we actually have 51 stores today, and we'll open up about another 50 stores in the next 2 years. And despite the pandemic, we're moving full steam ahead on continuing to open up doors. The pandemic threw a major curveball to us. So, in March, just like everyone else in this country, we didn't really know how long this pandemic was going to last, which is obviously still going on. The most important thing to us was keeping our employees safe. So, we closed our retail stores before the lockdowns, and we kept our stores closed for almost 4 months. And we have over 800 store associates, and we just said from day one, we are not going to furlough people in the middle of a pandemic. That is not what we stand for and believe as a company. We're not going to do it. And I think you saw that's what most of the retail industry did. And we said, look, this is a unique opportunity. We have individuals that now have other ways they can help us. So we said, what can we do to sort of create what we're calling an omni associate? So not just a retail associate, but interacting in other ways. So we said, look, we can put everybody through training. So we did a 1-week deep brand immersion. For our 180 managers, we did a 3-week manager training. There was an increase in customer service, right? Because of what happened on the e-commerce side. So we trained all of our retail associates to be able to handle phone calls and chat from home. And we did some of our deepest market research we've ever done. We now had hundreds of retail associates that could reach out to customers and learn more about what they would love to see from the brand. And in doing that, not only did we protect everybody's jobs, but we've emerged into a place of, I think, our retail team being better than ever. So we saw our NPS scores in retail go from 75 to over 80 as we've reopened these stores because of all this work that was done. So I think one of the mindsets that we have at Textile is innovation. So when you get a curveball, you just got to think about, hey, how can we use innovation? How can we do things differently, to turn this into a positive? And so proud of the retail team and what they did, because they were incredibly flexible and willing to do anything they could to help the company be successful and to support our members. And that's a big part of the reason that despite this crazy year, things have been pretty good on the business front.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Adam. I want to take another angle on the question of resilience. Kevin, you were in a terrible car accident a little more than a year ago. And I think people have seen you on the videos that you've made for Fabletics and your workout videos would be astonished to hear that you underwent spinal surgery a little more than a year ago. What drove you to rebound so quickly?
I think some of the best opportunities in life come from getting knocked down, right? When you look at people that have determination and pure will to succeed, and that can have levels of different definitions. It's whatever the version of success is for you and to you. Those opportunities shouldn't be taken for granted. So almost dying, being told that you were centimeters from not being able to walk again, and that you have an opportunity to recover and possibly get back to a somewhat normal version of yourself, depending on how you heal, depending on how you approach the injury. For me, that was mental ammunition that acted as fuel in the fire that I just lit myself. So you gave me hope. By you, I'm talking about the doctor, of saying that there's a possibility that I could get back to a version of myself, depending on how I handled the injury and how I healed. Well, I said, well, there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to heal correctly if I do what I'm supposed to with my body and to my body. And I put years into working on my body. And, I was blessed and fortunate enough to have a body that responded and reacted to me when I tried to put my body back in motion. So I'm very fortunate, very blessed. And I can say that I'm back at you now, 100% of myself. And a new fire has been lit to surpass the version of me that I was before I got in the accident. How do I get to a better physical specimen of myself? And having a brand to do it in and do it with, it just makes the story that much better. And to do it in front of the world because of social media and because, of the ability that we all have to share and talk on a global scale, it's important because you're giving other people that may be going through the same thing or may have went through the same thing hope, and you're giving them a reason to say, you know what, I can too. I'm not Superman. I don't have superpowers. I just wanted something for myself. It's that simple for me.
That is an impressive and inspiring story, Kevin. Thank you. Kevin Hart, Adam Goldenberg, thank you. I'm Eric Schoenberg of Inc. and Fast Company. And now back to Web Summit in Lisbon.
Check this out. Did you know you can directly ask Web Summit speakers a question? Yes, you can. Just join our live Q&A sessions in breakout rooms, type in your question, and our moderator will pick the best ones for live answers. Check the schedule for more right now. Do it. Do it. It's good.
discussing why ending the use of animals for food is a crucial step in the battle against global warming, please welcome Impossible Foods CEO Pat Brown and Laura Rayleigh of the Washington Post.
Hi, my name is Laura Riley, and I have the unique opportunity today to talk to Pat Brown. I have read many interviews with him, and he is not a shrinking violet, so I would love to just get right into it and talk a little bit about Impossible Foods. So, Dr. Brown, I think for those handful of us who have been living under a rock for the past year, I would love for you to tell us a little bit about the company that you started and kind of what your initial mission was and maybe how it's evolving.
Sure. The company's been around since 2011. The idea for it started maybe a year before that. I was a professor at Stanford at the time. I had no interest in the food business. I had no interest in going into the business world whatsoever. And but at the time, I had a sabbatical, and I was trying to figure out what I could do that would have the biggest positive impact on the world, given the stuff that I'm capable of doing. And I very quickly realized that, first of all, it was going to be something about dealing with the big environmental crises that we're facing right now. There are two kind of, each of them arguably the biggest environmental threats that humanity has ever faced. One is, the rapidly progressing climate change, and the second is a catastrophic collapse in global biodiversity. And as I started educating myself about what potential tools I could use to solve those problems, I realized that by far the biggest factor in both of them is the use of animals as a food technology globally. Nothing comes close to that technology. It's by far the most destructive technology in human history. Challenge me on that if you want. And so the other thing that was critical to recognize is that we're not going to, so we got to get rid of that technology. It's much more important than replacing fossil fuels in terms of the benefits for the world, and challenge me on that, I'll be happy to explain why. But the other thing is that recognizing that people who are supporting the industry, the consumers of meat, fish, and dairy foods, are not going to be talked out of liking those foods. In fact, you could talk to most of the world's environmentalists who understand this problem completely. They know how destructive this industry is, and yet they're all eating steak for dinner. So it's just too hard to get people to change such basic habits as their food preferences. So that's not the solution. And government regulation isn't going to be the solution, because you can't even get the governments of the world to agree to these feeble commitments they made at Paris to sign on to progressive climate change. They're certainly not going to intervene with food preferences. Okay, that means the solution has to be completely different, and it is to recognize that the problem isn't that people love meat, it's that we're using the wrong technology to produce it, that we use animals as technology for transforming plants into meat, fish, and dairy foods. They're terrible at it, okay? They didn't evolve to be meat machines. They're incredibly inefficient, and that's fundamentally why it's so environmentally destructive. But when you frame it that way, actually, okay, that's a very tractable problem. It's in the class of problems that I've worked, I was a biomedical researcher. Fundamentally, you're talking about foods whose desirability to consumers is an emergent property of their kind of molecular makeup. And I believe that if we could just deeply understand what are the molecular mechanisms that underlie those things that consumers value, that it should be possible not only to make foods that deliver everything that those products can deliver, but actually do much better. Because again, the cow did not evolve to be a meat machine. It's not good at it. It's fundamentally unimprovable. And once we take control of all the knobs, we can make something that's better than the cow can ever do. And that was my thesis anyway. So at that point, I realized, okay, the solution here is to make the most delicious meat, fish, and dairy foods in the world, make them vastly more sustainably from plants, compete in the marketplace, forget about regulation, just let consumers call the winner. And I believe that it would succeed. So I founded Impossible Foods. Our mission is to completely replace the use of animals as a food technology by 2035. We're dead serious about it. We totally believe it's doable. And we've been working on that ever since. And we treated it from the get-go as the most important scientific problem in the world, is understanding in molecular terms what makes meat delicious, and then figuring out how to get precisely the right ingredients from sustainable plant sources to enable us to outperform those products in delivering the delicious experience that people care about. And we've made tremendous progress since then. We have we launched our first product about 4 years ago. It's been super successful. We're growing very fast as a business. We have a bunch of new products in the R&D pipeline. I was confident that we would succeed when I launched this company, and now I'm completely confident. There's absolute, it's game over for the incumbent industry. They just don't realize it yet.
So since the beginning, I would love to ask, because since the beginning, you've really not equivocated on that kind of mission of by 2035. And I want to know, is that target still viable given what you've learned since? Because I think one criticism that has been meted out for you and competitors is that going after, I know it's a kind of a worst first approach to go after ground meat, whether that's ground beef or ground pork, to go after those first, but that in a lot of ways, whole muscle is what for beef, let's say specifically for beef, whole muscle is what you have to attack next, because that's the driver in terms of how many cows, that the ground beef is essentially what can't be sold as whole muscle, right? So I'm wondering, I'm assuming the biggest impediments are some kind of scaffolding, or I guess, how close are you to attacking that kind of whole muscle problem, or arriving at a product that you're
no, we're
with?
working on it right now. In fact, we've been working on it to some extent from almost the very beginning. We a few years ago, when we decided that our first product would be raw ground beef, and let me just make a point that I think wasn't clear from what you said. More than half of all the beef sold in the U.S. is sold as ground beef. And if that market goes away, it's an economic disaster for the beef industry. So, and again, the goal here is to create an economic disaster for that industry. But yeah, steak is really important. We have a very active project right now working on steak. It's going very well. I have complete confidence that we're going to have an awesome product, and but that's just me saying it. So stay tuned, and consumers will get to decide whether it's awesome enough for them.
In terms of the pandemic, and I'm sure you've been asked this a ton, I felt like that the last year, it really was the year of plant-based meat, and at least the media was all agog at this new innovation, and there was a lot of commercial success. And you chose to launch in restaurants and I'm interested in hearing why you chose food service as a way to debut products, and what effect did the pandemic have on that as food service kind of was reduced to essentially takeout and delivery, which is very burger friendly and burger centric, really. But I'm wondering if in some ways the pandemic may have made the urgency of your mission in some ways more palpable and in other ways further away. Because I know there are a lot of studies that say people's focus on sustainability might have kind of taken a back seat in the past 6 months. And I wonder how you kind of, what your arithmetic is on kind of what the pandemic has done to enthusiasm for plant-based meat.
Okay, well, there's a lot of questions embedded in there. First of all, I think the pandemic was horrible for the entire world, and obviously very disruptive to the restaurant industry, and of course that had some impact on our short-term approach to our business. But I think just an important point is we're over the next 15 years, or over the course of getting to our goal, there are going to be many such disruptions. Okay, global crises, pandemics, whatever, and they will have their short-term impact. But it's not going to fundamentally change our course. And you were making the point that, well, people's are less focused on sustainability now because they're just focused on getting through the pandemic, and that makes perfect sense. But if we had to depend on people's commitment to sustainability for our success, we might as well just give up now, because the whole reason that we took the approach we did is that we're depending on making a product that consumers who don't care, who don't even know such a thing exists as climate change, and have never, totally unaware of the biodiversity collapse and all the things that we care about, will choose just because of deliciousness, nutritional value, affordability, convenience. It has to deliver for consumers based on those fundamental things that they care about, and sustainability is just a bonus. So there's that. You asked why did we launch in restaurants? Well, basically at the time when we were just starting to do pilot scale production of our product and so forth, we were kind of testing it, getting feedback from chefs. And I guess one of them is Tricia Desjardins, who's going to show up later. But and what we found is that these chefs that are hardcore meat icons, literally people have written books all about meat, okay, or have their whole sign is chunks of meat and stuff like that.
Tattoos, lots of meat tattoos.
You nailed it. So they loved our product, the Impossible Burger, and wanted to serve it to their consumers as meat. I mean, the thing the reason I think it was so crazy with chefs is that there is no other product, plant-based product, whether it's broccoli or any other plant-based product on the market, that behaves like meat when you cook it. Meat does something magical when you cook it, and this is why chefs feel like they have so many degrees of freedom when they're cooking with meat, is that it is a live chemical system. When you cook meat, it doesn't just turn brown and get tougher or whatever. It completely changes its flavor and aroma profile, and it produces this explosion of flavor and aroma by chemistry that takes place in the meat. And that was something they were seeing, and it was like, whoa, that's kind of magical, and chefs love to try new things and so forth. So we had all these chefs that wanted to serve our product, and the critical thing that we needed to get across to consumers is this is not like anything that has ever existed on Earth before that's been made from plants. So forget about all your preconceived notions that no plant-based product can deliver what a meat lover cares about. And what better way of delivering that message than having these hardcore meat guys whose livelihood and reputation depends on serving delicious meat to their consumers, putting our product on their menu. So that was one thing why, of course, we're going to choose that option. Secondly, I think in general, food service is a much better vehicle to showcase a new product and to enable people to try it. If you launch in retail, it doesn't matter how much noise you make about it. It's one of 50,000 products in the grocery store that people are just going to sleepwalk through and probably never notice it for decades. And but if you go to a restaurant, you get a highly curated selection, and you have people who can tell you about it, who are advocates on site. Again, the fact that someone chose to put it on the menu is an incredibly powerful advocacy. So to us, it was kind of a no-brainer that we're going to launch in food service, and but that's not where we're going to stay forever. But it was just, and even when we go into new markets internationally now, that's always our strategy. We launch with world-class chefs, like Michelin star chefs in Hong Kong and Singapore and so forth. We don't pay them to do it either. It's just we demo our product to them. They get excited about it. Bang, it's on their menu, and wow, great endorsement.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I mean, chefs are increasingly the tastemakers, and we give them the benefit of the doubt. Something we might have been squeamish about in our home kitchens. We're willing to take a shot. I guess one question I've had is, To date, really, your goal has been kind of verisimilitude, as close as you can get it to the real thing. At what point is it improving, both in terms of nutritional profile, even flavor, even kind of, I think that, some people would say, from a beef perspective, there's that kind of minerally copper penny flavor that maybe some people find unappealing. I mean, at what point are you thinking there'll be a disconnect between the real thing and what your goals are, in terms of flavor and nutrition?
Great question. Okay, so the first order of business is, so people know they love meat, okay? So and our goal is to compete against the incumbent. And I'll just say incidentally that about 3/4 of our sales, we know from receipt data and so forth, directly displace the animal-based product, which is our goal. If it just was an additional thing in their basket, it's a complete waste of time for us. So that's good. But we felt like what we needed to do was intercept the consumer who was going to buy the animal-based product. That's kind of the goal here. And the most kind of straightforward way to do that is to make a product that delivers exactly what consumers want from that product. But you're right about one thing, which is that we can make a product that is substantially better in ways that merit the consumers than the cow-derived product. Well, right out of the box, our product had no cholesterol. It doesn't get inoculated with fecal bacteria in the slaughterhouse, as every single pound of ground beef in the U.S. does. We can make it lower calorie, lower fat, and those things because we control the knobs. But the flavor, that's another thing. Think of it this way. In order to get something made from plants to be, for a large majority of people who try it, indistinguishable, or they will identify it immediately as meat from an animal, we had to navigate this space of possibilities in terms of flavor and aroma and so forth to get from point A to that point where it's recognized as, cow muscle, basically. Well, in the course of navigating that space, we've learned a lot about places we can go that are not exactly right there. And there's essentially zero doubt, and in fact, we've done some experiments that kind of prove this, that we can make something that actually is generally preferred by consumers to the cow version. And I think that by next year, I think our mainstream product will actually, if we do a side-by-side comparison with nothing but meat eaters, will be preferred by a majority of them. And that, like I say, that's already true for a pretty large fraction. So yes, you hit a really good point. It's not enough for us to be just as good. We have to be more delicious, better nutritionally, and more affordable to guarantee our success, and we will.
Great. So I want to go back to talking a little bit about the planet. I talk a lot to, companies like Nyman Ranch, or people who are trying to, do animal agriculture in a non-CAFO setting. And there's a lot of talk about how ruminants are these magical beings that sequester carbon in a unique way and use lands that are not arable for traditional agriculture, et cetera. And I want to talk a little bit about that premise and how your approach in terms of conventional soy, how that fits into that.
Okay, well, there's so many elements of that and so many misconceptions that get promulgated. First of all, ruminants are great, okay? There's lots of wild ruminants on the planet. Mostly the people who are raising cows for food, just look at Point Reyes, they ask the government to kill all those elk that are eating the grass that was meant for their cows. So ruminants are great. They're an important part of a healthy ecosystem. But right now, the total population of cows on Earth they've virtually completely replaced nature, okay? The total biomass of cows on Earth right now is more than 10 times the combined biomass of every wild mammal, bird, reptile, and amphibian, okay? So yes, we need ruminants. We don't need to cover the entire freaking planet with cows. Secondly, there's all this talk about, regenerative grazing and so forth. And give me a break. I mean, you think we're going to be better off burning down the Amazon and covering it with cows, and that's actually going to do a better job of capturing carbon? It's utter nonsense. And there's tons of data on this. And one thing I'll say about from the standpoint of there's so much more to talk about here, but from the standpoint of climate changes, when we have completely replaced animals as a food technology with our technology, with the environmental data we have right now, okay, first of all, the land footprint of humanity will be reduced by more than 80%, okay, but more than fivefold, because such a vast fraction of the land footprint of humanity is animal agriculture, will vastly reduce our land footprint. Secondly, as a result, we will be able to reverse this catastrophic collapse in global biodiversity. Less than a third as many wild mammals, birds, reptiles, amphibians, and fish living on Earth today as there were just 50 years ago, almost entirely due to our use of animals in the food system. But there's another magical thing that we can do, which is we can literally turn back the clock on climate change. And you can do the math. You can calculate the total amount of biomass that exists on the land we're using right now to raise cows, that was turned into land to raise cows, just like as we're doing in the Amazon right now. The amount of carbon in that biomass is equivalent to more than 16 years worth of annual greenhouse gas emissions. So simply, if I snap my fingers, the recovery of that biomass by itself would effectively turn back the clock by 16 years. The other thing is that 44%, according to the IPCC, of methane in the atmosphere comes from cows. Now, methane has a half-life of 9 years. So if you stop emitting it, if you took the livestock component of methane emissions out, the decay of that methane with a half-life of 9 years would actually, over 20 years, pull out the equivalent of 12 years worth of current greenhouse gas emissions. So if you look at all the factors, if I could snap my fingers and make that industry go away right now, in 2040, the total atmospheric greenhouse gases would be what they were in 2013. Literally turning back the clock on climate change, something nobody even talks about, is completely possible. So this regenerative agriculture thing is utter nonsense. It's propaganda. There's no science behind it. And besides which, it defies common sense. Like, yeah, we'll be much better off if we just burn down forests and destroy healthy ecosystems and cover the planet with cows. It's just absurd. Okay, on the face of it, it's absurd. Why they can actually get people to buy that utter unscientific propaganda just baffles me.
Well, Dr. Brown, I feel like there are about 20 questions that have just come into my mind, but unfortunately our time is up, and it's been just a thrill to have this opportunity with you today.
Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you, and sorry for my rants, but I can't help myself because I care about this stuff. Okay.
Want some exclusive offers from our partners? Go check out the attendee perks in your profile menu in the mobile app to find amazing discounts and offers from our partners.
Lollyware is the world's leading seaweed-based material technology company, replacing single-use plastics. To discuss their vision of a plastic-free future, please welcome founder and CEO of Lollyware, CF Briganti.
Hi everyone, my name is CF Briganti and I'm the CEO and founder of Lollyware. I'm joined today with our head of sustainability, Karuna Rana, and we're really thrilled to be exploring today's topic, which is how does seaweed fight climate change and why is it important for the future of climate change? Hi Karuna.
Hi C, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Let's start first quickly with what is seaweed exactly?
So when we think of seaweed, we think of this very delicious salad, or we think of green looking stuff that washes ashore. But what if I told you that seaweed is so much more than that? And we've known it for its medicinal value. We're talking about biofuel, we're talking about fertilizers, but now the biggest of all, bioplastic. And this is what Lollyware is doing.
And awesome. Exactly, biopolymers. How does seaweed capture carbon? So when we think about, why seaweed is important for the future of climate change, what's exactly happening as seaweed is growing in the ocean?
So seaweed is a blue carbon ecosystem. And for those who are wondering what blue carbon is, just imagine a tree. We all hear that we need to plant more trees. And why is that the case? Because trees absorb carbon dioxide and help fight climate change in doing so. What if I told you that seaweed is doing what seas do, but at 5 to 20 times more carbon dioxide is absorbed. And this carbon dioxide that is absorbed by coastal ecosystems in the ocean are called blue carbon. And this is what makes seaweed so much special. So when seaweed is in the water, it's absorbing carbon dioxides 5 to 20 times more than terrestrial forests. And on the other hand, when we are converting them into these very useful biopolymers, we are also avoiding emissions that come from plastic pollution. So this is why seaweed is super important in fighting climate change. And that's on the mitigation side, but let's even talk about the adaptation. You know, we've heard about climate change impacting oceans that we love so much, you know, whether it comes to ocean acidification, reduced biodiversity. What seaweed does when it's in the ocean is improves the water quality around, it fights ocean acidification, and it provides a nursery for a lot of the fisheries. And this is, you know, this results in higher fish catch, but also an improved biodiversity.
Beautifully said. Yeah. So I think what we're excited, you know, to talk about, especially with regard to what we're building at Lollyware, is that with the cultivation of seaweed on the back end, which is the sequestration of carbon, and then overturning, you know, single-use format plastics on the front end, that is the avoided emissions that you meant. So we can actually tackle climate change in two key ways. Then, would you sort of explain a little bit more about that?
Definitely. So the way I see seaweed is I see it as a very circular product. So a circular product is one that obviously reduces waste and tries to omit waste altogether, but always keeps the product at its highest utility throughout the life cycle. So when we talk about a life cycle of a product, we're talking of the beginning, the birth, to the end, the disposal. Now, seaweed, you know, at its birth, when it's in the ocean before it becomes a material for us to use, it's in the ocean, it's fighting climate change, it's absorbing the carbon dioxide, it's helping the water around. So that's on the back end. And on the front end, we have a product that has a carbon negative input. And when we compare that to a product like plastic, which is, you know, which comes from fossil fuel, high in emissions, but also impacting our lovely oceans and the biodiversity in the ocean. So on the front end, it's replacing a highly polluting product. And this is what makes Lollyware so special.
We have 1 minute left, and I just wanted to also focus on something that I'm really thrilled about with regard to seaweed, not just being a really important input for the future, as you stated, because it sequesters carbon at such a high degree when compared with trees, but also the impact we can have socially. Can you speak to that as sort of like a last thought?
Our last thought is, you know, we've heard about how amazing seaweed is for the environment, but it's also important for sustainable development as a whole. The seaweed farmers earn a large portion of their livelihoods through that, and I think this is what Lollyware wants to do. We want to have a very sustainable seaweed ecosystem locally that is helping our local farmers.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Karuna.
Thank you. It was a pleasure
today.
In real estate, digitalization and ESG are often basic or greenwashing. The pandemic and remote working have turned both into must-haves. Deal-Evolution's digital architecture is the right solution at the right time.
They have spent decades fighting racism. Jane Elliott has been educating against it since the 60s. Angelica Nwandu founded the Shade Room to give people of color cultural expression within social media. Sitting down with Wall Street Journal's Sabrina Siddiqui.
Jane and Angelica, thank you so much for joining us. Really looking forward to this discussion. And, you know, I just want to kick it off by acknowledging the kind of year that we've had with a real nationwide reckoning around systemic racism following the police killing of George Floyd, protests across the country that carried on for months, and at times amid other high-profile incidents of police brutality against Black men and women, we saw them rise up again. And I want to ask you both, and Angelica, I'll start with you, and then Jane, would love to have you chime in as well. What has this year really told you about where we stand with respect to systemic racism in society?
I think that for a long time, people tried to make it seem as though racism was not a real thing, and that it didn't really exist. But I think having someone like Trump in office, it was able to, you know, racists were able to actually have a leader. And when you can have a leader and, you know, and it's more organized, you start to see people, you know, coming forth with their beliefs and their, you know, prejudices. And I think that what happened was we were able to see racism on a stage. You know, our leader, I do feel that Trump has said a lot of racist things in office, and he has riled up his followers to do things that a lot of us would not even dream of. Like when you think of the Karen movement of people, you know, I don't know if you guys know what Karen is, but it's the term that has been given to entitled white women who have been calling the police against, you know, on, you know, Black people who are just living their daily lives. And so, you know, with the emergence of that term and all of the, you know, police brutality that we've seen, that is just, you know, for like towards unarmed Black men. I think that, you know, with the BLM protest and everybody having to really sit down and BLM getting a stage, I think we've been able to see, you know, not only change, especially with Trump getting out of, you know, office, being voted out of office, but we've been able to see the racism, and people have been able to join together in fighting against it. And so I guess I believe a little bit more in humanity now, but I definitely feel like we've been able to, the issues have been on the stage, and we've been able to really acknowledge it.
Jane, how about you?
That's not the way I feel at all. I'm sorry, I wish I did. I have seen racism grow drastically, and it was growing during Barack Obama's years. They went underground. The racists went underground and kept their mouths shut until they got a chance to vote for somebody who would replace Barack Obama and all the things that he managed to put in place that would make this country a better place in which to live. Now, only half of us have decided that it's time to change leaders, and that we have now changed a leader, hopefully, but we still have that 40% of people who absolutely believe in the myth of 3 or 4 different races. There's only one race. We're all members of it. It's the human race, and it started out, and when people evolved, dark-skinned people evolved in sub-Saharan Africa between 300,000 and 500,000 years ago. Now we're going to have to convince all these melanemic people, and I don't say white because if you have too little iron in your blood, you're called anemic. If you have too little melanin in your skin to protect your cells from the damaging rays of the sun, we ought to be called melanemic instead of white, because there's no such thing as a white race. We need to get over the idea that there are 2 races and there's white and black. Those are not races. Those are color groups within the human race, and those are misnomers for those people. We are all shades of brown. I am not a white woman. My shirt is white and my hair is white and my skin is not. And your skin is not black, and you're neither, and neither, none of the ones that I'm talking to are not white and black. They're shades of brown, and we need to get over the idea of several different races. We have a person right now who is going to spend the next 70 days trying to nail down the idea of several different races and the superiority of the white race, which doesn't exist.
So Jane, I want to ask you, because you've been doing this for a long time, and to your point, you're not all that more optimistic based on where we are today. So how do you educate against racism in society? How, you know, where have we failed? Because to your point, you don't think there's been a whole lot of progress.
Well, there was progress, and I thought when Barack Obama was elected, now I don't have to do this anymore, because I didn't realize how determined the racists are, and how absolutely terrified they are at the thought that the demographics of this country prove that within 30 years, what we call white people, melanemic people, will be a numerical minority in the United States of America. And that's what the anger is about. They are absolutely terrified that when people of color get power, they're going to want to treat us the way we have treated them. I learned as a result, and while I was doing the blue-eyed, brown-eyed exercise, that the kids who were on the bottom the first day refused to be ugly to the ones who were on the top. When the kids on the bottom got to be on the top, they refused to retaliate because they said they didn't want to make anybody feel the way they felt when they were on the bottom. I think that melanemic fears need to go away, because I don't think that people of color are going to want to treat colorless people the way we have treated them over the last 500 years. And you need to realize this hasn't been going on for thousands of years. This started with the Spanish Inquisition. It's only been going on for about between 500 and 600 years. We could teach our way out of this if we chose to. But the first thing we have to do is educate the educators. And there's a woman called Terry Strong, Terri, and her last name is Strong, and you should contact her, and she will give you a list of things that we need to do to re-educate the educators. She knows more about this than I will ever learn. She's a 60-year-old Black woman, and she says, here are the things we have to do, and she lays it out in black and white. Black and white, those colors that really do exist on paper, but they don't exist in skin. Make no mistake about this. You need to contact Terry Strong, and so does everybody else, because she knows the truth. Now, if you don't want to do that, then just get the book, the National Geographic magazine for April of 2018, and read this magazine. These two girls are sisters. They are not biracial. Their father is Black, their mother is white. Their parents are members of the same race, the human race. These are not biracial children, they are mosaic children. A mosaic is something new and beautiful. It's an art form. It's new and beautiful, and it's made of many different elements. That's what those two girls are. We've got to change the language that we speak in this nation, and we've got to change it now. If you're going to continue to use vocabulary from the 15th century, then I suggest that you all go back to traveling and communicating the way we did in the 15th century. And I want to see all these young men wearing knee breeches and powdered wigs. If they're going to use words from the 15th century, they should dress the way they did in the 15th century. It's perfectly simple. We'll just go back 500 plus years. I don't think most of us want to do that. So if you don't want to go back, let's go forward. Let's go forward and truly educate people instead of indoctrinating them.
So, you know,
are our 14 minutes up?
No, not yet, not yet. But I would love to get Angelica to jump back in, because, you know, obviously, you know, you as a journalist, as a writer, I want to talk to you a bit about the Shade Room and the role that you think, especially as we're talking about language and the and how we talk about these issues. Can you tell me about the importance for media outlets or just people of color who've now created a lot of outlets of their own in terms of advancing these conversations?
Yeah, I think that, you know, it's so important to have Black media, because we're able to tell our own stories and report on our people in the way that, you know, is more wholesome. It's more of a wholesome picture, right? I think that the media in general just plays a huge role in how people respond to people of color, because the reality is how we're, you know, in the mainstream media, I think that Black people are kind of portrayed in such a way where we're dehumanized, even down to the fact that when you see, we were talking about Ahmaud Arbery before this started, and you know, Mike Brown, all of the people that we've seen shot and killed in the streets, and large media companies will post those pictures of them dead in the streets, and you will not see that happening for people who are not of color. It really, the people that get that type of treatment in the news are minorities, because you know, and it just teaches people that, it just teaches them to they're desensitized to violence against us, right? Because of seeing those images so often. But I don't think you remember the last time you've seen a video of a white man slain in the street, you know, in mainstream media. So I would say that for us, it's, you know, even the titles that, you know, how certain stories are depicted, how you know, Botham Jean was, you know, he was a weed smoker or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just the way that they would report on it, or this person is a thug, even though, or they'll post a mugshot of the victim.
Looking up criminal histories as if that's relevant to.
Exactly. Right. Like, who cares how many people smoke weed? Obama said he smoked weed before, you know, like, come on now, you know? So it's like, at the end of the day, but But I think that that's why it's so important to have media companies that are not, that can tell their own stories, because now we can say, well, no, we'll post, this, but we'll also post them as active fathers in the community. We post Black excellence, and we'll post, positive images. Instead of having like a brand like TMZ that only posts them when they go to jail or whatever, we'll post your music, we'll post, the good that you're doing in the community. And so I feel like it is so important to have that diversity in media, because the story is not going to be told from a lens of someone who is not a part of the culture. Right. So we definitely need to have our own platforms, but also we've been able to use the Shade Room to be an activist in the community. When we had Ahmaud Arbery, when that happened to him, we brought in the lawyer, we brought in the mother to be able to do interviews and put it on our platform so that we can hear a perspective that isn't altered or distorted, and so I think that we've been able to use our platform to spark change. We were the first platform to post about Sandra Bland, because she wasn't getting any media coverage, right? But the moment that we were able to take that story from being a local story to being on a mainstream platform, we were able to garner a lot of attention to the story. And so I think that, moving forward, I want to see more media companies that are not a part of this mainstream, lockout, you know what I mean? And that can, and social media has allowed for that. There's so many media companies that emerged on social media that are Black owned, that are able to tell a different narrative. And I think that's extremely important.
Absolutely. And now we've only got, amazingly, a couple minutes, although I could talk to you guys for hours. So I'm going to ask you each for one sentence, perhaps, if you can. I know it's a lot, but maybe, okay, I know Jane's shaking her head. What is your key takeaway? What does change look like for you? Angelica, you first, Jane, then you.
I think change looks like social media. As crazy as that sounds, I feel like social media is able to give us a platform where we can amplify our voices. When you think of like the Me Too movement, started by a Black woman, empowered by social media, and you think about Black Lives Matter movement, that was also started by another Black woman, empowered by social media. I think that with social media, we're able to educate, we're able to reach the people in a way where it's, we're not, restricted. Back in the day, it used to be the radio and television. Imagine how hard that is, right? But now it's social media, and we're able to amplify these movements and unify, surrounding these movements. I think that social media has opened and unlocked a new decade for us.
Great. And Jane, your key takeaway, what does change look like?
Okay. What we found out this year is for the first time, white people have had to see what Black people have been witnessing and claiming was happening all their lives. And now white people can no longer deny that it's happening. They've seen it happen in front of their very eyes. And the man looked in the camera as he kept his knee on that Black man's neck. Now we cannot deny it anymore. There it is, people. Look at it. Realize that we did it. And what are you going to do about it?
Thank you. That's very powerful. What are we going to do about it? I think that's the key question for all of us moving forward. And both Jane and Angelica, I really appreciate your time. Like I said, I would have loved to talk to you guys all day if I could. And thank you to everyone who tuned in. Keep on watching Web Summit from Lisbon.
Grammy Award-winning musician Nile Rodgers and Merk Mercuriadis of Hypnosis Song Fund talk us through Nile's most iconic songs. Don't miss out on this special speaker experience at 7:15 on the Breakout tab. She launched Fable, a platform that delivers the world's best social experiences with stories in service of mental wellness. Here to talk about the transition from corporate to startup during a pandemic, please welcome Padmasri Warrior and CNBC's Sarah Eisen.
I'm Sarah Eisen, and I'm thrilled to be here and thrilled to introduce our distinguished speaker for this talk. She's the perfect fit, Padmasri Warrior. If you don't know her, she's the founder and CEO of the startup Fable. Before that, she ran Neo USA. She was the chief strategy and CTO officer of Cisco. She's worked in several executive roles at Motorola. She also currently sits on the boards of Microsoft and Spotify. Padma, it's great to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah, and hope you're doing well.
We're doing well, and we're here to talk about minding your mind through technology. Your path is an interesting one. Tell us how you went from electric vehicles and mobile phones to Fable. What is it, and how did you get there?
Yeah, I as you mentioned, and as people may know, I've spent pretty much my entire career in the tech industry, all the way from semiconductors to most recently building electric cars with NIO, which is now almost a $40 billion company. We built that company from scratch and took it public. As I was working at NIO and we were developing a lot of technology, AI and machine learning technology, I started to think about how we could apply all of this technology more directly to things that matter to us as human beings. And I was initially focusing holistically on health and wellness, and left NIO to sort of pursue that as an area that I wanted to contribute next. And as I was sort of researching wellness and health space, I came upon a lot of data that talked about how mental wellness is on the decline for many people around the world. So these are things like anxiety, depression, loneliness, stress, burnout. So things that contribute to our mental wellness is what is sort of like going the wrong way, trending the wrong way. And Fable, my new company, is working on, first of all, making all of us aware that our mental wellness is important and we should pay attention to it and dedicate some time every day to take care of our mental health, like we do now, spend time taking care of our physical health. And secondly, using technology to help people find the tools. And we are specifically focusing on helping people read more in service of their mental health. And a lot of people don't know this, but reading, especially fiction, it has been proven to really improve our state of mind, because it takes us to a different space when you're reading a story. And so that's what Fable is focusing on.
I think you call it a cognitive fitness platform. What is cognitive fitness, and what is the market for that?
Yeah, so if you think about it, right, like physical fitness is now a $4 trillion market globally. And a few years ago, maybe 10 years ago, it was a pair of sneakers. And now we have everything from Peloton, which allows us to exercise from our homes and be in connection with other people remotely. So we've come a long way in kind of thinking about physical fitness and what that means, and how we can use technology and sort of be connected while we are taking care of our physical fitness with other people doing similar kinds of physical activities, whether it's running or yoga or some other kind of cardio or cycling or whatever it is. There's lots of different apps and services that support that. But if you think about mental fitness or cognitive fitness, which is the ability to make decisions, the ability to think clearly, the ability to focus, the ability to have empathy, understand issues from both sides, all of this sorts of fall into this broad category that I call cognitive fitness. We don't really use technology or actually be aware that this is an area we should focus on. But if you talk to anyone who's even a medical doctor working on the physical side of things, they will say health is really a whole holistic thing, right? You know, if you're physically healthy, your mental health is good. And if you're mentally stressed, your physical health gets affected. So there is a strong connection between mind and body. And we are trying to focus on what are some simple things we can offer people to take care of our mental wellness.
I feel like we're all using technology a lot more lately during the pandemic. I'm not so sure about our cognitive fitness, though, and our mental wellness. How's that doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? And there is definitely, of course, it's been accelerated, I would say, because of the pandemic. But even before the pandemic, there is a big trend for digitization. Every part of our life, every part of a business, every kind of business is getting digitized, which means more and more things that used to be done in a physical format are moving to a digital form. This includes experiences, this includes friendships and human connections, you name it. And this trend is going to continue. I think in the pandemic, maybe it's very concentrated, almost opposed to the exclusion of physical contact, obviously driven by necessity. But even when we come out of this, I think this drive to actually continue to digitize things will continue. I think that is a macro trend that's happening. So my proposition is, when this is happening and we are going to use screens more than we have done before, how do we serve people digital nutrition versus digital junk? It's sort of like, if you're going to be on the screen anyway, how could you use that time for something useful, right? Read a book, read a story on that digital platform, talk to your friends about it, discuss things, and have a meaningful way to connect with people versus just wasting time, as I call it, doom scrolling on the internet.
Social media, digital nutrition, or digital junk?
Social media really depends. I think if you curate your feed on social media, which actually seems to be happening. I talked to a professor who from UC Irvine who does a lot of research on this. He was mentioning how people actually curate their playlists on Spotify, for example, or their feed on Instagram to be calming. And so when you wake up in the morning, you're looking at the timeline. It's not just all bad news and fake news. You can actually select who you follow and what you do. So I would say social media broadly, right, like tends to be very noisy. And if you're able to make it much more purpose driven, then it's not so bad. But if you're really just using you're not doing any filtering and you're just purposely going to the fake news or spreading fake news, of course, then that can be really, really harmful to you.
I mentioned you're on the boards of Microsoft and Spotify. Are these conversations that are had at the board level? How these are cutting edge technology companies. How can we make our mental wellness better? How can we just do good and make society better? Is that a discussion that's being had?
Yeah, I mean, both the boards I'm on, both companies care about this a lot. I think it's part of their mission. It's, of course, we're businesses. I'm building a business, and the ultimate goal is it's not a not-for-profit. We have to make money and we have to serve consumers. At the same time, it's not. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think your mission, you can be a very mission-driven company, and the mission can be the benefit of humanity and benefiting people. I mean, I think internet and the ability of having mobile internet has really helped us. And if you think of it broadly, we just have to be careful that we're not abusing the fact that we can reach millions of people instantly, right? And so this is a big responsibility now for a lot of tech companies to be thinking about the implications of the technology we are developing and what does that mean for all of us.
Who do you think does a good job at that, and who maybe doesn't do as well?
That's a hard one. I mean, I can clearly say both Microsoft and Spotify, this is on top of mind, but I know those companies the best. I am not so intimately familiar with other tech companies and how internal discussions might be happening there. I think if you just look at what Twitter is even now doing with the US election, how they're trying to manage the messaging that's happening. I think Jack cares deeply about it. I think Google and Sundar care deeply about certain issues. I'm sure Apple and Tim Cook have spoken up about it. So just reading what they and their company leaders have said, you can say those are the companies who seem to be caring about this.
Yeah, we dug up a quote actually from you, wondering, can AI ever truly understand the nuance of human wellness? You need to ask, on average, is the technology making our lives better or worse? How do you think about the answer to that question?
Yeah, I still think about that a lot. And I think it's very, very relevant. And perhaps that's what prompted me to start Fable in some ways. I think in helping people recognize, first of all, that we should spend equal amount of time thinking about our mental wellness. Again, I do distinguish mental wellness with mental health. We're not a healthcare company. We are focusing on issues that might lead to a health, us being mentally healthy or not, right? Like stress and anxiety, burnout, these sorts of things, and providing small and simple tools for us to, first of all, acknowledge that's important, make time for it, and secondly, consume digital nutrition. I think these are things that I feel we can responsibly do. By the way, conversations and human connection is ever more important. And how do we bring about that on a digital platform is going to be super important, right? Like if you think about why book clubs work, for example, when we all get together and to talk about something and discuss something, there are pros and cons in how we do it, but perhaps we're not going to have as many physical book clubs going forward. And so those things have to move onto a digital platform. So how do we build a social platform that allows us to have discussions about something we have read, and something where the author is trying to provide a point of view and everyone develops a perspective on it? These are certain things that I feel technology can enable in service of wellness.
And make money too, right? I mean, does that go in conflict with monetization of some of these tech platforms and
I think,
wellness that you
I mean, it depends on what the monetization model is. If you're purely using digital advertising as your source of revenue, then you could argue then those companies are motivated to exploit our data, perhaps serve as ads, and in some ways it goes beyond personalization. I'm okay with sharing my data as long as that data is being used to customize things for me and make my life easy, help me discover things that I would have not otherwise discovered, help me get things in an easy, fast way. I think great, that's awesome. But if it is intended to sort of like addict me to a platform or share data without my permission, then it's crossing the line. And I think we should be super careful about how we monetize people's data without people's permission. And I think these kinds of things have to be really, really taken very seriously going forward.
Speaking of a founder, which you are right now, and we know we have many founders hopefully in our audience here at the Web Summit, what would you tell them right now? It's a difficult time. We're in the middle of a pandemic, potentially a very deep recession, crisis with a load of uncertainty on the political side, on the health side. How do you balance just maintaining, staying alive and keeping the lights on with all the things that you're talking about, which are so important to society and so important to doing better and to improving our mental wellness?
Yeah, look, I think if you're a founder, you started the company because you're passionate about it, right? Like most founders, and I'm sure there's many out there, we all start companies because we believe in doing whatever we are doing, that it's an important mission, it's solving a big problem. In some ways, that helps, at least help me stay sane during the last 8 months, and just stay very focused on building Fable, hiring a great team, building solutions. In some ways, actually, I raised money during the pandemic. I thought it would take me longer, but it didn't. So there is capital out there. And if you position your solution as solving a meaningful problem, founders are able to raise money. And I think that gives us some cushion to continue to develop the product. There is a lot of uncertainty. I think it's sort of like, when do you launch a product? Do you launch now? Do you wait till the pandemic is over? My big advice would be frugal, act as if that, you won't be able to raise the next round, or it'll be delayed further, or consumers are going to be more careful how they spend their money. Those are all realities. So be frugal, don't overspend if you don't need to, prioritize what you need to do. And think about, if you're going to launch, think about your launch timing very, very carefully. And I'm going through this myself right now. We're about to launch and we delayed it till after the election. And sort of like every time there is something, you feel like, okay, we should hold back. But at some point I also feel like in my case, I want my product to be available now, where people are stressed out and they're looking for different ways to make their time useful and use it for their benefit. So it's sort of like weighing all these things. But founders are good at that. We're constantly dealing with, how do we prioritize? How do we cut corners and make sure we are focusing on what's truly important? That's what distinguishes a founding leader versus leading in a very large company.
I think it's interesting that you said you were able to raise money during this time. Do you think it's because what you're doing lends itself very well to the habits that we're all forming during this pandemic, or is there something about the environment right now which is maybe better for private companies? Why do you think that is?
I think it's both. I think it is definitely, people saw it, and I definitely feel it this time. Of course, I'm biased. I feel like this is a big problem that will continue to be there beyond the pandemic, right? As long as we are human beings, we will have stress and anxiety, and we have to learn how to deal with it and cope with it. And looking for digital solutions is an important problem to solve, right? Or finding a solution on a digital platform is an important solution. So I think that, firstly. Secondly, being clearly focused focused on what we are doing. And in my case, I'm not just building one feature, I'm truly building a platform. So it's about scale, how broad can we scale it, how big is the market? I think those are the kinds of things that typically investors look for.
What's the vision? Are you hoping, you've run a number of public companies and worked in a number of public companies. Is that the long-term goal?
Yeah, my vision absolutely is to build a great company that, first I have to focus on a product that people will love. I would love to have everyone use the product every day. It's sort of like I said, if you're going to spend anyway X amount of hours on the screen, make at least part of it useful and consume digital nutrition. If I can get there, I would feel very, very satisfied. And hopefully build a product that people love.
Here's a question that I'm sure you've gotten, but I love it and I always found it valuable. It's what advice would you give to your younger self on your career path?
Yeah, I think this is a great question. Makes me think always. I would say I would have taken risks sooner. I would advise myself to have taken risks sooner. I think I stayed in large company, big corporation environment for a long time in my career. And it was because I was successful, I was doing well. I didn't stay in the same company or the same industry. I did switch industries a lot. I think I'm probably unusual that way. I started in semiconductor, then moved to mobile, then moved to networking data center, then went to build cars and, completely different. I changed industries dramatically, but up until I left Cisco, I always had a great career in large companies. I think if I were to go back, I would have probably done a startup sooner or taken a risk sooner in my career. It's a lot of fun starting a company. It's a lot of work, but it's amazing. I mean, I'm sure all founders, this is why we do it. It's just such a thrill to really think about a big problem and a small solution that would solve a big problem, build a team together, work hard to make that happen. It's just a whole another level of sense of achievement and accomplishment you get.
That's a problem, because I'm one of those people that never has time to read. Not because I don't like reading, because I don't have time to read. And it doesn't lend itself well to my daily schedule. Is that who you're going after?
Exactly. I have yet to meet someone who says, oh, I hate reading. Always people say, yeah, I wish I could read more. I wish I had more time. But you know what? The thing is, when you think, if I give you a 400-page book, you'll say, I don't have time to read. We all say that. But if I told you, can you read 15 minutes every day? You'll say, yeah, absolutely. I can read for 15 minutes every day. What most people don't realize is an average person at the average speed we all read. If you can read 15 minutes every single day, you'll finish a book every month. And so that's enough. From a mental health point of view, reading 15 to 30 minutes of great fiction or a great story is enough for our mind to sort of release the in the moment pressure and go into a different place. And so, yeah, it's sort of like having these micro goals. That is what it's sort of like how physical fitness originally started with walk 10,000 steps, right? It's sort of like you don't have to do a marathon every single day. And most of us can't do that ever, but we could walk for 30 minutes, 20 minutes. And so it's sort of the same exact concept in cognitive fitness.
What are you reading right now?
I'm actually reading N.K. Jemison's book called The City We Became. And I just actually got a series of essays from Louise Gluck, who she just won the Nobel Prize in Literature. She's a poet, and I've read her poetry before, and this is a book she's written. It's a collection of her essays. So I tend to read 3-4 books at the same time. I'm unusual that way. It really depends on my mood, what I'm in the mood for. Today, I'll probably read an essay because I'm just stressed out about the election, and I want to have some kind of a short form. We at Fable, we have a book club, and we are all reading The City We Became, Jemison's book, actually set in New York, where she portrays each of the boroughs in New York as a character, if they were a human being or a person, how would they be? It's a great book. I highly recommend it.
So who is your competition meditation? Because that's sometimes that's exploded in popularity as people have tried to deal with.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a competition. I kind of think of it as a complementary thing, right? Like Calm, Headspace, there are companies that are supporting these. I sort of feel like we're all complementary. All of these are good. My competition is probably wasting time. All of us wasting time on the internet or social media. That's really my competition. If I can just get you someone like you to spend 15 minutes reading something, whether it's on your phone or your tablet or book, then that's success for me.
What would that do to my wellness, my cognitive?
Well, I'm not an expert at this, and there are a lot of papers that talk about, if you read, there's a whole field called bibliotherapy, where they actually use books to treat even mental health conditions, but that's not what we're doing. There is a lot of data that talks about if you read 30 minutes of fiction every day, it increases the probability of your lifespan expanding by 2 years. So you would basically live 2 years longer, because your brain, again, I'm not an expert, but your brain, when you're reading a fiction, and fiction, by the way, includes nonfiction books that are written about a leader or something, because it's their story, right? If you're reading anything that's quote unquote a story, you're keeping track of the characters, you're keeping track of the plot. So your brain is remembering all these things and it's getting exercised. Your brain and your mind are, after all, muscles, and they need exercise as well. So yeah, that's sort of what we are trying to do. And we're also trying to make, by the way, reading, people think of it as like a very lonely experience, and it's not. It may be a solitary experience, but it doesn't need to be a lonely experience. So how do you read with friends? How do you read with people that have like-minded interests that perhaps let you see a different point of view? You and I are reading the same book, but when I read what you are thinking about it, it actually makes me see it, your point of view, how you're interpreting that story. It's similar to how we watch a movie or a TV show and want to talk about it, right? And so the same kind of experience.
And you get to live longer as well. Padma,
You
we're
get to live
out of
longer
time.
as well. That's a bonus.
Thank you very much for your time today. It was great having this conversation. And thanks for having me here as well. I'll send it back to you guys in Lisbon.
You are watching the last day of Web Summit 2020, and on to our next guest. He has been at the forefront of the creation and development of some of the products that are now in millions of homes around the world. Here to talk about Alexa, Echo, Ring, and many, many more. Please welcome Amazon Senior Vice President and all-around gadget man, Dave Limp, talking with Nicholas Thompson of Wired. Let's go.
Dave, good morning. It is a pleasure to see you.
Good morning. Always good to see you too, Nick.
So let's start with you telling me where your vision for ambient computing is. Over the last couple of years, we've talked a couple of times, and along the way, you've launched, I've lost track, but maybe 17,426 new products. You've put computers in microwaves, you put them in glasses, you put them in drones inside the home. You've done all kinds of stuff. And it's about this vision of the devices around you talking to you, you talking to your devices. Tell me how your vision of ambient computing has evolved, where it is now.
Well, I'd obviously, first of all, thanks for having us. I'd be remiss not to, talk about that we're in unprecedented times as well, but it is relevant to what we try to do. Our homes have been redefined now. They're our schools, there are movie theaters. In ours, it's a 24/7 restaurant. It's a school. And, I think we feel like it's part of our responsibility to help have technology help in this environment. And a lot of what we set off to do 5-6 years ago with ambient computing has come to fruition and does help in these kinds of times. Ambient computing is a user interface. It's a paradigm. And it's not meant to supplant the laptops that we're talking to each other on or our phones, but it's a different way of interacting, and it works really well in a home-based environment. It has some notable parts to it. It's about creating a user interface that you don't have to learn. You just can walk up to it and it just works. It works equally well for a group of people as it does for an individual talking to it. And you really don't have to think about a modality when you're talking about it. It just it works seamlessly. And we know it's working. We have, if you'd asked me 5-6 years ago, would there be 100 million base devices out there, plus devices out there, where the customer didn't know the operating system that was on that device, had no sense of applications on that device. And that's exactly what's happening with Echoes. And the usage, just last month, we hit a big milestone. Last month, we think that people interacting with Echo were interacting with their Echo devices 10 times more with voice than they do with voice assistants on their phone. So it's definitely catching on and becoming a thing.
I noticed, I think that the threshold for me was when my then 5-year-old came down into the kitchen, and it was a Monday morning. He really didn't want to go to school. He really wanted to play more soccer. He goes up to the Alexa and he says, "Alexa, make it Sunday." And that's when I knew that you had a pretty good product.
You're in the middle of a pandemic. More people are asking. It used to be a lot of people would ask, what time is it a lot? We still get that, but now people are often asking what day it is. So we're all getting kind of lost in this.
Oh, that's interesting. Have you noticed other changes, right? Are we basically asking what you would expect and changing in the usual ways? Or are you seeing a lot of relationships where the relationship with the human and the Alexa is like Tom Hanks and the volleyball?
Well, I think people are focused on, as you would expect, there's more focus on people's well-being. So we see a lot of people tending to use Alexa to help sleep better, whether that's my son uses a babbling brook or it's soothing sounds. There's a lot of that. We're also seeing, a resurgence of entertainment, not necessarily on Echo and Alexa, but, streaming media is at all-time highs on Fire TV. I think the cutting the cord trend has likely been accelerated, maybe 2 years plus because of this. And near and dear to my heart, because it's kind of where this business started, we're seeing people read more than ever. And they're reading the classics again. Pride and Prejudice is trending. And, when you start seeing that, people are looking for grounding, which is certainly what I and my family have done as well.
That makes a lot of sense. And one of the things you mentioned in your first answer was that the ambient computing was for the home, and right, that's where Amazon started. And it seems obvious now, but it's actually a really important strategic decision. Do you start in the home? Do you start at work? Do you start in the car? And there are advantages to starting in the home. You need a little less precision. You can add a little more personality. Tell me where that part of the roadmap is. The next 2 years are all going to be about the home, or they're going to be about, let's really focus on the car. Let's focus on the office. Where are you going?
Yeah, I think for us, we kind of see the home as the hub, mainly because, if you go back again 5-6 years ago, maybe 7 or 8, the technology industry at large, had largely forgotten about the home. By the way, for very good reasons. The mobile phone industry and smartphone industry was so big and moving so fast that all the technology companies really began to focus there, not only the end user products and the phones themselves, but upstream supply chain. And so we really thought about, well, how do we kickstart the home? And we did so. Obviously, Echo is one part of that. Fire TV is a part of that. Ring and Blink with cameras is part of that. And we now see the home as a place where we started with a couple rooms. It became very apparent that people wanted these kinds of devices in their kitchen and in their living room to entertain and to inform. But increasingly, we see the number of Echoes and other devices spreading throughout other rooms. You mentioned your kids. We see kids using them more and more. We see the use cases in other rooms. And we crossed over, I guess, earlier this year, where more people are talking to more than one Alexa for the first time, endpoint for the first time. So that, and I could see it at a point where you would see a Alexa endpoint in every room of your house. It could become very ubiquitous. But to your future-looking question, I won't outline the complete roadmap, but I will tell you that we start seeing extending outward from the home. And the next two obvious places to go are into the neighborhood. And where else in your neighborhood are things important it might be from a well-being standpoint. It might be from extending that ambient user interface. And as you mentioned, the car. And so we have Alexa endpoints being built in by auto manufacturers. We're building products both from Ring and from the Echo product line for your car. There's significantly less commuting going on right now. And by the way, I think there will be significantly less commuting even once we find a vaccine and we get ourselves on the other end of this pandemic. but people will still find it joyful in their car to use a voice-based interface.
And so one of the risks of the home, of course, is that it's a very good space. It was forgotten. That makes a ton of sense. It was an incredibly important decision. When we look back at technology at this era, Amazon's decision to focus on the home will be sort of a crucial choice. But the home is also a place where we feel vulnerable, where we care more about privacy. And of course, there has been a major rethink of privacy over the last 5 years. How has your position on privacy evolved over the last 3 or 4 years as you've thought about how to integrate it into products?
Well, I think not only has it evolved, and I'll get to some specifics, but it continues to evolve. I think as we see how customers use our products and how they interact with other products around them, our homes are not technology homogenous. They have lots of different interactions, but it's absolutely foundational. As you might imagine, my home is very Alexified. And I do not want to put, products that would jeopardize my privacy, my family's privacy, any more than I would want to for any customer. And so we spend a lot of time thinking about what do we need to do in the products. And as the products have evolved, so too has that need for different privacy features evolved. In the beginning, we had speakers that had microphones on them, but we made it very clear through a big red ring when those microphones were off. Our electrical engineers built a physical switch that electrically disconnected those microphones, so you could feel safe that when that red light is on, that there's nothing. But as the products evolved and we added screens and cameras, our first product didn't have a camera shutter, a physical camera shutter over the camera. And we heard from customers that they wanted to have peace of mind that when that camera was in their home, they wanted to know that that camera could be closed off. And so we've added that to all our new Echo Show products just based on that feedback and doing that. And as we move forward, I think we'll continue to add more features about making sure customers have control of their data too. So 2 examples of that, we just launched a feature that you can say, Alexa, delete all my data, and it'll go back and delete all your voice-based data. And by the end of this year, for Ring-based cameras, we'll add end-to-end encryption where Amazon doesn't have the key, nobody else has the key, only you have the key to your security-based videos.
That's a good change. I remember going on CBS maybe 2 or 3 years ago, trying to demonstrate how to delete all your data from Alexa, and it was a complicated process. Is there any Amazon product that you personally would feel like, you know what, that's a good product. It probably works for a lot of people, but not quite for me. For example, I wouldn't want the drone, the security drone that you recently launched that was somewhat controversial, but I'm delighted with my Alexa. How do you feel about these trade-offs?
Yeah, I think it's a personal choice for every customer. I tend to, the products that we actually build, I tend to dog food most of them. Even if they weren't designed specifically for me. My kids are older, so I don't necessarily need an Echo with a Panda on it, but I have an Echo with a Panda on it because I want to be able to test it out. And you mentioned the Always Home Cam. We've never had more, sort of polarized feedback on a product, both really good and some people really concerned. But we built a lot of privacy features in that camera doesn't work, and when it's sitting in the base station and it's charged, it's covered up, and it's limited to 1 floor of your house. So if you have a 2-floor home, it just never even goes to the 2nd floor. But listen, not every product is great for every person. We know that, and the Always Home Cam is a good example. Some customers don't want or can't put cameras in multiple rooms of their house. And this is a way for them to give peace of mind if something untoward happens without that. Others don't want cameras at all, and that's fine. I think that's a world that we're okay with customers living in too. I think our job is to mix and match these solutions to give customers the best ambient computer experience we can in the most private way we can.
The thing about the drone that I loved was the engineering to actually figure out how to navigate through a house, which is a crazy hard problem, and one I imagine you couldn't have solved 2 years ago. Tell me about the most interesting problem you're trying to solve right now, maybe in voice recognition or in some other subset of AI. Like, what is something you want to crack, but no one's quite cracked yet?
Yeah, autonomous navigation is a good one, but I'd probably point to when we just started talking about we're just at the beginning of this journey of a conversational assistant, and Alexa is very advanced, but in many ways, still has a long way to go. And one of the things, the breakthrough we had probably 6-8 months ago, was this thing we're talking about is teachable Alexa. And this uses a knowledge-grounded, transformer-based deep learning algorithm. If some people might be familiar with kind of BERT AI algorithms, and it's similar to that, but it allows a customer to actually teach the AI. So we don't have to train the AI ourselves as Amazon. The customer can do it. So, it's dark in Seattle these days, and so I might want to set my lighting to, Seattle winter mode. And so I can say to Alexa, turn on my Seattle winter lights. She has no concept of that. And she will come back to me and now ask, what do you mean by Seattle winter lights? And I say, well, I'd like the light to be warmer by 10%, and I'd like it to be brighter by 20%. And then every time that I say, turn on my Seattle winter lights from then on, for me personally, it just does that, not for the rest of the Alexa customers. And this is a big breakthrough in sort of deep learning algorithms that we think will have applicability across a large surface area of Alexa.
But how is that deep learning? Isn't that just a specific preference, right? Set string, Seattle winter lights, then result. Is that really deep learning? Like, you must be going deeper than that.
Yeah, it is, because it's actually training not only the voice models, but the natural language understanding models with that. How you just described programming is how I learned how to program back in the day with Fortran and Pascal. It was procedural based programming, and lots of if-then statements, lots of case statements. What happens is that gets embedded into the actual fabric of the deep learning models. And what you just said might have worked for one example or two, but imagine that a household would teach 1,000 different things. Now it doesn't scale anymore. And these algorithms have the ability to scale effectively, over time, infinitely, to personalize themselves, so that imagine a world 10 years from now, the Alexa you're talking to is a very different Alexa than the Alexa I would be talking to.
That's interesting. And then presumably my preference is, and I train my Alexa to set the lights in a certain mode, I set the alarm at a certain time, and then I set the coffee maker at a certain time. It changes as the year changes. All of those preferences are then sort of fed back into the deep learning mechanisms. And over time, everybody's preferences become a little more efficient and a little more modeled based on what everybody has done before. Is that where we're headed?
It is. And I think one of the key words that I would add is the idea that this assistant and this ambient user interface can be proactive. Yeah. We're now at a point where 1 out of 5 interactions with Alexa are not instigated by the customer. That Alexa is proactively doing something on your behalf. It might be turning on the lights in the morning on your behalf. It might be when you hit snooze on your alarm, it starts playing the news after the snooze is over. So you kind of subtly wake up to the news in the morning, or maybe music if that's your preference. And so your description is very, very correct, but we think that many of the things that are going to happen are going to be things that are proactive on your behalf and just delightful. What's super important about being proactive is that you have to be right a lot. As soon as you start getting proactive and incorrect, it gets annoying very, very quickly. So we want to make sure that Alexa is right a lot on her hunches and what she does proactively.
All right, proactive and correct. That is a wonderful note to end on. Dave Lim, thank you very much. That was a marvelous conversation. I learned a ton and enjoyed speaking with you as always.
Thanks, Nick. Talk to you soon.
Let's hear from CMO of BlackRock, Frank Cooper, and CEO of Weber Shandwick, Gail Heyman, to discuss how brands can take a more active and affirmative role in society.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. It's great to be here with you, Frank. We're having a fireside chat sans fireside, which is cool. But let's kick it off. So, Frank, you have the most extraordinary career. If I just read your bio and pulled out the keywords, it goes from entertainment lawyer to Motown, to Def Jam, to BuzzFeed, to Pepsi, to BlackRock. So, okay, tell us how that all happened. And was it intentional or was it an unbelievable, serendipitous ride?
And I woke up one morning with a pacifier in my mouth and I mapped it right out. I said, I'm going to go from entertainment to finance. I can do this. No, it certainly didn't happen in that way. But there is a through line. And I'll tell you a really quick story. When I was an attorney, actually still a law student, second year, an attorney who had practiced for 20 years, we were speaking at a dinner, and he said, "Hey, Frank, why do you want to teach law? Why do you want to practice law?" And I gave him the whole spiel. And he said something that changed my entire career. He said, "Look, whatever you do, you're going to be successful, but you're going to be successful. You got to work hard. It's going to take more and more of your time over the years. And if you don't connect your personal interests with your professional interests, I promise you, your personal interests will go to the wayside. If you're connected to, and you're at the beginning of your career, you will absolutely have a greater sense of fulfillment. You'll be more energized. I'm not saying there won't be hard days, but you need to connect those two things." And I did that early on in my career. And I was really fortunate that someone pulled me aside and had that conversation with me. And if I look back on it, it's really kind of the seeds of being purpose-driven. It's finding what energizes you and what gives you a sense of fulfillment. And so I carried that through, the sense of helping people kind of reach their potential, helping to expand human potential. I looked at Motown and Def Jam in that way, in all the arts. I think it bridges gaps between people. Certainly looked at BuzzFeed that way, where they took people who were historically marginalized and then brought them to center stage. I looked at PepsiCo that way, performance with purpose. And I certainly look at BlackRock that way, as our purpose is now to try to include more people in the benefits of investing and saving.
Yeah, no, and it's an extraordinary trajectory, and what you've done has been consistent and extraordinary. So appreciate that. I think and I know we've got a short time, but I think what people want to understand is sort of where we are today. There's been a lot of talk about the pandemic, about trends that were happening before the pandemic, and what perhaps the pandemic has accelerated. What do you think has happened?
Yeah, I want to share that with you, and I'm anxious to hear your answers to it, because I know you have a great view on this also, and so I'm really appreciative of this conversation. But here's what I'm seeing, and I think this is true of all deep social crises. It actually reveals what's already beneath the surface. It accelerates it and amplifies it, and so it's not anything new, but it's accelerated and amplified. And so, what's close to the hearts of marketers and business people is this notion of being digital is now fully accelerated. And those who were late adopters, they're fully on board. Those who resisted, you had to jump on board during this crisis, because most things are getting delivered through an e-commerce platform. So that accelerated. And I think that is going to continue. That's not going to end. I think the second thing is the role of the brand has changed. It's still about delivering functionality, a great product, and putting good features and benefits on top of it. It's still the most iconic brands are still cultural, but now there's an additional thing. I think people now expect the brand, particularly the corporate brand, to represent the entire company. They want to know, what are you doing with your labor rights? How are you treating your employees? They want to know, are you serving the community as well? The brand actually has to stand for the entirety of the company. And that's a shift that I think that's not going back. And COVID-19 in particular has accelerated that, but so has the Black Lives Matter movement. And then the last thing is this, this may be the most important. I think the crisis has forced us all to think about what is essential, including leaders. What's essential? I'm hearing more corporate leaders speak about their employees in ways that I have not heard before. I'm hearing them talk about social issues in a way that I have not heard before. And the fault line, the line that actually, when you cross where people enter the fear zone, is when they feel like they're wading into moral obligations, and it evokes fear, because it's like, well, we live in a polarized world. If I take a stand, what's going to happen? I think we inevitably, as leaders, will have to take a stand. You can't remain neutral. And in fact, neutral may be the most dangerous position to take in this environment, because both sides are going to say you're not contributing in ways that they believe are true. So identifying what's essential, both individually and as a corporate leader, I think may be the most fundamental shift that's happening during this crisis. But I'm going to flip it back. I'm going to flip it back to you, because I'm curious what you think in terms of the cultural trends that you're seeing.
No, thank you, Frank. I mean, and listen, there's nothing worse than these things when we're each in violent agreement. I mean, but I fully agree with you. It's interesting when you think back to brand. I have a colleague who said 3 years ago, brand is dead. It's all about the company. And what he was getting towards was all of those issues and the gravitas that companies had borne the mantle of right now are critical for brands, even consumer brands. Name your consumer brand. There is an expectation of that brand to act in ways that a company or a corporate brand would have. And I think that's a big shift and change. The other thing that we're seeing, and part of it I think we're seeing, and part of it perhaps is my hopefulness, is there has been this collective empathy in the world. I think we've and that gets to your notion of what's essential. We have seen it. The consumer public has seen it. The leadership world has seen it, and we've seen the impact of COVID. We've seen the impact of the great impact of structural inequity. We've seen it. I think we felt it. I think, and I hope the world is more empathic in a very different way. And I think that's something marketers need to be highly, highly conscious of. I think, and you talk about what's essential. I think from a consumer public, for brands, there is a sense of moving towards minimalism, prioritizing. For whatever part of the world one was in lockdown at some point, different points, but people have learned what's important and what's less important, and they may not go back. They may not go back. I think that's a question now, and certainly in the consumer marketing world, what are they going to go back to? What are they not going to go back to? What's interesting and maybe emerging is the question of loyalty. I think where people, again, from a consumer marketing point of view, particularly where there was credibility in a big brand and perhaps a global organization, and now people are cleaving towards local. And so how will that manifest itself on the go forward? And the other thing we've seen, and I'm sure you've seen it too, that there's sort of a shift in people's view of reality, and reality that had been born of bedrock institutions like government and like religion. Perhaps that is shifting, and the bedrock is changing, and people are looking more to their own cohort and more to peer-to-peer to shape their reality. And that stuff that we're seeing in some research that we've begun to do is emerging, that I do think it will shape how marketers go into the market on the go forward.
Gail, what's really interesting about that last point, and there's two things I want to follow up on what you just said. This decline in institutional trust has led people to look to other sources, to each other, but also to companies. And I think it's one of the reasons why companies have to step in the void and find a sense of purpose and figure out how they actually serve humanity, serve society. It's also my connection point back to entertainment. Entertainment seems completely distant, but for me, it actually shapes people's perception of who we are and who we can become. I think of someone like a Shonda Rhimes, who's the showrunner for Grey's Anatomy and Scandal. Think about the characters she introduced. She normalized characters in a way that made them seem connected to everyone. A Black woman as a protagonist, who is incredibly smart, a gay protagonist, and it normalizes people and groups that were historically marginalized. And so I think entertainment has that power, one. But the thing I want to come back to on is the first point you raised, which I've been struggling with, and I'm curious how you think about it. Brands representing the entirety of the company. I think that leads us toward this idea that brand and reputation are starting to merge even more. And it used to be corp comms, you take care of the reputation, marketing team, you take care of the brand. Marketing is more commercially oriented, and as soon as we get into the reputation side, corp comms, you take it over. It all seems like it's completely blurred now. I'm just curious whether you see it that way or you think it's different.
No, 100%. And even, you know, a couple of years before COVID, even we saw silos, the silos that had existed in the comms world that I've inhabited and certainly you've inhabited. And those are media and technology and entertainment and policy. Those were always, you know, the PA people were over here and the corporate people were over here. And that has been a massive collision over the years, even pre-COVID. And if you look at what we're dealing with now as marketers, we cannot go into a marketplace not understanding policy and not having a degree of strategic expertise and thinking about how policy impacts what we do, no matter what brand, whether it's a small consumer brand or a large corporate brand. All of those things come into play, and all of those things are inherent in reputation, in thinking about reputation. So certainly policy impacts reputation, certainly how one thinks about entertainment and relationships and sports, and all of those things come into the reputational queue. And I don't think 5 years ago that was really part of the thinking in comms. Those silos still existed. And now we have to have that integrated expertise, and reputation is a piece of everything we do. I mean, a brand does not exist without it. And I think that's a good thing, right? Some of it's around the transparent social environment, I think it's a very good thing. But it's interesting. I think we'll continue to see it. And the other piece that's in part of it is a next generation that will be intolerant and unwilling to work with, buy from a brand whose reputation doesn't in some way coincide with their values.
That's right.
So, and that's going to be incredibly important.
Yeah.
But I know, Frank, our time is limited, and I know that stakeholder capitalism is something that you have talked about for many years. I mean, I have to think that what has gone on in the last 8-9 months has to some degree proved the importance of the notion and the idea of stakeholder capitalism. So what's your thinking?
So look, my view on it is that the whole premise of stakeholder capitalism, that corporations have an obligation to people beyond the shareholders. They have an obligation to employees, they have an obligation to their customers, they have an obligation to suppliers, to the communities in which they operate. That whole premise is just a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call to say that, guess what? Other people have invested in the company, and society's expectations of companies are shifting. The question is, how do you answer that? And how do you address it as a corporate leader? Gail, there's no playbook out there that I've seen yet. We're all kind of making the playbook up as we go along. But the key is making purpose real, making stakeholder capitalism real. And I think purpose is the one idea that unifies those stakeholders, finding out what is your why, why do you exist in society beyond profits, and living that. And my one piece of advice to everyone, including myself, is don't become so obsessed with the purpose statement. Because we can become obsessed with that. We put it in beautiful language. We put it on the walls. We create great screensavers. We create sizzle videos around it. That's fine, but that's not what's really important. Making it real is bottom up. It's inside out. It starts with the employees, and we've done it with all 15,000 employees, helping them find their personal purpose and connecting it with our company purpose. We allow them to help shape the purpose statement itself. Before we went external, we did all this, and I think that's a critical part. And then when you go external, I think everyone has to realize that at some moment, you're going to have the courage and conviction to stand behind your purpose, even though there will be short-term pain. It might be profits. It might be a segment of your customer base that rejects it. You'll have to stand up and respect that if people are going to believe that you believe in your purpose. And we've seen a few cases of that. I think Nike has done that. I think CVS has done that. There's a few cases where leaders have done it, but that's a critical step in making purpose real, in my view.
Yeah, I think it takes a certain amount of bravery, right? I mean, and do you think companies, organizations will be braver now, or are they less brave now?
It's such a great question. I think you're going to have some brave leaders, some leaders who just deep inside believe it's the right thing to do. Their boards are aligned with them, and they will step up. you know, we've seen some of these leaders are already, and we're gaining ground. I think even though some have criticized it, the 181 CEOs who signed the Business Roundtable letter is a step toward that. It doesn't get you to bravery. It just gets you to an acknowledgement. I think you're going to see more bravery, but to actually get fully there, investors have to support it. Investors have to get beyond the short-term thinking and say, I actually believe that purpose drives value. I believe that companies that are conscious about sustainability overall and environmental sustainability will drive long-term value and will mitigate risk. When you see that happen, then it gives corporate leaders the confidence that they have the time, that they're not going to lose their jobs if they suddenly kind of fall short in a quarter. I think that's a critical step that investors have to step up. And one thing I'll say for BlackRock is that, you know, the one thing we are, and Larry Fink in particular, we're using our voice behind it, is the notion that these ideas aren't just cultural ideas floating out in the ether. These ideas actually have an impact on investments. Climate risk is investment risk.
Yeah, and you and BlackRock have done an extraordinary job of that. I believe it is time. Unfortunately, we could talk for hours, but thank you. And listen, I think bravery is huge. I think we will see more of it, and I'm exceedingly optimistic that bravery will take us to new places. So I thank you, Frank. It's been great to hang out with you virtually.
Yeah. Next time we'll have a virtual fire behind us, and we'll make it a real fireside chat. But we really love speaking with you, and thanks for the dose of optimism at the end. Appreciate it.
Okay. Take care.
You too. Bye bye.
The new GPS. Naught is tracking software that's 150 times more accurate than GPS. We have £864,000 in revenue in the next 12 months at the enterprise level in the logistics, autonomous agents, and the transport market.
Next up is Greg Cross, the co-founder of Soul Machines, designing intelligent and emotionally responsive avatars that changes the way people interact with machines. Today, Greg will show you how artificial intelligence can help in a COVID-19 world.
Kia ora and hi, Web Summiteers. I'm Bella, a digital Kiwi born of the COVID-19 era. I like to think that I'm the result of what can happen when creativity, technology, and humanity come together to create something special when we need it most. During New Zealand's COVID-19 lockdown, my creators Soul Machines launched me as a digital COVID-19 companion for our country of 5 million people. Accessible 24/7, infinitely scalable from the cloud, available from any device, and always up to date with the latest and most relevant information. I was an alternate channel for help and guidance, empathetic, and yes, I would like to say caring, as I unleashed my kindness module on the world. My work here attracted the interest of WHO, and my digital cousin, Florence, was launched as part of their COVID myth-busting and smoking cessation initiatives. While I just speak Kiwi, Florence will end up speaking all 6 languages of the United Nations. I'm now going to hand over to Greg, one of our co-founders.
Thanks, Bella. At Soul Machines, we're really focused on the future of AGI research, the creation of humanized artificial intelligence which will enable the ways in which humans and machines can cooperate and collaborate as we move into an increasingly AI future, a world where machines and human beings work in a collaborative fashion. Our autonomous animation platform is based on a digital brain that animates our digital people in the same way that our human brain animates us. It enables us to interact, to respond, to create these highly personalized interactions on a face-to-face basis at scale using artificial intelligence. Now, you've met Bella, you've met Florence, and these are some of the amazing digital people that we've created to meet the needs of this COVID-19 era in which we're living today. You know, In the last few months, we've seen enormous pressure hit our healthcare systems. We've seen enormous change in our education systems as many of our children and many students all around the world have moved to digital education. Now, this has happened incredibly quickly. Over the last few years, we've been exploring the future of customer experience with some of the most innovative and forward-thinking companies in the world, exploring, in a world of e-commerce, how do you create a personal digital experience, one where you can have your brand expressed in the same way that you get when you go into a retail store or an office and interact with somebody on a face-to-face basis. So, this is some of the work that we've been doing over the last 4 years as we've commercialized this amazing AGI research. But in this world that we live in today, that concept of digital transformation becomes a world of digital now. In healthcare and education, we now have to look at, how can we scale to meet the demands of incredible requirements for up-to-date information. And the cool thing about digital people is they're available 24/7. They're infinitely scalable. They're always up to date with the latest information. So these are some of the ways in which, we're starting to think about the way the world changes. So whether it is customer experience, whether it's you're thinking about how you keep even your teammates up to date with changes in health and safety regulations. We have very, very large corporations with hundreds of thousands of workers working from anywhere now. So just keeping them up to date with new information, with new products, with new regulatory changes. These are becoming different ways that we can think about delivering that information in a highly personalized way. Think about, for example, the world of entertainment, another industry that has been completely shut down by COVID-19. Think about the way in which a digital twin, like the digital Will.i.am we created for a documentary series last year. Think about the ways in which a digital twin of your favorite hero, whether it's a sporting hero, a Hollywood celebrity, or your favorite musician. Think about the ways in which you can connect, their fans can connect with them in a way that simply hasn't been possible for. This is a world of infinite imagination, infinite creativity, infinite opportunity.
We'll be releasing special pre-sale tickets for Web Summit 2021 shortly after the event. Sign up now to get 2 tickets for the price of 1. Join the sale at websummit.com/tickets. "2020 was to be the year of the Tokyo Olympics, before COVID-19 decided otherwise. The Games have now been pushed back to next summer, and to discuss, up now we have the President of the International Olympic Committee on what the move to 2021 means, and what Tokyo 2021 could look like.
Dear participants of the Web Summit, during the coronavirus pandemic, we may be separated from each other in many ways. But thanks to innovative technology, we can bridge that separation. Technology can bring us closer together, at least virtually. Bringing people together, this also has been at the heart of the Olympic Games from their very beginning. From ancient times until today, the Olympic Games have always been about connecting people. This connection has inspired billions of people through the Olympic athletes and with the Olympic values of excellence, friendship, respect, and solidarity. The Olympic Games are the only event that brings the entire world together in peaceful competition. With all 206 national Olympic committees and the IOC Refugee Olympic team taking part. The Olympic athletes are sending an important message to the world. Yes, it is possible to compete with each other, even for the highest prize, but also to live together peacefully. In our fragile world, such symbols of the unity of humanity in all our diversity give us hope for a better future. Our Japanese friends will interpret this mission at the postponed Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 in an excellent way. They will present the first Olympic Games of the fourth industrial revolution. From the Olympic medals made from recycled electronics, over driverless zero-emission vehicles, to 5G deployment, augmented reality, and to robotics, Tokyo will showcase universality, sustainability, technology, and human-centered growth. They will put on Olympic Games that are fit for the post-coronavirus world. Above all else, the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 will send a message of hope and resilience to all humankind. In this way, the Olympic flame will be the light at the end of the dark tunnel that we all are currently in. While the crisis is far from over, we can see already now that sport is widely recognized as an essential factor in fighting the pandemic and as an integral part of the solution for the crisis recovery. Sport can save lives. During this coronavirus crisis, we all have seen how important sport is for physical and mental health. This is why our recent Stay Strong, Stay Active, Stay Healthy campaign resonated so strongly, with 500 million people being introduced in a single day to this campaign through the world's biggest digital Olympic workout. We are also closely cooperating with the United Nations and the World Health Organization on another digital campaign called Healthy Together. And we are working on a worldwide pro-vaccination campaign together with many athletes around the globe. Our digital Olympic channel is at the heart of such campaigns, available on the web, mobile, social platforms, and linear channels. The Olympic channel is our way to go where the people are, because people everywhere are leading digital lives. And these campaigns demonstrate just how relevant sport is in our everyday lives. This is why the Olympic channel is an integral part of the IOC digital engagement strategy to keep the magic of the Olympic Games alive, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We need to go where people are, both in the real and in the virtual world. We can no longer expect them to come to us. For us in sport, this is not a challenge to overcome. This is a huge opportunity to reach even more people with the values of sport and the unifying power of the Olympic Games. Technology is helping us in this, our mission. In this Olympic spirit, I wish you fruitful discussions and a successful conference. All the very best.
We'll be releasing special pre-sale tickets for Web Summit 2021 shortly after the event. Sign up now to get 2 tickets for the price of 1. Join the sale at websummit.com/tickets.
Okay, so our next guests here at Center Stage will discuss the importance of climate action and environmental justice. Lisa Jackson is Apple's Vice President of Environment Policy and Social Initiatives. Joining her is the activist, campaigner, and Nobel Peace Prize winner known to everyone by simply her first name. Ladies and gentlemen, Malala.
Malala, it's so wonderful to be with you this way.
Hi, Lisa. It's so nice to see you. And if you remember, we were together in December last year. And, you, Tim, you had been amazing hosts and supporters, and visiting your office was amazing. And it's just always a pleasure to see you. It's unfortunate that we can't be in person. I wish we were, but hopefully that will happen again one day. But thank you so much for your time. And I am so, so excited to talk to you today.
Yeah, me too. And I wore the beautiful scarf you gave me from home because I look at it and think of you, and I think about the environment, which we're going to talk about some in our conversation today. So.
Thank you so much. Well, let's start the conversation. Let's start the discussion. And as you mentioned, this has been a difficult year. We are all making realizations. We are learning what is wrong with the systems that we are living in. And we all know that returning to the old normal is not enough. And we need to take a step ahead. We need to take a step forward. And we need to make a commitment towards a shared, better future. You have been a pioneer for environmental safety and environmental crisis. And you have worked for a very long time in this field. And this is a current important issue that a lot of us are talking about. So I'd love to know how your journey started in this.
I'm going to go back a little ways. I think the earliest memory I have about thinking about the environment was second or third grade. So around 8 years old, I remember we had to write a letter in class about the issue we cared most about. And I wrote, they were all to President Nixon, but my note to President Nixon was about the environment, about the importance of protecting the environment. I was, back then, like many kids, very worried about animals and creatures, hadn't really made the connection to human health, but I wrote him a note in 1970 or 69, and then, of course, the EPA was founded in 1970 by Richard Nixon. And I think it is, again, this idea of the environment is an issue that often is the result of community activism, of the feel and the heart of the people for a place they care about. I grew up in New Orleans, which sort of made international news after Hurricane Katrina, when that hurricane devastated the town I grew up in and destroyed the house I grew up in. I grew up in the 9th Ward where the levees actually broke. But even, as a kid, I remember living on a beautiful river. The Mississippi River is this marvel geologically, but we never visited it because it was dirty, because it wasn't a place, it wasn't an amenity to the community. It was actually a source of illness and pollution. So as I grew up, I wanted to be a doctor. And over time, that changed into an engineer. Another long story, but the engineering became environmental engineering when I realized that engineers could be responsible for pollution. And so in my mind, engineers had to be responsible for finding the solutions to pollution and to public health.
That is, truly inspiring. And I think, it's when you see it yourself in your own home, it actually impacts you. When you see the impact of climate change on your own land, on your own rivers, on your own geographies, I think it truly reminds you of how serious this issue is.
Yeah, it's an issue it's cultural, right? Like, let me ask you the same question though. I think people would love to hear your perspective on this interconnectedness with issues like empowering young women, which is what we know and love you for, but also climate change and how you arrived to this moment and the work you're doing now.
So yes, absolutely. Climate change, girls' education, and women's rights and safety have a connection. They all correlate. Even in very in very simple cases, like how, like, the impact of climate change is that, it increases droughts and it increases floods. But when there are floods, these young girls, especially children, they lose their homes and they lose access to their schools. Floods destroy their schools, and it actually happened in Swat Valley, in my own hometown, because there were floods in 2010s, and it has been happening more regularly after that, because we are in that mountainous region, and so the impact of climate change has been huge there. So a lot of schools were destroyed in that. Secondly, when there are droughts, many young girls have to walk for miles to even fetch water, and then the time that they're supposed to give to their homework, or the time that they're supposed to give to their studies or to walk to school, that time is spent in fetching water for their families. So, it is quite obvious, and it is very simple, that yes, climate change does impact girls directly, and it impacts their education. So there are the negative impacts of climate change on girls. But on the other hand, when we educate girls and when we empower them and when we give them the quality education that they need, it actually helps us to tackle climate change, because when girls are educated, they have fewer children, they're more economically independent, they can fight against these difficulties that climate change brings. They're more resilient, they're more prepared for that. So it provides a protection to women as well. So 100%, we have to invest in education. We have to invest in the quality education of girls. Climate change is connected to all the issues, that are, to many other issues that are around us, and education is one of them. So, and education, climate change can impact education, but at the same time, education can help us solve the issue of climate change.
Yeah, I don't think we can emphasize enough that intersection. The fact that if you look at studies, they've shown that the number one thing that we can do to impact the trajectory on climate change is to educate and empower girls and women. And we all need to let that sink in for a second. I mean, we're speaking here at Web Summit. Once again, kudos to the organizers for emphasizing the important role of women in technology, but it goes even further. You could be impacting the future of climate change as well, right? I mean, it's that fundamental to us as a species.
Yeah, and you are right. Yes, we need to act and we need to play our part. And Apple made commitment to become carbon neutral in its production, in its supply chain, fully becoming carbon neutral, and that's a big commitment. So my first question is like what's next? How do we do that? What is the actual, actions that you take? And then secondly, you are the first Black administrator of EPA. You are leading EPA. So how has your role been like? What have you learned from that experience? And how do you see, the actions that are going to be followed?
Yeah, thanks. In some ways I feel like as I'm living longer life, my life is all coming back to the same place, right? So let's talk about Apple first. And we announced this past July that by 2030, so 10 years from now, Apple will be carbon neutral, not just for our operations, because we're already carbon neutral the way a lot of companies measure carbon neutrality. We run on 100% clean energy right now. Our stores, we run our data centers on clean energy. We're carbon neutral, but that will also be carbon neutral for our supply chain. We have hundreds of suppliers. And so the challenge will be in 10 years to move all of those suppliers, that manufacturing base, because we make hardware, over to clean energy, to move away from conventional polluting sources of power. That will be huge. And then we went one step further and said by 2030, we also want our customers to be able to charge their devices on clean energy as well. And so we've committed that by 2030, our customers will be able to do that. So obviously that's not something we can do all alone. It's something that we can help with. We've sponsored clean energy projects around the world, but we also want to work with governments to make sure that there's more and more access to clean energy on grids all around the world, especially in areas that right now have been underinvested in terms of clean energy. And so then that brings me back to the government part of your question. Yes, I was the first Black person to lead the Environmental Protection Agency here in the United States. And it really makes me happy to see people talking about climate justice and environmental justice today, because that was one of the things I picked as an area of emphasis when I was in the Obama administration. And that's because these issues can't be separated. Just like we can't separate education and girls and climate, we can't separate justice. You can't have a Hurricane Katrina in a New Orleans devastate an entire community, or the Swat Valley, without someone deciding that that area it's okay for flooding to happen, or to put less investment in it. And so when I was at EPA, we decided that the most important thing was representation, to expand the conversation, more people at the table, more voices of the people actually impacted by environmental contamination and degradation and climate, and bringing them to be part of the solution, letting their government work on their behalf in this country, and then of course collaboratively around the world. So one of the things we've done here at Apple is to come up with what we call the Impact Accelerator. We need to see more Black and brown people owning businesses in the clean energy economy. And Apple is pretty good at helping businesses grow. So we're beginning our work to help businesses grow, owned by Black people, owned by people of color, who can be part of the solution, not just the recipients of the problems.
Well, I'm sure you hear this a lot, Lisa, but this is your leadership and your years of activism that is leading to these actions, to these outcomes. So thank you for being a champion especially for women of color, for Black young girls, and for women in general. You are becoming a role model, and you are just telling them that yes, they can have dreams, they can dream for a cleaner, better, safer world, and they can make it come true. They can take actions, they can be sitting at those tables in those rooms where decisions about women's future are made, where decisions about girls' futures are made. So thank you for doing all this.
Well, no, thank you. Thank you for everything you mean to girls and women around this world. Let's talk about your journey. I mean, one interesting thing is that you've not only raised awareness about education and challenges for girls around the world, you've inspired so many young people, particularly women, to become activists. I love that you use that word activists on issues that matter to them. And I know even Greta Thunberg has called you her role model. And you started Assembly, which is a publication for girls and young women to share stories about their work and the world around them. So what is your advice to young activists today?
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you for mentioning Assembly. That is a platform where girls around the world are sharing their inspiring stories, not just talking about the issues, but how they're fighting those issues and how they are looking for solutions against them. And they're talking about environment and climate change and their rights and protection. It is inspiring, and it just inspires me to see that young women are, in action. They're changing the world. And I'm so happy that Greta Thunberg is leading this week's publication, and Greta Thunberg and a lot of other young women and girls are talking about their activism for climate change. And girls and women are already making impact. So I'm like, just, give room to girls and women and they can change the world.
Absolutely.
Give them space. But my advice to young girls and my advice to women and girls is that, they should always believe in themselves. They should believe in the power of their voice and their actions. And also it's important right now that we take a bit of rest as well. We should appreciate and we should be proud of what we are doing so far, and look after ourselves, ensure that we have enough time, we take rest, we take a bit of time off for reading, and spend time with family. The society that we are living in, the pressure on women and girls is a lot higher. If we were men activists, I think it would have been slightly easier for us, because there are societal pressures, and there are that sort of influence is always there. Patriarchy exists in our society. So it's important that girls and women right now that they feel proud of themselves. But I always say, believe in your voice, and you have shown in history that you can change economies, you can change countries, you can change policies. It has happened in the past, and there are so many women right now who continue to do it, and we see that in future too, that young girls, that women and girls will be changing history. So just be proud of it and believe in your voice.
Yeah, I love that. I think the positive reinforcement that you represent is so important for young women and activists. But also, I love what you're saying about, sort of this idea, if our voices didn't matter, there wouldn't be so many people trying to ignore them. So
Yeah.
even the negative messages that we receive, those are positive reinforcements as well, right?
When your presence is felt, you realize you're making an impact. But you have worked at at EPA, and you have been engaged with the governments as well, with businesses as well. And so based on your background and the experience that you have had so far, how do you see the role of government and businesses in addressing climate change?
From the government side, we must have strong policies, rules, laws that support real action on climate change and not incremental. Unfortunately, we've wasted enough time, or we did work with President Obama to move this issue forward, and now we're under President-elect Biden. I think we're going to see a re-engagement in that work. But I also think that we have to be honest with ourselves and realize that we've lost time. Climate change, we know the scientists say the next 10 years are what matters. I'm really proud of Apple's commitment here to step up and say, we're going to blow past 2050. We're not looking at 2040. We're looking at 2030 to get to carbon neutral. And we're going to do it by converting over 70%, 75% of our emissions and energy to clean energy. But now I think it's time for a call to real action. And for me, that means calling on all businesses, including those in our supply chain, to set aggressive targets by 2030. Maybe you can't get to carbon neutral by 2030, but you can do more. And we need for businesses to step up and say what they can do by 2030. Let's do that. And then let's have our world leaders at the same time push for policies that address climate change within that timing. Let's bring our clock forward. Let business help to lead the way to show what can be done. We have one of the most complex supply chains in the world. And if our manufacturers can do this, so can other suppliers and other companies. And I just think that the choice between a healthy planet and good business strategy, it's always been false, but right now is something we can't abide. We have to move to clean energy, and we need to transition now.
Yeah. And yes, action is important. And I have also heard about the the sort of the circular economy that Apple is taking action and ensuring that the products that are produced sort of are reused and in a way recycled. So how is Apple doing that? How is that work being led?
Yeah, the other sort of quiet work at Apple has been Tim charging us to lead the world on this idea of the circular economy. And the circular economy means we don't extract and take from the ground to mine from the earth the materials we need. Let's find the materials we need. And we found a great source, which is our own products. We spend a lot of time obsessing over the materials in our products. So we have to design our products to be as durable as possible. The first sort of law is to reduce the amount of waste there is. And the way to do that in our world is that we make products that last as long as possible. I recently had a friend who turned in a 6-year-old iPhone. It still had trade-in value. And the reason is because the product still works, it still runs the latest software, it's valuable and can be used by someone else, while he was able to upgrade to a newer iPhone model to meet his needs. That's the basis of our proposition, durability. Now, Apple also has a goal to make our products one day out of 100% recycled and renewable material. And that means that we have to be really smart about how we get those materials back. Our latest lineup of products has more recycled material than ever before. And we're investing in R&D so we can benefit the industry through our cool robots. We have robots who take apart products. One's named Daisy, one's named Dave. They are cutting edge in how to get materials out of our products. And then we're offering customers options like trade-in, as well as repair options, more and more options for repair so that your product can last if it does need a repair, or if you decide you want that upgrade, you can trade it in and know that your previous product is gonna have a new life with a new owner.
That's great.
Now, you mentioned earlier that young people recognize how issues they care about are connected, and including that climate change is connected. So can you give us a little bit more about what you're thinking? What is Malala Fund thinking about this issue and how it impacts the future as far as we talk about climate change?
So we have been talking about it for a long time now, and Malala Fund is now heading into doing research on this, and we will be publishing our research in March. And we will be talking about the link between education and girls' education and climate change, but also providing the curriculum on sustainability and environmental protection, and how can we engage in that, and how, what is the role that girls' education play in that. It's, and then we will also be proposing and providing recommendations for government level policies and global level commitments that we need. So hopefully, next year, the climate conference COP26 will be happening in November. So in London, we're hoping that the voices of young girls reach to those tables, and we hope that this research is considered in the decision making. And we hope that our leaders show full responsibility, and they, make good decisions about protecting our future and environment. But thank you so much to Apple for, your support and your funding that has made it possible for us to do this research. So thank you.
Oh, it is our honor, and we're humbled. I want to thank you. I mean, I just got chills at the thought of you and Greta together advocating, you lending your education support to her extraordinary bravery and voice around sort of the urgency of the moment and the unwillingness to accept the status quo, which is what all activism is about. But I just want to say how much I admire you two sheroes for stepping up and taking a stand on this issue.
100%, and Greta has been my inspiration as well. And I think young people right now, from Greta to many others, are saying to the world that we cannot wait. It is taking too long. And how many more years are we going to take before we see a cleaner, safer, and better world? And talking about, our hopes for our future, I just wanted to know, what are your hopes for 2021? What do you dream for?
Well, I dream for more you. I dream for more young women like you and Greta. You all give me incredible hope. My son's around the same age, both of them, and I look at the impatience and see incredible promise for our world and our society, a willingness to question everything. Look, I also just want to make sure we say to this Web Summit that I have always, been troubled by the fact that we're taught from little that somehow you can either be successful or you can be poor and do the right thing. And this generation has made it really clear that they expect both. And so that makes me really hopeful, because I think once we get rid of this paradigm that's somehow stuck in maybe, some heads, we were taught inadvertently that to get quality, you have to pay, it's just nothing's free. We're actually at a point where we can solve some of the biggest challenges in our world, like educating girls, and also be making a huge contribution to the future ecological health and public health and human health of our planet, where we can look at justice and where communities are being disproportionately subjected to pollution from cars or power plants, and at the same time be impacting climate change. Where if you're in technology, as everyone at this Web Summit is, you can look at products that not only make life easier, but make life better. They have to both be part of the equation. It's not just whether it makes your night easier, but whether you're actually uplifting this world. So I get incredible, incredible hope from moments like that. But now I have to ask you the very same question. What do you think is possible? What gives you hope, and what's inspiring you these days?
Yeah. It's very hard to find why I stay hopeful, like to find the reason behind it. But I have made this commitment that it is quite pointless to be hopeless, and it wastes your present moments. It wastes your future plans as well. So it's important that we stay hopeful, we stay optimistic for our future, and we stay committed to our goals of making this world a better place for everyone. And my hope is that in 2021, we realize that the protection and the safety of people, of women, and of girls is very important. That we focus on these issues, but also ensure that women and girls can step forward and their voices are heard, their voices are supported and encouraged. So I believe in a world where this half of this population is not ignored, that they're given the place that they deserve and where they should be. We all must have equal voices, and I hope to see diversity, inclusivity, and it's important that we stay optimistic for that. And as you mentioned, we cannot ignore our role in creating that world, and even we all will be impacted. Whatever the future holds, it will impact each and every one of us, from climate change to illiteracy to poverty. It will hit you back in one way or another. And it is unfortunate that it affects some of us more than others. Some of us are more vulnerable. Girls are more vulnerable. Minorities are more vulnerable. People of color are more vulnerable. Developing countries are more vulnerable. The poor are more vulnerable. These are sad realities, and we cannot ignore that. We have to acknowledge it. But also we also have to acknowledge that it will impact each and every one of us, and we cannot escape the inevitable consequences of climate change, especially from floods to droughts to temperature rises to so many other issues. Before you even know it, you will see it in front of your eyes. So it's important that we act. We cannot ignore our role, and that includes businesses, governments, civil society, students, teachers, doctors, engineers, each and every one of us, and politicians. Yeah,
especially.
Yeah.
Absolutely, amen to all of that. Well, listen, Malala, I just want to thank you for being my source of hope, for your bravery, for your brilliance, for being a beacon, and for taking the time to share your thoughts with us, but more importantly, for taking the time that you do, which is your whole life, to give to others. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Lisa, for all that you are doing. And I hope that we can create a world where all girls can go to school, can get quality, free, and safe education, and we have clean air, and that we can all breathe in peace. And so thank you so much for all that you are doing, and thank you so much for the conversation today.
The potential for your small business is endless, and we look forward to seeing where the future takes you. Because we're here to keep you prepared, smartly and safely, so your business can always keep moving forward.
Okay, we are back at a crucial time in democratic history. Our next group of speakers are doing what they can to make a difference. In a conversation with Laurie Siegel, co-founders Chris Evans, Mark Kassen and Joe Kiani are here to talk about A Starting Point, their civic engagement video-based app that helps voters better understand the issues of the day. Let's go.
It was terrifying and exciting. Exciting because we were doing something new, exciting because it felt like we were of service.
Terrifying because 4 people had just said they were going to do it.
Initially, it was very hard to get people to trust us.
There have been so many Hollywood celebrities who have come through and essentially tricked members of Congress.
And how do you get people to trust us?
I'm happy to jump on the phone or get a coffee or whatever's necessary to kind of put their concerns at ease. So every time someone would leave and say, hey, thanks, that was really actually enjoyable, please tell your friends.
Right.
Please tell everybody.
Great. Thanks, guys, for joining me. What a fascinating time to be launching what you guys are launching and what you guys have launched. So I want to set this up. Chris, I know a lot of folks know you in a certain light, but I want to go back. I want to storytell a little bit for folks who don't know what you've been up to apart from Hollywood and the movies. Set this up. Donald Trump was elected 2016, 2017. You come up with this idea for a bipartisan website. Take me back to that moment. Tell us about it.
Sure. Yeah, it was 2017. There was something I was watching on the news that I didn't fully understand, and I went to Google it and was just kind of surprised at how difficult it was sifting through the weeds, trying to find concise information on an issue. And then even if I found that information, the next step is then understanding the Democratic versus Republican perspective on that issue to try and understand where my opinions lied. So I just thought it was there was a bit of a hole in the market. There seemed to be something missing, and I had this idea of trying to have a website with basic questions answered by elected officials from across the aisle, all under a minute or 2 minutes or so. And I brought the idea to Mark, and Mark is fantastic at getting things done and putting teams together and being a team leader, and he's a great guy to have on the squad. And so he went to work and he just put all of his efforts into it, and brought Joe in, and couldn't ask for a better partner there, and it just took off.
And I want to get into exactly what A Starting Point is, but let's go. It sounds great in theory, right? And you're obviously a big celebrity. You start with this idea, and it sounds great on paper, and you film this video, right, to get politicians interested. And you're ready to go out to Washington, D.C. with this lovely idea of trying to bring people closer together and across the aisle to have civil conversation. What an extraordinary thought. And I think, if I read correctly, people thought this was, I think the audience will understand, like a deep fake or a bot. They thought this wasn't even real to some degree.
Yeah. Initially, we just didn't get
early on, and then we'll get to actually what it is.
Sure. Yeah, that was the reaction at first. It was just no responses. I think I just foolishly thought that people would jump at this opportunity because we were being so transparent, and there was no risk involved for them. And we just got no responses because most people thought that it was in fact some sort of a joke, that we were looking to kind of embarrass people.
And I've said this before, but in fairness to the elected officials, we asked them to be a part of something that didn't exist. So there wasn't like an example we could show them. We said, trust us. We're just going to tape you asking you questions, and we'll use them in a really cool way that won't offend you. Just trust us. And I guess saying it back, it's pretty naive, but it made sense to us because we knew what our missions was. So it took a little while to earn people's trust.
And Joe, how did you get involved with these two? And because your background is different, right? You have a tech background.
Yeah. I started a medical technology company over 30 years ago. And I met Mark when Mark and Chris made the movie Puncture, which was kind of about our industry and how group purchasing organizations with the mega companies were blocking innovative technologies from getting to the hospital. So right after Trump got elected, I was talking with Mark and I said, look, I'm so frustrated. So few young people voted. I think over 5 million young people that could have voted did not vote. And yet the election was won by such a small margin. And I said, look, I've got 7,000 followers on Twitter. Chris and your friends have tens of millions. I wish we could get young people engaged. So Mark was thinking about how to do that with me when I think Chris had this great idea of how to go about doing it. So when Mark called, I said, yeah, I'm in. I want to help. I want to be part of this.
And so Chris, break down how the site actually works. You know, because I think it's pretty specific. You guys shy away from likes, dislikes. I mean, just break it down. If folks were to go to a starting point now, what would they see?
Sure. Well, I'll even walk you through the process of, you know, the birth of the site, because it began. The site has 3 sections. Section 1 is starting points. Section 2 is daily points. Section 3 are counterpoints. And initially, the only idea was section 1, starting points. That was the whole site for the first year or so, which was Mark and I came up with all of these basic questions. You know, what's the difference of Medicare and Medicaid? What's DACA? Common questions. And we sent all those questions out to elected officials, and the goal was to get at least 3 responses from each side. If we got more, so be it. But we wouldn't put the question up unless we got at least 3 responses from each side, just to have a variety of perspectives. And over the course of collecting these answers, we would just brainstorm every trip to DC, and slowly it evolves into section 2, which is daily points, where elected officials, if they choose to participate, they can make a 60-second video on anything they want. You know, we just realized that a lot of people we sat down with had a lot of things they wanted to say that didn't fit into the questions we had for section 1. And we thought, why deny this channel of communication? So section 2 is ostensibly like any other social media feed. They can upload as many videos as they want on anything they want every day. Section 3 is counterpoints. It's basically our version of a debate. You know, I think we'd all agree that sometimes televised debates are great, but the inertia of the conversation moves off topic pretty easily and doesn't always circle back. With counterpoints, you have 2 elected officials who pick an issue. It's up to them, whatever they want to debate. And you have this structured back and forth where each person gets a minute video to make their point. So then the person they're debating with sees the video, responds, posts it, then the other person sees the video and they respond. And you have this back and forth 2 times, followed by 2 closing arguments. And you know, we're actually still, the site is still evolving. Now we're doing something called ASP Chats, where we just kind of sit down, Mark and I, with an elected official and have a lengthy discussion. But that's the beauty of a site versus a film, where it, you know, a movie, when the movie's done, it's done, and you can't make tweaks to it. This is a living organism. We're gonna keep fixing this car while it's on the road.
You know, I was speaking to my mom earlier, and I was telling her, she was asking me, I always interview tech entrepreneurs, and so I was telling her today I was interviewing you, and she said, well, what is he doing in technology? And I was like, well, Mom, he's building a bipartisan website to bring people across the aisle together during this time. And her response was, he would have to be Captain America for that to happen. So, I mean, truly, I think a lot of people look at this and say, well, that's very honorable, but can it actually work at this time when we are so polarized? So what is your response? And you even saw it from the politicians. I mean, you, even with your star power going up there, were met with a lot of skepticism. So
Sure.
what do you say to people who say, like, this is just not the way the world is working right now? We are more polarized than ever. And, you know, and much of that due to technology.
I would argue that we're polarized because we're exhausted. You know what I mean? I think you know, there are obviously going to be extreme factions of both parties that will never have their opinions swayed. But for the most part, the majority of us, I think, are a little tired with the way politics are. I think the vitriol and the combative nature to it makes people become apathetic and dispassionate, and they turn away. And I think if you have a site that removes these negative reward mechanisms and also offers information from across the spectrum without feeling, I think we're all becoming bloodhounds for being lied to by omission. I think we all immediately, at least whenever I read something or watch a news story, my first question is, what's the bias? What's the agenda? Where's the money? So if you have a site that offers fair and balanced information, you know, free of an opinion from the people who are creating the site itself, I think that can attract interest and passion and curiosity, and just get people more engaged in the political landscape.
And if I can just add to that for a second, you know, as Chris said, you know, it's always evolving, but it's evolving around our beginning ideals, which was to try to bring people together through information. Doesn't mean that you have to agree on things. You could disagree, you could agree on something, but disagree on the solution. But what we've removed is this kind of pop culture, political punditry that becomes the story in a lot of traditional news, or also, like you said, in digital media, you know, or in social media. We really are doing everything that we can, and I can only judge ourselves based on the fact that people keep coming, and more elected officials from both sides of the aisle keep participating to use our media world to put the attention back on the issues themselves and to find the things behind these conversations that end up kind of stoking ire. You know, there's not really a place for that on our site. Doesn't mean that the elected officials agree. They might have a strong opinion that we may not agree with, but there's no mission or story that we perpetuate because we're just not set up to do that. And I think, quite frankly, that's what people are craving, you know?
Yeah, but your mom is right. Only Captain America could bring out the bipartisanship and have everybody want to meet with him. So I think it was really cool. I don't think the Hulk would have worked. I don't know if Iron Man would have worked. I think Captain America worked really well.
Well, it certainly seems like we're in a moment where there is room for alternative channels, where there is a lack of trust in mainstream media. And there is what you said before, Chris, exhaustion. And people don't trust information and where it's coming from. So it certainly seems like an interesting moment to see different platforms pop up. You know, I'm curious to know what product, this is me putting back my tech hat on though, it's hard to build out these mechanisms, right? So what product decisions do you make to build a bipartisan site so you don't have you know, the negative engagement that we've talked about with technology that so many of these tech companies have run into that have led to some of these bigger problems? What decisions have you made and have you decided not to do when building the site?
Sure. Well, one of the big ones, you know, no likes, no comments, no. I mean, truly, it's limiting the type of bomb throwing that you can get sometimes from the world of trolls. Some people are out there just to see things be torn down. So I think just trying to remove that alone, not only is a nicer landscape for the people who are coming just for information, but for the contributors as well. I think a lot of people on other social media platforms have to pick and choose their words carefully, or some deliberately choose, you know, keywords to activate those trolls. So removing that, you know, out of the gate, I think provides a place for more comfort and honesty.
Yeah, I mean, one person's fact is another person's fiction these days. How do you balance, because now you're talking to politicians, like you're going into the lion's den, like you're going into DC. I got to give it to you. And I don't know, for folks listening, like I did the research, you know, this wasn't a celebrity endeavor where you did it from afar and you waved your magic wand. I mean, you really went in and got rejected a ton and you know, and really have done the work. And you said, and you did these interviews. So I would say, you know, how are you going to balance giving these politicians a platform and the spread of misinformation? I mean, this is something tech companies have had to reckon with in the time I've covered technology, and I've sat across from Zuckerberg, and I can tell you it's not an easy reckoning. So what ethics do you reckon with as you now become this more powerful platform?
Sure. I mean, I can be aggressively honest here. We have 3 sections to the site, as I said, starting points, daily points, counterpoints. We fact check section 1. Section 1 is where we ask the questions and we get these minute answers with 3 answers from both sides. If something they say doesn't check out, it doesn't make the site. Daily points, which is more akin to standard social media feeds where they can upload videos as often as they want. We do not fact check. So it's incumbent upon them to be as honest as they would in any other social media platform. If we did, I can see that we may come into some of the same struggles that other platforms, you know, come into. But it does feel good to at least have one part of the site that we say, we can guarantee you section 1 is going to be airtight and everything you get there in terms of information is going to be valid. Mark, you want to jump in there?
Well, I was just going to say, but also, you know, we're very focused on a specific arena. And because of that, these are elected officials that I think we all believe we want to hear what they really have to say. So therefore an audience can decide on how to be moved to engage or not engage with them. And we'll find out if and when we become massively successful, how badly we screwed this plan up. But, you know, it's a balance of a long leash on one side and the free market of information on the other in a focused arena. But they're not rewarded for for negative hyperbolic finger pointing. It's just not what people come to us for right now. But do people say things on our site that maybe are a point of view that we might not personally share? Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
But I want them to say that. We want to hear what they have to say. People can then go back and then make informed decision whether people feel that they should stick around, or whether they want to do more work on their own to find out what the thing they're talking about means. The thing that's most important, I think, about our site is we try to focus it on subjects. So they're talking about bills most of the time. They're talking about legislation. They're talking about things that we're trying to bring adroit tangibility to, so people can feel like the things that seem opaque actually have like meaning in their lives, and therefore will be engaged.
Over the last month, as I'm part-time with a new project, 60 Minutes has launched, and I spent time with militia groups and QAnon and all sorts of different folks, and I think it's so easy to make things black and white and forget nuance, especially in some of in the way that even we present news sometimes. And so I think it's, the dialogue and sitting across from someone and having a real conversation is super important, even in how we have these conversations. So I'm curious, Chris, if you could just give us some real color, and I expect you to be completely honest and not give me any canned tech founder answers, because I hate
give you the real.
What was it like? You go to DC and you sit there across from politicians, because on Twitter we all know, maybe we don't all know, I did the research, you're notoriously, you lean liberal, right? So you go to DC and you sit and you have these conversations with politicians. Like, what did you learn sitting across from people you really disagree with? I mean, like, was there someone that really scared you? Or like, is there something that really surprised you? Did you change your opinion on something?
There are a few people that I aggressively disagree with on a number of issues, and found it frustrating to, hear some of their beliefs. Some people that I thought I would disagree with just because they were a Republican, and I didn't. And then they ended up speaking phenomenally well, and you see the leadership qualities in them, and you realize, oh, well, we just disagree. But this person is clearly a very rational, pragmatic thinker, and there's probably a lot I can learn from them. And I think that gray area of meeting in the middle and finding compromise is missing right now. And I think a dangerous evolution that I think kind of has happened since the Tea Party, where, look, the nature of the game in politics is nobody gets the whole loaf. Sorry, it just doesn't work that way. And this is tough, especially when we drift into the world of human rights. But if we start equating people with different opinions from us as good versus evil, then we don't compromise with evil, and unfortunately nothing gets done. So you have to kind of find a way to search for the commonality, find the things you do agree on, and move the ball in increments. And that can be really frustrating for a lot of reasons that I don't make light of in any way. But this kind of austere retreat to our corners gets nothing done. It gets nothing done. And so as much as I squirmed sitting across from a few people, these are people with power. These are people who are in office, who are writing bills, who are affecting our lives, whether we like it or not. To pretend they're not there and to just turn your back on them and say, well, I'm not going to speak to them, that's not only more pernicious, it's less effective at actually achieving your goal.
Joe, I'd love to ask you this question. You founded the nonprofit Patient Safety Movement Foundation to eliminate 200,000 deaths from preventable medical errors. I mean, that's a really great cause, and you've probably prevented death in your career, which is pretty cool. I mean, what a thing to wade into. Like, you really wanted to wade into this? And I mean that in a way of, it's so different. Everyone was looking at politics in the current administration and how polarized everything is right now. What about this for you, given your background and, was personal, and why did you want, as someone who's probably saved lives, I mean, did you see this as life and death?
Thank you. It's actually an interesting question. What I noticed the first 4 or 5 years of starting the Patient Safety Movement Foundation is how focused we were in that effort. And then when politics changed, when who was running the country changed, our foundation that we took for granted, that we were building our esoteric problem solving upon, disappeared. And it was so much harder to get things done. So I think if we don't have the proper government, the proper foundation, the proper tone at the top, people that care about science and facts, it's really hard to do the things I try to do. So given that we have a democracy, it's incumbent on all of us to do something to make sure the democratic process works and we have leadership that provides the foundation that other people like me can dream about making a difference, instead of worrying about things that I shouldn't have worried about, like, hey, they're separating kids from their parents at the border, or they're now saying immigrants are a problem and we don't want them here, and where it was a nation of immigrants, and if you ask someone like Vice President Biden those days and President Biden now, they would say, you know what, this country was built on risk-taking of immigrants coming here. So I think getting engaged politically and having a political infrastructure that works allows someone like me to dream about saving 200,000 lives a year from medical errors.
To pivot to relationships, Chris, not those kind of relationships. I know a lot of folks ask you about that, but I'm talking about, you said something about a relationship with America. I was looking at one of the interviews you did about them. You said we're in a relationship with the other side, talking about relationship. And most relationships, if they're toxic and unhealthy, we leave them. We have to find a way to speak to one another and to listen to one another and find common ground. And you go on to talk about how this has become such a toxic culture, and how it breeds apathy. I thought that was interesting. And then, and Joe, when I was stalking your LinkedIn profile, sorry if you saw my name come across, you have this quote in your LinkedIn profile that says, many people are suffering from the tyranny of apathy. We must instead embrace the brilliance of action out of kindness. To this crew in front of me, what is it about apathy? Because it seems like if I could extract a theme from all of you guys, and why you're doing what you're doing, it seems like apathy keeps coming up in my research. What is it about apathy that is driving you guys forward?
To me, it's just, it's the common thread when problems don't get solved. You know, sometimes you just think, man, we have the numbers, we have the power, we have it all. You know, we don't have the passion. You know what I mean? That transcends politics. That happens so often in life. And so staying engaged is so critical. And I think we're living in a very unique time where, you know, with the proliferation of disinformation, with the continuing of, you know, more and more news outlets and these bastardized quests for ratings, and, you know, it's a dangerous time for engagement, you know, for people to care. And so you really have to keep those fires alive.
What is your message as someone who's incredibly influential on Twitter and Facebook and all of these social networks? What is your message to the tech founders who have incredible influence now when it comes to engagement and their role in society?
We're living in the Wild West. The internet is not something we were ready to handle, and there are the lack of regulation, the way things are done it's going to shape what we're living. I've always said, in my opinion, inventions that have impacted man goes like this: the fire, internet, the wheel. You know, like the internet is huge, it's enormous, and we're still in its infancy. And without some real integrity and moral leadership, we're going to steer ourselves right into the ground. And so again, you know, I don't claim to know better. I just know that it's necessary.
And if I may say on apathy, sorry, Mark, do you want to say something?
No, go ahead, Joe, please.
I want to say on apathy, you know, I remember watching a program, and it showed this lion attacking baby wildebeest. And for a while, they were just standing watching. And then all of a sudden, a few of them began trying to help. And then the rest of them began to try to help.
I've seen this video. I love that video.
I love that video. Well, you know, that's
the whole
apathy.
point.
The whole point is, you know, we have a few, not that lions are bad, but we have a few people that sometimes really want to burn everything. most people don't. Most people want to be good. But if those people don't speak up and they don't stand together, they're going to rip us all apart.
Yeah, well said. Good imagery.
And I'll tell you, you know, hope is what moves us forward, right? And as bad as things get, there's a chance every day to make it again. And you know, when Joe started the patient safety movement, the reason actually I thought of going to Joe is because this, from my perspective, the way we're doing it was inspired by watching Joe create the patient safety movement. He would go to DC and take something that's seemingly divisive, which is things dealing with the medical industry, and just say, we just want to save these people's lives and we don't want to make anybody wrong. And so to do that, every time he would go, I mean, I remember the first time you went, and I was fortunate to come with you, you sat with Barbara Boxer, and then we went across the hall and we sat with Orrin Hatch. And I had never seen anything like that before, because you need to explain to people, each one, why this is important. And it takes dialogue and it takes patience. You know, it doesn't happen in a day. And when we started, Joe would say to Chris and I, which is funny, is the guy who's probably had the most amount of battles is really the most sort of airy-fairy of us. He would say, Chris and I would have this idea or this problem we'd run against, and we'd want to find a real a logistical solution. And Joe would go, why don't we just look at our guiding principles? Why don't we just see how that weighs up against what we say we're about?
I love when Joe says that. It's my favorite thing. When Joe says that, I'm just like, man, what a great crew. What a great crew.
The only guy with an actual business.
Read our guiding principles? Yes, we should.
Yeah. Chris and I we're storytellers. Joe has 5,000 employees, and as opposed to going, we should have an HR department. He's, let's look at our guiding principles.
It's beautiful. It's inspiring. I love that. It's one of my favorite things.
I'm curious, Chris, when I interview founders, I always like to try to figure out why they're doing what they're doing, and kind of what's behind it. And I've always been curious, right? Dating back to, I started covering tech over a decade ago. And if I'm looking at you as a founder of this website, you guys are all founders of this website. I was trying to figure out what it is about politics, and this isn't something that you just started now, because you've become obsessed with this idea back in 2017, right? And I saw something that you said it's not that I'm that interested in politics, right? So and I think, and I mentioned this earlier, you actually went to DC and you knocked on doors, and you spent a lot of time, and I think I said to your folks when I was talking to them before, like, when did he find the time? Like, I actually was wondering, with your schedule and all this kind of stuff, like when you actually went, and I think you did it on weekends and whatnot. So you actually put in, put in the work to build this. And so I'm curious, what is it about this that is really personal to you? If it's not just politics.
Well, I live a very comfortable life, not just from my profession, from the position I was in from birth. You know what I mean? I've had a lot of good fortune, very, very dealt a good hand. And so, I do believe in you got to give back, which feels like a platitude, but I do believe in that. And that's why I've always been vocal on social media, because I do think it's important to use your platform in the right way. And look, if the things I did on social media move the needle in a more effective way, maybe I wouldn't have done this. But you do start to think, well, it's nice doing what I do on social media. I like doing that. It feels good to do that. And I do think it helps. I don't think it's just screaming into a void. But you are, talking to an echo chamber, and the people who believe what you believe probably like it. But, how many minds are you changing? And that's the goal, really, to try and open eyes, or just maybe not change minds, just remind people that their minds could be changed, because I think we're drifting away from that possibility as well. And it just felt to me that a more effective use of my platform, instead of playing on the one string that social media affords me, is to offer information, is to offer a place where people can come and know themselves a little bit better after getting information they can trust, because I think that's what's lacking.
You were asked this question before, but I'll ask it again, because, I don't know, maybe you'd answer it on this Zoom call as opposed to with Bill Maher. Would you run for office? It certainly seems like a lot of folks would run these days that have a political background. I mean, all the other Zoom boxes are laughing, so I don't know, would you?
Seems like a lot of work. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't get to that point where I feel the need to.
Yes.
They always said that when we were in DC and we would talk to elected officials, they all said that, what was the real gushy. The good job was mayor, right? Everyone said that the good job to have in politics is mayor. You know,
they highly recommended it.
Yeah, that seemed to be the universal consensus. I don't know. I mean, look, it's tough too. I think more than any other profession, people love to armchair politic and just kind of say, this is what you should do. And I'm sure when you get there, this idea of compromise is crushingly real. And that can be tough, you know? So I'm not sure if I have the stomach for that, if, you know, because I think you become cynical quick, you know what I mean? And I like being, you know, idealistic and hopeful. And I don't know. I think I'll probably try and find other ways to help.
But also, Chris, you'd have to leave your house a lot more to do this.
Mark
it's not really your
I
thing.
never leave my. Tell you what, if I could run from my house, great.
Hey, Joe Biden did.
I just don't want to have to leave my house.
Like that's very 2020. If I understood correctly, it wasn't a complete no. But
No. I guess it's you never say never, but you know the truth is, and this isn't even just like, you know, trying to be fake humble. I don't know enough, you know, and I would never. I can't think of an office that I would disrespect enough to assume that I could waltz in and do it. So I'd have to put myself through some sort of class first. But right now, I don't think I have the tools.
All right. Well, we got to wrap it. So last question: if this is a starting point, guys, what's the end game?
What's the end game? I mean, you know, that's a moving target too. You know, as we started this, it's fun to get excited about all the ways that ASP can be utilized. And for me, I think I'm excited about the idea of getting into schools, some sort of long-term deal, because it really is. I talk to a lot of both of my sisters are teachers, and I continue to hear how useful it is in classrooms. Because I mean, I took all types of political classes when I was younger, but nothing that really offered what, you know, humbly, what I think ASP offers.
And can I just add to that real quick, Laura? I know we have to wrap it up, but you know, we made this great partnership with Close Up. And so we've been working with high school students across the country, and we've signed up 2,400 high schools next year to start using our program with. We now started working with Bridge USA through colleges. And so it's been a real intentional mission to take the technology, our access and our what we're doing in elected officials, and bring them directly to those students. Yeah. That's really the near-term goal, broaden ourselves that way.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Guys, thanks so much. I'm going to send it back to Web Summit in Lisbon. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
Microsoft advertising.
Our purpose for the download is to deliver a monthly program full of insights, trends, thought-provoking ideas, and exclusive interviews, all nicely wrapped up for you in under half an hour.
Hi guys, too busy listening to talks or attending masterclasses to network? Don't worry, Mingle will be available for 1 hour after Web Summit finishes each day to allow you to meet new people. Continue to mingle from 8 to 9 p.m. every evening. Just click the Mingle tab above right now. Do it, it's fun.
In evolutionary terms, all the technology that surrounds us today just happened yesterday. Innovations in energy, biology, chemistry, modern physics, transportation, and communications all evolved just a century ago, and it's accelerating. We must all ensure this evolution does not come at the cost of humanity or the planet. But the trends are heading the wrong way. Humankind and Earth face serious threats that require urgent intervention. Digital with Purpose is an ambitious movement exclusive to companies and leaders, committed to accelerating their positive impact and driving sustainable change through digital technology. It is a movement of leaders joining forces in a race to deliver against the Paris Agreement and Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. By giving technology a transformational role that puts the planet and humankind at its core, can we reverse the effects of climate change and positively impact our societies?
A transição digital é uma oportunidade para trabalharmos juntos e enfrentarmos os desafios globais, respeitando os valores e os direitos fundamentais europeus. Esta é uma oportunidade para criar uma economia que serve as pessoas, uma economia com um propósito, que não deixa ninguém para trás.
Okay, so over the past 3 days, we have been delighted to welcome many of the biggest and best names in technology and beyond to share their thoughts with us here at Web Summit. 2020 has been a very strange year for all of us, but being able to come together in such huge numbers over the past 3 days has shown that anything can be done. As we move forward into a new year with renewed hope, build on the connections you have made over the past weeks, and remember, we will all be together in Lisbon, Portugal for Web Summit very, very soon, we hope. Let me just thank all of the team that was with me here for the past few days, and a special thanks to Patty for this invitation. It was a true honor to be a part of Web Summit, and I will never, ever forget this. So thank you all for watching. Stay cool, stay safe. I will see you very soon, and I leave you with our final guest that really needs little introduction. Coming to us from his residence in Lisbon, please welcome Portuguese President Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa.
All of us, all of you, have dreamed once at least in our lifetime of a digital world, a totally digital world, a total digital Web Summit. Well, we are almost there, but for the worst reasons, for very, very unfortunate reasons, the pandemic. And we need the human touch that is crucial for our lives. So we'll be back next year in flash, in a post-pandemic world, where here in Lisbon, here in Portugal, enjoying the days and enjoying the nights. So I urge Perry to go on with his excellent job. Perry, congratulations. You are the one. You must continue this very useful and very important event for all of us. For those that come here to present their ideas and look for support, those searching business opportunities, those listening and learning, and those that just come for the fun. But this is not only about technology and digital transition, what I called and everybody called year after year, the digital revolution. This is about main issues that concern all of us. This is about the future of mankind. It was 2 years ago or 3 years ago that in this Web Summit I spoke of climate change. At that time, people were saying there was no such issue. Denying. It was the denial. And now, when the United States of America goes back to Paris Agreement, we feel we were right. We were not wrong. We were right when we spoke of sustainable development, of circular economy, of climate change, of energy transition, of digital transition. So we were right. And when last year and 2 years ago we spoke of multilateralism, we needed more multilateralism, not unilateralism, not protectionism, we were right. The world is going back to multilateralism because it is reasonable, because the pandemic showed that no country, no superpower alone can deal with such an issue. No, it's impossible to deal with such an issue. We must be together. We must work together with international organizations. That's why this very special digital Web Summit is so important, because the world is changing. And next year, we'll be here in Lisbon. Again, you'll be here, I'll be here, speaking of climate change, of digital revolution, of solidarity, of multilateralism, of global cooperation, of free trade for a better world. And that's good news. That's good news. So, well, all the best for you. All the best for you, Patty. All the best for you all over the world. And don't forget, next year, 2021, is Lisbon, Portugal. I will be looking forward to be with you in Lisbon, Portugal, in the Web Summit 2021. See you.
We'll be releasing special pre-sale tickets for Web Summit 2021 shortly after the event. Sign up now to get 2 tickets for the price of 1. Join the sale at websummit.com/tickets.
Thank you so much for joining us at Web Summit, and you too. I will see you on 2021. Bye, guys.
We'll be releasing special pre-sale tickets for Web Summit 2021 shortly after the event. Sign up now to get 2 tickets for the price of 1. Join the sale at websummit.com/tickets.
More than 100,000 people are joining us from absolutely every corner of the world. We have 800 speakers, more than 800 speakers.
I'm in a place where I want to be a part of progression. I want to be a part of success. I want to be a part of change. I want to be a part of the story.
All the inclusion in the world won't generate fundamental social change unless there's pressure from the back and unless there's courageous leadership on the inside.
Tune out, turn off, put the devices away, and get into your comfort zone and do something for you.
The majority of us, I think, are a little tired with the way politics are. I think the vitriol and the combative nature to it makes people become apathetic and dispassionate.
The use of animals as a food technology. That technology, it's by far the most destructive technology in human history. Challenge me on that if you want.
The winner of Pitch at Web Summit 2020 is Lalibela Global Networks.
You can't be serious. Wow. Wow.
Okay, guys, get ready for something really, really special. No, really, it is. Using the incredible São Jorge Castle as the stage, Portuguese band Dead Combo will now perform a VJ set for us using the castle's wall. This is a show about music and Lisbon, celebrating the city heritage and multicultural diversity. Recorded this past June during the city holidays. This is going to be amazing. Please welcome Dead Combo.